and 95 cents plus shipping. The company will begin sending the tapes at the end of this week.
Bernie, we are now looking at the clock over there, just about 10 minutes away from the official release of these tapes. We know there may be a few minutes after that before the tapes can actually be distributed, but it's getting close. Yeah. If you have children at home, as you are watching this whole story unfold, what do you tell them?
Or better yet, what do you not tell them? Coming up, we're going to talk with a man who studies the impact of seeing things on tape and television.
These days, it seems like everybody's got a Cherokee or an Explorer. Me, I like to stand out a bit.
That's why I drive a Subaru Outback.
With a big cargo bay and all-wheel drive, you get all the sport utility you need. But with the smooth ride and better gas mileage, the Outback is far from ordinary. Like me, really. What a weird-looking bunch that was.
We were on vacation in New Orleans. Great city. But every night, I got this awful heartburn. A woman in our tour group said, "Here, try Zantac 75. "Oh, thank you," I said. "You're a saint." She said, "No, actually, I'm a doctor."
The medicine in Zantac 75 is the #1 doctor-prescribed acid reducer. It relieves even your toughest heartburn, controlling acid for up to 12 hours.
Maybe a doctor and a saint.
Zantac 75, the final word in heartburn relief.
Sweet dream, baby. Sweet dream, baby. Sweet dream, baby. How long must I dream?
Sweet dreams from Double G.
For your pleasure, Senator. And the press is behind that bus.
Oh, thank you.
It's amazing how profitable a worldwide hotel chain or any business becomes when it unleashes its most powerful weapon, information.
You like the Paris papers and steak tartare from Coco.
Oh, Coco. No. Thank you.
The EMC effect. It's not bad for tips either.
We're back at Ericsson Stadium where we're down in the final seconds of the game and it's still tied. The kick's high.
Ericsson mobile phones. Catch the excitement.
As the minutes count down to the release of those videotapes, Bernie, let's go now to Bob Franken at the Capitol, where the decision to release all this was made.
And as a matter of fact, the release is proceeding slightly ahead of schedule, actually. Of course, we're a few minutes before 9 o'clock Eastern Time, and with me is Congressman Charles Kennedy, a member of the Judiciary Committee. What are you holding there?
These are the materials that are being released today. Basically, this is the appendix to the Starr report, which has been previously published. This is the supporting documentation for the assertions that are made in the Starr report. There's really not much new here. Certain materials have been redacted. We have attempted to eliminate unnecessary salacious material. Unfortunately, there's still some matters here that people wouldn't talk about in polite company that have to be made public because they're relevant to the underlying question of whether the president committed perjury in his deposition and committed perjury before the grand jury, as well as other charges that have been raised against him.
This material includes Monica Lewinsky's testimony, and that is where the Democrats say that, in fact, you did vote to leave in material that was unnecessarily graphic to make your case.
Well, ultimately, people have to make their own judgment about that. But I will say this. If the president would stop the legal hair splitting, and if the president would stop mounting the defense that he is mounting right now based on legal hair splitting, a lot of this could be dispensed with. But unfortunately, the president is pursuing the strategy that he has previously pursued, and we believe that it's important for the American people to have the facts on which any ultimate judgment here is based. People can't have confidence in the judgment we make unless they know the basis on which our judgment rests.
Do you worry that this is so explicit, so descriptive, that that there might be a backlash against you for releasing this, you the Republicans?
Well, I'm sure people will be uncomfortable with some of these materials. I'm uncomfortable with much of this material. But we have a responsibility that the House of Representatives has given us to get to the truth in this matter, and that's what we're trying to do. And I think the American people want us to get to the truth.
Let me just ask, since we're at such a historic moment, could you just hold this up to show the American people, to show the world what it is, in fact, that there has been such a fight before. This is the 2,800 pages of material that form the basis for the Ken Starr report, correct?
That's correct. Of course, I don't have the video, which will be released later. And I think that I can't comment on that because I don't think that's been formally released yet. But I think that what people are going to see in the video is important because it will help them judge the president's credibility and truthfulness while he was testifying. That's why the video was released. Observing the demeanor of any witness can be helpful in assessing the witness's credibility.
Now, I'm looking at, as I'm thumbing through this, I hope you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm looking at, there is material, for instance, that shows the president's deposition. It shows admissibility here, evidentiary issues. I haven't gotten to the Monica Lewinsky testimony. Let's take a look at the table of contents, if I could, please. It talks about Monica Lewinsky's, some of the redactions here, sexual descriptions are redacted.
One thing you'll see at the very beginning of the report is a lengthy list of redactions. We have eliminated significant portions of material that were of an explicitly sexual nature, other matters that would have compromised the privacy rights of individuals. So a very diligent effort was made to go through here and eliminate any such matters that did not have evidentiary value.
Okay, now I'm looking at the table of contents, and we show such things as the order permitting the disclosure of grand jury material, a map of the White House West Wing, table of Monica Lewinsky White House visits, the Monica Lewinsky immunity agreement. Then we see the statement from President Clinton. We see statements from Monica Lewinsky. That is, of course, the controversial part of this disclosure. The Democrats, of course, charge that much of this is unnecessary, and of course your point is that it is important that the case be presented to show whether the president told the truth or not.
Well, that's absolutely right, and it's important to understand that a majority of the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee are really at odds with the majority of Democrats in the House.
I have to interrupt you here. So we're seeing the first release of these documents, which of course went to the members of Congress. They should be released to the general public soon, and soon we should be seeing the videotape of the president's testimony. Bernie and Judy?
All right, Bob Franken, thank you. Events are moving very quickly now, Bernie.
Indeed, and we're just moments away. The tapes or the information, as you saw and heard, released to members of Congress. This is the feed room. It is from this room that the networks will receive the videotape of the president's grand jury testimony. CNN will bring it to you very, very promptly as soon as it's made available to us. We'll be right back with our special reporting investigating the president.
Sunday on Cold War. They were unlikely allies, but their war with the Nazis could not prevent a growing distrust that would eventually threaten all of mankind. Cold War begins Sunday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Tonight on CNN, a special report on President Clinton's videotape testimony and newly released evidence, followed by a special 2-hour Larry King Live. It all begins tonight at 8 Eastern on CNN. If it happened in sports today, you'll see it on Sports Tonight with Fred and Vince. Weeknights, 11 Eastern on CNN.
Bristol University tries to attract today's most gifted students. In fact, our entrance exam is the toughest in the nation.
If you know what time the ESPN NFL studio shows air, you could win great local prizes or go to Bristol for a master's course with the PhDs of football. Tour the ESPN campus, be on the set of Sunday NFL Countdown and NFL Primetime, and head to New York City to watch ABC Monday Night Football and Berman's halftime show, so study hard. Here's how to enter.
It's impossible to keep the ocean from the shore. It's just impossible. Ask a baby not to cry. It's just impossible. Or to live without you now. It's just impossible.
You're driving an old car worth a few $1,000s. Bring it into Metro Toyota. And for $187 a month, you can drive a brand new 1999 Camry with power windows, stereo, air, and much more for just $187 a month. Or how about a restyled 98 Tacoma for just $87 a month? Jim Daly here from Metro Toyota. And right now, you can drive a new Toyota for about what you're paying for your electric bill. Come on into Metro Toyota, and we'll put you in a brand new Toyota for under $100 a month. Only from the Toyota giant, Metro Toyota.
It's the fourth quarter. The biggest plays of the season are about to be run. Your highest goals, your most successful sales events are attainable when you're in the zone. Zone in on cable advertising with the NFL on ESPN. Northern Ohio Interconnect is exclusive cable advertising on cable's hottest sports programming. Call 328-5500 now and choose from one zone or multiple geographic zones that give your message more impact for the dollar. Call Northern Ohio Interconnect and score big in the zone with the NFL on ESPN.
Sports Tonight with Fred and Vince, 11 Eastern on CNN.
This is a special report from CNN and CNN International. Investigating the President, CNN Special Live coverage with Bernard Shaw and Judy Woodruff.
Thank you for joining us for CNN's special coverage, Investigating the President, the Clinton tape. And we want to welcome our international viewers.
In a few minutes, an unprecedented event will begin. The release of an unedited videotape showing the President of the United States testifying under oath before a federal grand jury. We are standing by awaiting the release of the videotape, which we will bring to you immediately. This tape will be fed from this room in the Rayburn House Office Building on Capitol Hill. From here, it will be sent out to television networks and over the internet. While we are waiting for the feed to begin, here's a look at the latest developments. Along with the tape, Congress is releasing 2,800 pages of transcripts from the Ken Starr investigation. You saw a portion of the pages Bob Franken held in talking with Congressman Kennedy just a moment ago. Those documents include Monica Lewinsky's explicit descriptions of her sexual encounters with the President. While all this is going on, the President will be addressing world leaders at the United Nations. As Mr. Clinton prepares for his speech before the UN General Assembly in New York, lawmakers here in Washington are debating the impact of the President's tape testimony.
I don't think the tape will make that much difference. That's where most of the hype is. I think most of the criticism of the tape should be pointed out that there is sexually explicit material in the tape, not from the President's mouth, but from some of the questions he was asked. I think we would have done a great service by deleting some of the questions, not the President's statements. But also the 2,800 pages, there is graphic sexual material in that, in what we released, and it serves no legal or legislative purpose.
This is unfortunate. This is a sad sight that the American people are going to see, but if the people are going to have confidence in the process we're going through here, they have to have access to the information on which our conclusions will be based.
When the videotape becomes available, here is how we are going to handle it. We will air the tape in its entirety. That may take more than 4 hours. We're planning to air it as it is being released by the House Judiciary Committee unedited. And we want to warn you again that both language and descriptions of the videotape may be offensive to some viewers and unsuitable for children.
Despite the President's political troubles, his public support remains strong. In the latest CNN Gallup poll completed just yesterday, President Clinton has a 60% approval rating. Now, that is down about 4% from a week ago. 40% say the president should resign. 35% say that he should be impeached. And those numbers are up slightly from a week ago. 19% of the people polled say they plan to watch the president's videotaped grand jury testimony as it is released. 8% say they plan to watch it later. 15% say they will only watch the excerpts on news programs, but 55% say they will not watch it at all.
And to our viewers around the world, we are awaiting receipt of the videotape. Bob Franken is on the Hill.
Well, Bernie, it's amazing and remarkable that this is going so close to schedule. We have just learned that the videotapes are on the move. They're now being taken to the playback room in the Rayburn House Office Building, where they will be played over live television for the world to see. It's the information, it's President Clinton's testimony before the grand jury, August 17th, with unedited. There's absolutely everything left in. We will see and hear the graphic questions. We will see and hear his response, which is oftentimes explosive. We have also just seen copies of the 2,800 pages of supporting documents. A member of the Judiciary Committee, Charles Kennedy, showed us 2 huge volumes put out by the government printing office, which contains the material, including Monica Lewinsky's testimony before the grand jury, which will be extremely graphic, extremely explicit, which we will see as that is spread by broadcast and telecast and on the internet, so it will also be shown around the world. We've also seen that it includes a map of the White House. It includes a number of supporting documents. It's going to be a very, very busy day. And in moments, we're looking at the play-out room where the videotapes are going to be in just a few minutes, Bernie and Judy, and then they will be played so we can all see.
And then we'll have a transcript, too, and we'll be able to go along with watching the tape, Bob. We'll be able to follow it, Judy, word for word, which will be helpful in keeping track of things.
Now, we've been hearing from Bob, who's at the Capitol. Now let's move down Pennsylvania Avenue to the White House, where CNN correspondent John King is. John.
Judy, White House officials bracing now as we're just a few minutes away from seeing this president, seeing any president like never before, under oath inside the White House, facing pointed questions about a sexual relationship with a young intern, sexual liaisons just a few steps from the Oval Office. White House officials have no idea how the American public will react to this. As you just mentioned, so far, the polls saying that the public still approves of the president's job performance. White House aides worried, though, about a creep up in the polls when people are asked about resignation or impeachment. Here at the White House today, sources telling us we will see many faces of the president today. Angry at times at the line of questioning about his relationship with Monica Lewinsky, remorseful at times about the fact that he had such a relationship with a young woman inside the White House. Also, at times, we're told the president is quite evasive, refusing to answer direct and specific questions about his sexual conduct with Monica Lewinsky. Those questions aimed by prosecutors in an attempt to prove the president committed perjury back in January in the Paula Jones sexual harassment case. That is viewed here at the White House as one of the strongest areas in the independent counsel's report as Congress considers whether to impeach the president. Everyone here at the White House today on pins and needles. Now, not only about the president's testimony, many actually worry more about the damaging information, the embarrassing information in those 2,800 pages of supporting documents, which include both of Monica Lewinsky's appearances before the grand jury and some 20 interviews she conducted with the FBI. She lays out in graphic detail her account of her relationship with the president. Again, people at the White House worried about how the American people will react when they hear about the president's conduct. Bernie, Judy.
And John, just one quick clarifying question. No one at the White House has seen this videotape that's going to be made public just moments from now.
No one has seen the videotape. The president's lawyers, David Kendall and Chuck Ruff, were in the room when the president testified, so they certainly know what the president said. They're wondering, just like all of us are, how does he look on camera? We do know the camera only captures the president. You will hear the prosecutors asking questions. You will only see the president of the United States under oath answering those questions.
John King at the White House Mall. Back to the Hill. Candy Crowley, as we await receipt of the tape, the journalists and technicians in the Rayburn office building feed room are poised, as are you.
Absolutely, and poised, I might say, somewhat alone, because if Capitol Hill lawmakers are waiting breathlessly for this material, they are doing it elsewhere. It is Rosh Hashanah. Most of the House members, many of the House members have gone back to their districts. Only a handful are here. On the Senate side, the Jewish members are not here. There will be a Senate session, but not one where much is expected to happen. So it is a fairly empty Capitol Hill in which this all plays out. We are, of course, awaiting the videotape from the Rayburn office building. The government printing office has worked throughout the weekend to put out this 2,800 pages worth of material in 2 volumes. They will be available for public distribution. The media is going to get its first printed copies of this material in the House Radio TV gallery. There you see members of the media waiting for those 2 volumes that we've seen from Congressman Kennedy, waiting in that room for those particular documents to come out. We're told that it should be very soon. As you can see, members of the House already have theirs. We should be getting ours momentarily. Again, all of these will also be made public via the internet. The videotape, of course, will be replayed and played out over many broadcast networks, including CNN. Bernie and Judy?
All right, Candy, we've been listening, Bernie, to what the public opinion polls are showing, and we've got a sampling of our own just now. Our Susan Candiotti is at the University of Miami. I believe it's the Student Center. Is that right, Susan?
Right, we're in the Student Union at the lounge, and we've got a group of quickly filled up just moments ago, these students, many of them wanting to hear and watch these videotapes. Let me ask you, first of all, have you made up your mind about what should happen to the president?
Oh, I don't think he should be impeached at all. I think it's his business, you know. If he made a mistake, I think it should be dealt with between him and his wife, him and his family, and we should be worrying about other problems.
Your friend, you agree with your friend, don't you? But there is also debate, what if the president is proven to have lied under oath?
Well, if he's proven to lie under oath, it's not as if some of these politicians don't lie every day, but considering what's going on in places such as the Middle East or what's happening, I think this imbalance in power would be a problem.
Why did you want to come here today? Here, let me move back over in this direction, talk with a couple of young ladies here. Excuse me. You came also here to watch the tapes. Why did you think it important to take time out from classes to see what's going on?
Because it's very important to know what's going on in our country, and the president is the most important person in our country. And this is a very big deal because he could be impeached, or he could resign, or it has something to do with his office.
Do you think that the president should be impeached if it is proven that he lied under oath?
No, I don't think he should be impeached. I think it should be his decision. It was his own business, private business that the country has gone into, and I think it should just lay low.
Big crowd here today to watch the president, so we'll see whether his support declines after these tapes air or whether the release of these tapes will backfire. Judy, back to you.
All right, Susan Candiotti, thanks. Very interesting responses here.
Very interesting indeed. As we say, the videotapes are on their way to the distribution center at the Rayburn office building. As we keep saying it, as soon as we get the tapes here, we will put them on the air. And we should tell you, our viewers around the world, obviously something is happening in that corridor. Still cameras, flashes going off, and this could be it.
Bernie, all the fuss is over exactly 4 videotape cassettes. I mean, most of us know the size of a videotape cassette. It's what, 6 inches by 8 inches, something like that. 4, I don't know. Somebody can tell us.
This one woman has.
But here they are.
Handed over 3 manila envelopes. The other woman hands over 2. And we should tell you that these tapes will come in segments, and there'll be about a 2-minute lapse of time between the segments, and we'll come back between each segment.
And the segments, we're told, represent different chunks of the president's testimony. There were breaks during the president's time before the grand jury on August the 17th. When we asked Bernie what those breaks represented, I believe it was indicated to us that it will be clear when we see these tapes why there was a pause.
And quickly, for you viewers who are videotaping around the world, the first segment will last 11 minutes, the second one 67 minutes, the third segment 50 minutes, segment 4 47 minutes, segment 5 32 minutes, segment 6 21 minutes. The last segment, segment 7, will last 15 minutes total, 4 hours, 3 minutes.
And, you know, as Bernie indicated, 7 different segments, and these 7 segments have been put on these 4 videotapes that you saw just put into the hands of the video engineers. They're working this equipment. These tapes, there's 1 copy of each one of these tapes, and each tape has a couple or 3 segments on it, are being fed to the different television network outlets, including CNN, and each one of us, of course, have the right to do with it as we will. It is CNN's decision to air these just as quickly as we can with a very minimal delay.
And you're watching the tapes being queued up.
We want to point out again, Bernie, we've said this again and again, and I don't think we can say it too often. There is, in some instances, there will be, in some instances, very explicit references, explicit sexual references, and we're told in the questions during the president's testimony before the grand jury, actually before the prosecutors who are going to be asking him questions during this 4 hours of testimony. And if anyone has any idea at this point that they may be offended by this, they need to be mindful of that ahead of time. If there are young people around the television, again, it's something that you want to keep in mind because there will be explicit sexual references in the questioning of the president.
If you don't want to explain any of this to your child, you should not have your child in the room watching. Candy?
Bernie, I was just sitting here looking at this. These people generally toil in the bowels of the Rayburn building in obscurity, and we're sort of like one push of the play button away from history. Right now, looking to make sure that the video levels and the audio levels are correct, that no doubt it is being looked at the various broadcast stations to make sure they are getting the correct audio and video levels. But basically, while the machinery looks complicated, this is not all that much more complicated than your VCR. There's a button for play and a button for stop, and once he hits that play, we're in business here. But this is a very little-known area of Capitol Hill, and I suspect that when the day's over, it will be a lot better known.
On this momentous day, the principals are away. John King?
Talk to a source on Capitol Hill to bring us up to speed. Not only will we see the president's videotape, but as Bob Franken showed us earlier in the program, we will get 2,800 pages of Ken Starr's supporting documents. This lays out in painstaking, meticulous detail the 8 months of his investigation. I'm told that in here we will see in the documents a black and white photograph of that blue cocktail dress that Monica Lewinsky turned over to investigators. As well in there, the FBI crime lab analysis of a stain on that dress. The FBI determined that that indeed was the president's DNA matter on that dress. Other photographs in the book include a photograph of a tie the president wore at a South Lawn event the very day Monica Lewinsky testified before the grand jury. That tie, a gift from Monica Lewinsky from back during their relationship. Also in there, we're told, telephone logs of the president's schedule, the First Lady Hillary Rodham Clinton's schedule, as the independent counsel shows that on many of the times the president met with Monica Lewinsky, Hillary Clinton was out of town, indeed even sometimes out of the country. Other phone logs from the president, Monica Lewinsky's letters when she was conducting a job in which she says on several times to people she's writing at the request, at the recommendation of Vernon Jordan, a close friend of the president, a central figure in this investigation. Even a copy of a canceled check to the Democratic National Committee, a contribution from Monica Lewinsky in 1996 when the president was seeking re-election.
John, we've been catching glimpses as you've been talking of the president on those small screens over the shoulders of the technicians, and as Candy said, what they're doing right now, the reason for the delay is they are checking what they call video and audio levels and other technical terms that some of us on this side of the camera aren't able to explain to you, but suffice it to say that they're making sure the picture is as good as it can be before it is sent out to a worldwide audience. We've spoken about the president this morning. He is in New York City with Mrs. Clinton. CNN's Eileen O'Connor is traveling up there with him as he begins or prepares to address the United Nations. Eileen, what are the president and the First Lady doing at this hour as these tapes are about to be made public?
Well, they're preparing to leave their hotel right now, Judy, and make their way just a few blocks over to the United Nations. They'll be here about half an hour from now. Then they'll be meeting with Kofi Annan, the Secretary General of the UN, before the president gives what aides here are saying is a major foreign policy speech, a call to the international community to join in a global fight against terrorism. Aides are expressing extreme frustration, of course, that at the same time these tapes are going to be played, and that of course it is the tapes that are going to be played live on various broadcast networks and also receive the most of the attention this evening on the evening news, instead of what they say is this major foreign policy initiative here at the United Nations. They're also pointing out, Judy, the poor timing of this, saying the president is not just addressing the opening of the UN General Assembly, he's also having some very important bilateral meetings here today. Really at the center of the world stage, and they say that this is clearly an embarrassing moment for these tapes to be played, and they feel that the decision to release them now was purely political. Judy?
All right, that's Eileen O'Connor. We are continuing to show you this room in the Rayburn House office building where television technicians have just been handed videotape. You can see it on the very small screen over their shoulders. This is the president in the map room of the White House on August the 17th, just a little over a month ago, when he was asked questions for about 4 hours, Bernie, by prosecutors, Ken Starr himself at the end, but mainly by a couple of associate or assistant independent counsels who are working with Ken Starr.
And they're queuing up these tapes. I wanted to point something out. There are two monitors. You see the president in the two monitors, the upper left-hand corner of your screen. The technician on the left was queuing up the president's head so that it tilted almost identically at the angle as shown in the second monitor there. That's what they're doing, and there are two other monitors, and I infer from that in a little while we're going to get these tapes. Watching all this, our legal analysts, Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack.
You know, Roger, what's so...
Greta, you're there.
Yes.
Yes.
We want to ask you, I mean, you all have been involved in the legal processes in this country for some time. This is an extraordinary situation. Grand jury testimony, which is typically kept secret, being made public.
And no doubt about that, Judy, but this was part of a deal with Ken Starr in exchange for a videotape, which would ultimately end up in political hands and subject to disclosure rather than just remain in court hands. The president got something. He had to have his lawyer present with him when he testified. There was a time limit put on the testimony of 4 hours, and of course it was at the White House. Now, in hindsight, I'm sure the president realizes that this was a bad deal that he entered into, because now everyone is going to witness his grand jury testimony, and testimony on videotape is so different from a transcript. A transcript says, witness left the room, witness returned. A video shows if the witness is indeed mad, stamping his feet, has a red face, or whatever.
You know, Judy, on the other hand, it's really one of those things where the American public will truly get to see something that they never get to see, which is what goes on in a grand jury. You'll see that the president, although he had a lawyer, the lawyer didn't really help him much. There was nobody to ask him, friendly person to ask him questions. That's what it is in a grand jury. The prosecutor asks the questions. There's no defense lawyer all the time, except for when the president testified. So this is an unusual event, and probably in the rest of our life, we will never, ever get a chance to see what goes on inside a grand jury.
Here's an update for our viewers. About 30 seconds ago, we got a 4-minute warning, a 4-minute heads-up signal. So in less than 4 minutes now, we will have these tapes. Bob Franken. Bob Franken is on the Hill.
Bernie? Are you able to hear me, Bernie?
Yes, we received the 4-minute warning about 45 seconds ago, so we're getting closer.
We're getting closer, and I think it's fair to say that people are going to be seeing material on television they have never seen before. And the big debate up here, of course, is a political debate. Who is going to be the one that shoulders much of the blame? Is the president, in fact, going to be severely damaged by the very, very graphic nature of this being the videotape and, of course, the Monica Lewinsky testimony? Or will the Republicans, will Ken Starr be blamed for, in fact, imposing this on the American public? Will the Democrats be successful in saying to the voters out there that this was unnecessary to make their case? Well, we'll all be able to make that judgment in less than 4 minutes, as you said, Bernie, as these tapes are played, and everybody, including the political analysts, watch this very closely, to use the expression, to see how it plays.
John King at the White House. Refresh our memories. This all happened on August the 17th. At what time of day?
August 17th in the map room. The president walked into the room just before 1 o'clock. We're told his testimony actually began 1:03 p.m. in the afternoon. It's 4 hours and 12 minutes long. The map room now will be remembered for history of a different sort. So President videotaped grand jury testimony. It was in that room during World War II that FDR planned many of the Allied strikes on Europe when they were trying to recapture Normandy, for example. The president's aides bracing for this now. All week long, the past week, they've been bracing for how the public will react to this. We're told that very early on we will see evidence of the animosity, the deep animosity between this president and the independent counsel and his staff investigating this president these past 4 years. The president will be asked very early on in this testimony if he understands the meaning of the whole truth. The White House took that as a shot from prosecutors, an early warning to the president that the prosecutors were going to get at his conduct, his testimony in the Paula Jones case back in January, suggesting that after he took an oath and gave that sworn deposition back in January, that the president did not tell the whole truth. We will also hear the president read a statement in which he acknowledges an intimate contact, inappropriate intimate contact with Monica Lewinsky, but says that he does not want to get into the details because he wants to protect his family from embarrassment, also to protect the dignity of his office. From there, we get into very pointed questioning, not only about the sexual relationship, but about the president's conversations with others here at the White House about finding a job for Monica Lewinsky and the president's conduct throughout the past 8 months of Ken Starr's investigation. Judy, Bernie.
It is time to be silent. It is time to watch. It is time to listen to William Jefferson Clinton testifying under oath.
We are just seconds away, and we will be quiet so that you can watch and listen.
Grand jury is in session. There is a quorum. There are no unauthorized persons in the grand jury room, and they are prepared to receive the testimony of the President.
Thank you, Mr. Aberson. We can proceed with the oath of office.
Mr. President, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your full name for the record, sir?
William Jefferson Clinton.
My name is Saul Weisenberg. I'm a Deputy Independent Counsel with the Office of Independent Counsel. And with me today are some other attorneys from the Office of Independent Counsel. At the courthouse are the ladies and gentlemen of the grand jury prepared to receive your testimony as you give it. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, I do.
This proceeding is subject to Rule 6E of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure as modified by Judge Johnson's order. You are appearing voluntarily today as part of an agreement worked out between your attorney, the Office of the Independent Counsel, and with the approval of Judge Johnson. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Mr. Weisberg, excuse me, you referred to Judge Johnson's order. I'm not familiar with that order. Have we been served that or not?
No, my understanding is that that is an order that the judge is going to sign today. She didn't have the name of a person. And basically, my understanding is that it will cover all of the attorneys here today, and the technical people in the room, so that they will be authorized persons permitted to hear grand jury testimony that they otherwise wouldn't be authorized to hear.
Thank you.
The grand jury, Mr. President, has been impaneled by a United States District Court for the District of Columbia. You understand that, sir?
I do.
And among other things, is currently investigating under the authority of the Court of Appeals upon application by the Attorney General whether Monica Lewinsky or others obstructed justice, intimidated witnesses, or committed other crimes related to the case of Jones versus Clinton. Do you understand that, sir?
I do.
And today, you'll be receiving questions not only from attorneys on the OIC staff, but from some of the grand jurors, too. Do you understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
I'm going to talk briefly about your rights and responsibilities as a grand jury witness. Normally, grand jury witnesses, while not allowed to have attorneys in the grand jury room with them, can stop and consult with their attorneys. Under our arrangement today, your attorneys are here and present for consultation, and you can break to consult with them as necessary, but it won't count against our total time. You understand that, sir?
I do understand that.
You have a privilege against self-incrimination. If a truthful answer to any question would tend to incriminate you, you can invoke the privilege, and that invocation will not be used against you. Do you understand that?
I do.
And if you don't invoke it, however, any answer that you do give can and will be used against you. Do you understand that, sir?
I do.
Mr. President, you understand that your testimony here today is under oath.
I do.
And you understand that because you have sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that if you were to lie or intentionally mislead the grand jury, you could be prosecuted for perjury and or obstruction of justice.
I believe that's correct.
Is there anything that I've stated to you regarding your rights and responsibilities that you would like to clarify that you don't understand?
No, sir.
Mr. President, I'd like to read for you a portion of Federal Rule of Evidence 603, which discusses the important function the oath has in our judicial system. It says that the purpose of the oath is one, quote, calculated to awaken the witness's conscience and impress the witness's mind with the duty, end quote, to tell the truth. Could you please tell the grand jury what that oath means to you for today's testimony?
have sworn an oath to tell the grand jury the truth, and that's what I intend to do.
You understand that it requires you to give the whole truth, that is, a complete answer to each question, sir?
I will answer each question as accurately and fully as I can.
Now, you took the same oath to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth on January 17th, 1998, in a deposition in the Paula Jones litigation. Is that correct, sir?
I did take an oath then.
Did the oath you took on that occasion mean the same to you then as it does today?
I believe then that I had to answer the questions truthfully. That's correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
I believe that I had to answer the questions truthfully. That's correct.
And it meant the same to you then as it does today?
Well, no one read me a definition then, and we didn't go through this exercise then. I swore an oath to tell the truth, and I believed I was bound to be truthful, and I tried to be.
At the Paula Jones deposition, you were represented by Mr. Robert Bennett, your counsel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
He was authorized by you to be your representative there, your attorney. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Your counsel, Mr. Bennett, indicated at page 5 of the deposition, lines 10 through 12, I'm quoting, "The President intends to give full and complete answers as Ms. Jones is entitled to have," end quote. My question to you is, do you agree with your counsel that a plaintiff in a sexual harassment case is, to use his words, entitled to have the truth?
I believe that I was bound to give truthful answers. Yes, sir.
But the question is, sir, do you agree with your counsel that a plaintiff in a sexual harassment case is entitled to have the truth?
I believe when a witness is under oath in a civil case or otherwise under oath, the witness should do everything possible to answer the questions truthfully.
I'm going to turn over questioning now to Mr. Benton of our office, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Mr. Britton.
My name is Robert Bitten. I'm attorney with the Office of Independent Counsel. Mr. President, we are first going to turn to some of the details of your relationship with Monica Lewinsky that follow up on your deposition that you provided in the Paula Jones case, as was referenced on January 17, 1998. Questions are uncomfortable, and I apologize for that in advance. I will try to be as brief and direct as possible. Mr. President, were you physically intimate with Monica Lewinsky?
Mr. Bittman, I think maybe I can save you and the grand jurors a lot of time if I read a statement which I think will make it clear what the nature of my relationship with Ms. Lewinsky was, how it related to the testimony I gave, what I was trying to do in that testimony. And I think it will perhaps make it possible for you to ask even more relevant questions from your point of view. And with your permission, I'd like to read that statement.
Absolutely. Please, Mr. President.
When I was alone with Miss Lewinsky on certain occasions in early 1996 and once in early 1997, I engaged in conduct that was wrong. These encounters did not consist of sexual intercourse. They did not constitute sexual relations as I understood that term to be defined at my January 17, 1998 deposition. But they did involve inappropriate, intimate contact. These inappropriate encounters ended at my insistence in early 1997. I also had occasional telephone conversations with Ms. Lewinsky that included inappropriate sexual banter. I regret that what began as a friendship came to include this conduct, and I take full responsibility for my actions. While I will provide the grand jury whatever other information I can, because of privacy considerations affecting my family, myself, and others, and in an effort to preserve the dignity of the office I hold, this is all I will say about the specifics of these particular matters. I will try to answer to the best of my ability other questions, including questions about my relationship with Ms. Lewinsky, questions about my understanding of the term sexual relation, as I understood it to be defined at my January 17, 1998 deposition, and questions concerning alleged subordination of perjury, obstruction of justice, and intimidation of witnesses. That, Mr. Bittman, is my statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, we would like to take a break.
Would you like to have this?
Yes, please. Why don't we have that marked as Grand Jury Exhibit WJC-1.
So we're going to take a break?
We'll take a break. Can we have the camera off now, please?
Well, Bernie, what we saw was a break that occurred during the president's testimony. What we're going to try to do throughout these 4 hours of testimony is when the tape itself goes to a break of about, 2 minutes, we're going to show you that as it naturally occurred during the president's appearance before the prosecutors.
The next segment will run 67 minutes. John King at the White House. It was obvious that President Clinton was trying to lay down parameters affecting what he would and would not say.
Bernie, from the very beginning, a remarkable picture of the president. Americans have never seen anything like this. Their president raising his hand and taking an oath. You're right, from the very beginning, trying to say that he would admit to inappropriate, intimate contact with Monica Lewinsky and hope that from there, prosecutors would go on to what the president called, quote, more relevant questions about the allegations of obstruction of justice, about the allegations of witness tampering. The White House the president trying to steer this away from sex from the very beginning, although as we will see in the next 4 hours, we're told by sources prosecutors repeatedly press him for details of his relationship with Monica Lewinsky, a very different President Clinton on camera. Most Americans used to seeing this president very relaxed on camera, very casual. He's choosing his words very carefully, very deliberative here from the very beginning.
John, we've been told there's less than a minute before this tape will resume again. CNN will always take this just as soon as we are able. John, do we know why there was this break, just quickly?
No, we know there were a number of breaks throughout the proceedings. There are normal breaks, just so there was a break for lunch at one point. Later on, there's an hour-long break when the president leaves the room. He's angry at one point and they take a break. This first break, we assume, is just a routine break. The lawyers talking amongst themselves. No reason given for that first break.
Okay, let's go back to the tape now. It's just a matter of seconds away.
And again, 67 minutes long, this next one.
Yes.
Mr. President, your statement indicates that your contacts with Ms. Lewinsky did not involve any inappropriate, intimate contact.
No, sir, it indicates that it did involve inappropriate, intimate contact.
It did involve inappropriate, intimate.
Yes, sir, it did.
Mr. Bittman, the witness does not have a copy of the statement. Thank you.
Was this contact with Ms. Lewinsky, Mr. President, did it involve any sexual contact in any way, shape, or form?
Mr. Bittman, I said in this statement, I would like to stay to the terms of the statement. I think it's clear what inappropriately intimate is. I have said what it did not include. It did not include sexual intercourse, and I do not believe it included conduct which falls within the definition I was given in the Jones deposition. And I would like to stay with that characterization.
Let us then move to the definition that was provided here during your deposition. We will have that marked as Grand Jury Exhibit WJC2. This is an exact copy, Mr. President, of the exhibit that was provided to you during that deposition. And I'm sure you remember from the deposition that paragraph 1 of the definition remained in effect. Judge Wright ruled that that was to be the guiding definition, and that paragraphs 2 and 3 were stricken. Do you remember that, Mr. President?
Yes. Specifically, what I remembered is there were two different discussions, I think, of this. There was quite an extended one in the beginning, and everybody was entering into it, and then in the end, the judge said that she would take the first definition and strike the rest of it. That's my memory.
Did you, well, at page 19 of your deposition in the case, the attorney who provided you with the definition asked you, would you please take whatever time you need to read the definition? And later on in the deposition, you did, of course, refer to the definition several times. Were you, during the deposition, familiar with the definition?
Yes, sir. Let me just ask a question. If you're going to ask me about my deposition, could I have a copy of it? Does anybody have a copy of it?
We have a copy. We'll provide you with a copy.
Full record is bring you to the JC3.
Excuse me.
Yes, thank you.
Now, did you say that was on page 19, Mr. Bittner?
Page 19, Mr. President, beginning at line 21. And I'll read it in full. This is from the Jones attorney. Would you please take whatever time you need to read this definition, because when I use the term sexual relations, this is what I mean today.
Yes, sir. That starts on 19, and let me say that there is a, just for the record, my recollection was accurate. There's a long discussion here between the attorneys and the judge. It goes on to page 23, and in the end, the judge says, I'm talking only about part 1 in the definition. And do you understand that? And I answer, I do. So the judge says part 1, and then the lawyer for Ms. Jones says he's only talking about part 1. They ask me if I understand it. I say I do, and that was my understanding. I might also note that when I was given this and began to ask questions about it, I actually circled number 1. This is my circle here. I remember doing that so I could focus only on those 2 lines, which is what I did.
Did you understand the words in the first portion of the exhibit, Mr. President? That is, for the purposes of this deposition, a person engages in quote-unquote sexual relations when a person knowingly engages in or causes. Did you understand, do you understand the words there in that phrase?
Yes, I can tell you what my understanding of the definition is if you want me to do it. My understanding of this definition is that it covers contact by the person being deposed with the enumerated areas if the contact is done with an intent to arouse or gratify. That's my understanding of the definition.
What did you believe the definition to include and exclude? What kinds of activities?
I thought the definition included any activity by the person being deposed, where the person was the actor and came in contact with those parts of the bodies with the purpose of intent or gratification, and excluded any other activity. For example, kissing is not covered by that, I don't think.
Did you understand the definition to be limited to sexual activities?
Yes, I understood the definition to be limited to physical contact with those areas of the body with the specific intent to arouse or gratify. That's what I understood it to be.
What specific acts did the definition include as you understood the definition on January 17, 1998?
Any contact with the areas there mentioned, sir. If you contacted those parts of the body with an intent to arouse or gratify, that is covered.
What did you understand?
The person being deposed. If the person being deposed contacted those parts of another person's body with an intent to arouse or gratify, that was covered.
What did you understand the word causes in the first phrase? That is, the purposes of this definition, the person engages in sexual relations when the person knowingly causes contact.
I don't know what that means. It doesn't make any sense to me in this context. Because I think what I thought there was, since this was some sort of, as I remember they said in the previous discussion, now I'm only remembering now, so if I make a mistake, you can correct me. As I remember from the previous discussion, they said this was some kind of definition that had something to do with sexual harassment. So that implies it's forcing to me. And there was never any issue of forcing in the case involving, well, any of these questions they were asking. They made it clear in this discussion I just reviewed that what they were referring to was intentional sexual conduct, not some sort of forcible abusive behavior. So I basically, I don't think I paid any attention to it because it appeared to me that was something that had no reference to the facts that they admitted they were asking me about.
So, if I can be clear, Mr. President, was it your understanding back in January that the definition now marked as Grand Jury Exhibit 2 only included consensual sexual activity?
Now, my understanding, let me go back and say, my understanding, I'll tell you what it did include. My understanding was, when I was giving it, was that what was covered in those first two lines was any direct contact by the person being deposed with those parts of another person's body if the contact was done with an intent to arouse or gratify. That's what I believed it meant. That's what I believed it meant then. That's what I believe it means today.
I'm just trying to understand, Mr. President, you indicated that you put the definition in the context of a sexual harassment case.
No, I think it was not in the context of sexual harassment. I just reread those 4 pages, which obviously the grand jury doesn't have. But there was some reference to the fact that this definition apparently had some connection to some definition in another context, and that this was being used not in that context, not necessarily in the context of sexual harassment. So I would think that this causes would means to force someone to do something. That's what I read it. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Therefore, I did not believe that anyone had ever suggested that I had forced anyone to do anything, and I did not do that, and so that could not have had any bearing on any questions related to Ms. Lewinsky.
I suppose since you have now read portions of the transcripts again, that you were reminded that you did not ask for any clarification of the terms. Is that correct? Of that definition?
No, sir. I thought it was a rather, when I read it, I thought it was rather strange, but definition. But it was the one the judge decided on, and I was bound by it, so I took it.
During the deposition, you remember that Ms. Lewinsky's name came up and you were asked several questions about her. You remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
During those, before those questions actually got started, your attorney, Mr. Bennett, objected to any questions about Ms. Lewinsky, and he represented to Judge Wright, who was presiding. And that was unusual, wasn't it, that a federal judge would come and actually, in your experience, that a federal judge would come and preside at a deposition?
Excuse me, could you identify the transcript page on which Mr. Bennett objected to all testimony about Ms. Lewinsky before it got started?
The objection, this quote that I am referring to, is going to begin at page 54 of the deposition.
That is into the testimony, though, after the testimony about Ms. Lewinsky has begun, is it not?
Mr. President, is it unusual for a federal judge to preside over a civil deposition?
I think it is, but this was an unusual case. I believe I know why she did it.
Your attorney, Mr. Bennett, objected to the questions about Ms. Lewinsky, didn't he?
What page is that on, sir?
Page 54. Where he questions whether the attorneys for Ms. Jones had a good faith basis to ask some of the questions that they were posing to her. His objections actually begin on page 53, since the President pointed out that the grand jurors correctly do not have a copy of the deposition. I will read the portion that I'm referring to. And this begins at line 1 on page 54. I question the good faith of counsel, the innuendo of the question. Counsel is fully aware that Ms. Lewinsky has filed, has an affidavit which they are in possession of, saying that there is absolutely no sex of any kind, in any manner, shape, or form with President Clinton.
Where is that?
That is on page 54, Mr. President, beginning at line 1. About midway through line 1.
Well, actually, in the present tense, that's an accurate statement. That was an accurate statement. I think what Mr. Bennett was concerned about, maybe it would be helpful to you and to the grand jurors, quite apart from these comments, if I could tell you what his state of mind was, what my state of mind was, and why I think the judge was there in the first place. If you don't want me to do it, I won't. But I think it will help to explain a lot of this.
Well, we are interested, and I know from the question.
Greta Van Susteren, tell us what prosecutors are trying to do here.
You were reading grand jury exhibit.
What we're seeing is dueling with the witness and the examiner, asking questions. You can see they're both hair splitting over the definition. The prosecutor's attempting to set a trap.
Goes to whether, and you were familiar, and what Mr. Bennett was referring to, obviously, is Ms. Lewinsky's affidavit. And we'll have that marked, Mr. President, as grand jury exhibit WJC4. And you remember that Ms. Lewinsky's affidavit said that she had had no sexual relationship with you. You remember that?
I do.
You remember in the deposition that Mr. Bennett asked you about that. This is at the end of towards the end of the deposition. And you indicated, he asked you whether the statement that Ms. Lewinsky made in her affidavit was true. And you indicated that it was absolutely correct.
I did, and at the time that she made the statement, and indeed to the present day, because as far as I know she was never deposed since the judge ruled she would not be permitted to testify in a case the judge ruled had no merit. That is, this case we're talking about. I believe at the time that she filled out this affidavit, if she believed that the definition of sexual relationship was two people having intercourse, then this is accurate. And I believe that is the definition that most ordinary Americans would give it. If you said Jane and Harry have a sexual relationship, and you're not talking about people being drawn into a lawsuit and being given definitions and then a great effort to trick them in some way, but you're just talking about people in ordinary conversation. I'll bet the grand jurors, if they were talking about two people they know and said they have a sexual relationship, they meant they were sleeping together. They meant they were having intercourse together. So I'm not at all sure that this affidavit is not true and was not true in Ms. Lewinsky's mind at the time she swore it out.
Did you talk with Ms. Lewinsky about what she meant to write in her affidavit?
I didn't talk to her about her definition. I did not know what was in this affidavit before it was filled out specifically. I did not know what words were used specifically before it was filled out or what meaning she gave to them. But I'm just telling you that it's certainly true what she says here, that we didn't have, there was no employment, no benefit in exchange. There was nothing having anything to do with sexual harassment. And if she defined sexual relationship in the way I think most Americans do, meaning intercourse, then she told the truth. And that depends on what was in her mind. I don't know what was in her mind. You'll have to ask her that.
But you indicated before that you were aware of what she intended by the term sexual relationship.
No, sir. I said I thought that this could be a truthful affidavit. And when I read it, since that's the way I would define it, since keep in mind she was not bound by this sexual relations definition, which is highly unusual. I think anybody would admit that. When she used a different term, sexual relationship, if she meant by that what most people mean by it, then that is not an untruthful statement.
So your definition of sexual relationship is intercourse only, is that correct?
No, not necessarily intercourse only, but it would include intercourse. I believe that the common understanding of the term, if you say two people are having a sexual relationship, most people believe that includes intercourse. So if that's what Ms. Lewinsky thought, then this is a truthful affidavit. I don't know what was in her mind, but if that's what she thought, the affidavit is true.
What else would a sexual relationship include besides intercourse?
Well, I think, let me answer what I said before. I think most people, when they use that term, include sexual relationships and whatever other sexual contact is involved in a particular relationship, but they think it includes intercourse as well. And I would thought so before I got into this case and heard all I've heard and seen all I've seen. I would have thought that that's what nearly everybody thought it meant.
Well, I asked, Mr. President, because you're using the very document, Grand Jury Exhibit 4, WJC 4, represented to Judge Wright, and his understanding of the meaning of that affidavit, which you've indicated you thought, Ms. Lewinsky thought was she was referring just to intercourse. He says to Judge Wright that it meant absolutely no sex of any kind in any manner, shape, or form.
Well, let me say this. I didn't have any discussion, obviously at this moment, with Mr. Bennett. I'm not even sure I paid much attention to what he was saying. I was ready to get on with my testimony here, and they were having these constant discussions all through the deposition. But that statement in the present tense, at least, is not inaccurate, if that's what Mr. Bennett meant. That is, at the time that he said that, and for some time before, that would be a completely accurate statement. Now, I don't believe that he was, I don't know what he meant. You'd have to talk to him, because I just wasn't involved in this, and I didn't pay much attention to what was being said. I was just waiting for him to get back to me. So I can't comment on or be held responsible for whatever he said about that, I don't think.
Well, do you agree with me that if he misled Judge Wright in some way, that you would have corrected the record and said, excuse me, Mr. Bennett, I think the judge is getting a misimpression by what you're saying.
If Mr. Bennett was representing me, I wasn't representing him. And I wasn't even paying much attention to this conversation, which is why when you started asking me about this, I asked to see the deposition. I was focusing on my answers to the questions. And I've told you what I believe about this deposition, which I believe to be true. And it's obvious, and I think by your questions you have betrayed that the Jones lawyer's strategy in this case had nothing to do with uncovering or proving sexual harassment. By the time this discovery started, they knew they had a bad case on the law, and they knew what our evidence was. They knew they had a lousy case on the facts. And so their strategy, since they were being funded by my political opponents, was to have this dragnet of discovery. They wanted to cover everybody, and they convinced the judge, because she gave them strict orders not to leak, that they should be treated like other plaintiffs in other civil cases, and how could they ever know whether there had been any sexual harassment unless they first knew whether there had been any sex. And so with that broad mandate, limited by time and employment in the federal or state government, they proceeded to cross the country and try to turn up whatever they could. Not because they thought it would help their case. By the time they did this discovery, they knew what the deal was in their case, and they knew what was going to happen, and Judge Wright subsequently threw it out. Now, let me finish, Mr. Bennett. You brought this up. Excuse me, Mr. Bittman. What they wanted to do, and what they did do, and what they had done by the time I showed up here, was to find any negative information they could on me, whether it was true or not, get it in a deposition, and then leak it, even though it was illegal to do so. It happened repeatedly. The judge gave them orders. One of the reasons she was sitting in that deposition was because she was trying to make sure that it didn't get out of hand. But that was their strategy, and they did a good job of it, and they got away with it. I've been subject to quite a lot of illegal leaking, and they had a very determined, deliberate strategy, because their real goal was to hurt me. When they knew they couldn't win the lawsuit, they thought, well, maybe we can pummel him. Maybe they thought I'd settle. Maybe they just thought they would get some political advantage out of it. But that's what was going on here. Now, I'm trying to be honest with you, and it hurts me. And I'm trying to tell you the truth about what happened between Miss Lewinsky and me. But that does not change the fact that the real reason they were zeroing in on anybody was to try to get any person in there, no matter how uninvolved with Paula Jones, no matter how uninvolved with sexual harassment, so they could hurt me politically. That's what was going on, because by this time, this thing had been going on a long time. They knew what our evidence was. They knew what the law was in the circuit in which we were bringing this case. And so they just thought they would take a wrecking ball to me and see if they could do some damage.
Judge Wright had ruled that the attorneys in the Jones case were permitted to ask you certain questions.
He certainly did, and they asked them, and I did my best to answer them. I'm just trying to tell you what my state of mind was.
To answer those questions truthfully, Mr. President.
It was. But it was not my responsibility in the face of their repeated illegal leaking. It was not my responsibility to volunteer a lot of information. There are many cases in this deposition where I gave, and keep in mind, I treated them, frankly, with respect. I prepared very well for this deposition on the Jones matters. I prepared very well on that. I did not know that Linda Tripp had been involved in the preparation of this deposition, or that all of them. No, I don't. I just know that what I read in the papers about it. But I had no way of knowing that they would ask me all these detailed questions. I did the best I could to answer them. But in this deposition, Mr. Bittman, I was doing my best to be truthful. I was not trying to be particularly helpful to them, and I didn't think I had an obligation to be particularly helpful to them to further, when I knew that there was no evidence here of sexual harassment, and I knew what they wanted to do was to leak this even though it was unlawful to do so. That's what I knew.
That you had an obligation to make sure that the presiding federal judge was on board and had the correct facts. Did you believe that was your obligation?
Sir, I was trying to answer my testimony. I was thinking about my testimony. I don't believe I ever even focused on what Mr. Bennett said in the exact words he did until I started reading this transcript carefully for this hearing. That moment, that whole argument just passed me by. I was a witness. I was trying to focus on what I said and how I said it. And believe me, I knew what the purpose of the deposition was. And sure enough, by the way, it did all leak, just like I knew it would.
Let me ask you, Mr. President, you indicate in your statement that you were alone with Ms. Lewinsky. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
How many times were you alone with Ms. Lewinsky?
Let me begin with the correct answer. I don't know for sure. But if you would like me to give an educated guess, I will do that. But I do not know for sure. And I will tell you what I think based on what I remember. But I can't be held to a specific time because I don't have records of all of them.
How many times do you think?
Well, there are two different periods here. There's the period when she worked in the White House until April of '96. And then there's the period when she came back to visit me from February '97 until late December '97. Based on our records, let's start with the records where we have the best records and the closest in time. Based on our records, between February and December, it appears to me that at least I could have seen her approximately 9 times. Although I do not believe I saw her quite that many times, at least it could have happened. We think there were 9 or 10 times when she was in the White House when I was in the Oval Office when I could have seen her. I do not believe I saw her that many times, but I could have. Now, we have no records for the time when she was an employee at the White House, because we have no records of that for any of the employees at the White House, unless there was some formally scheduled meeting that was on the calendar for the day. I remember, I'll tell you what I remember. I remember meeting her or having my first real conversation with her during the government shutdown in November of '95 when she, as I explained in my deposition, during the government shutdown, most federal employees were actually prohibited from coming to work, even in the White House. Most people in the White House couldn't come to work. The Chief of Staff could come to work. My National Security Advisor could come to work, I could. Therefore, interns were assigned to all offices. And I believe it was her last week as an intern. Anyway, she worked in the Chief of Staff's office. One night she brought me some pizza. We had some remarks. Now, the next time I remember seeing her alone was on a couple of occasions when she was working in the Legislative Affairs Office as a full-time employee. I remember specifically, I have a specific recollection of 2 times. I don't remember when they were, but I remember twice when on Sunday afternoon she brought papers down to me, stayed, and we were alone. And I am frankly quite sure, although I have no specific memory, I am quite sure there were a couple of more times, probably 2 times more, 3 times more. That's what I would say. That's what I can remember. But I do not remember when they were or at what time of day they were or what the facts were. But I have a general memory that would say I certainly saw her more than twice during that period between January and April of 1996 when she worked there.
So, if I could summarize your testimony, approximately 5 times you saw her before she left the White House and approximately 9 times after she left the employment of the White House?
There were several times in '97. I've told you that I've looked at my calendar and I'll tell you what I think the outer limits are. I would think that would sound about right. There could be, in that first 4-month period, maybe there's 1 or 2 more, maybe there's 1 less. I just don't know. I don't remember. I didn't keep records. But I'm giving you what I specifically remember and then what I generally remember. I'm doing the best to be helpful to you.
Have you reviewed the records for December 28, 1997, Mr. President?
Yes, sir, I have.
Do you believe that Ms. Lewinsky was at the White House and saw you on December 28, 1997?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do you remember talking with Ms. Lewinsky about her subpoena that she had received with Paula Jones' case on that day?
I remember talking with Ms. Lewinsky about her testimony, or about the prospect that she might have to give testimony. And she talked to me about that, and I remember that.
And you also gave her Christmas gifts, is that not correct, Mr. President?
That is correct. They were Christmas gifts, and they were going-away gifts. She was moving to New York and taking a new job, starting a new life, and I gave her some gifts.
And you actually requested this meeting, is that not correct?
I don't remember that, Mr. Bittman, but it's quite possible that I invited her to come by before she left town. But usually when we met, she requested the meetings. And my recollection is in 1997, she asked to meet with me several times when I could not meet with her and did not do so. But it's quite possible that because she had given me a Christmas gift, and because she was leaving, that I invited her to come by the White House and get a couple of gifts and before she left town. I don't remember who requested the meeting, though. I'm sorry, I don't.
You were alone with her on December 28, 1997.
Yes, sir, I was.
The gifts that you gave her were a canvas bag from the Black Dog restaurant at Martha's Vineyard. Is that right?
Well, that was just something I had in the place to contain the gifts. But I believe that the gifts I gave her I put them in that bag. That's what I had there, and I knew she liked things from the Black Dog, so I gave her. I think that's what I put the presents in. I remember what the presents were. I don't remember what the bag was I gave them in.
Did you also give her a marble bear's head carving from Vancouver, Canada?
I did do that. I remember that.
You also gave her a Rockettes blanket that has the famous Rockettes from New York?
I did do that. I had that in my possession for a couple of years, but had never used it, and she was going to New York, so I thought it would be a nice thing to give her.
You gave her a box of cherry chocolates, is that right?
I don't remember that, sir. I mean, there could have been. I just don't remember. I remember giving the bear and the throw. I don't remember what else. And it seems to me like there was one other thing in that bag. I didn't remember the cherry chocolates.
How about a pin of the New York skyline?
That could have been in there. I seem to remember I gave her some kind of pin.
What about a pair of joke sunglasses?
I don't remember that. I'm not denying it. I'm telling you what I remember and what I don't.
You have given Ms. Lewinsky gifts on other occasions, though. Is that right, Mr. President?
Yes, I have.
This, though, was you gave her the most gifts that you had ever given her in a single day. Is that right?
Well, that's probably true. It was sort of like a going-away present and a Christmas present as well. And she had given me a particularly nice book for Christmas, an antique book on presidents. She knew that I collected old books, and it was a very nice thing. And I just thought I ought to get up a few things and give them to her before she left.
You mentioned that you discussed her subpoena in the Paula Jones case. Tell us specifically, what did you discuss?
No, sir, that's not what I said. I said, my recollection is, I knew by then, of course, that she had gotten a subpoena, and I knew that she was, therefore, was slated to testify. And she mentioned to me, and I believe it was at this meeting, she mentioned, I remember a conversation about the possibility of her testifying. I believe it must have occurred on the 28th. She mentioned to me that she did not want to testify. So that's how it came up, not in the context of, I heard you have a subpoena, let's talk about it. She raised the issue with me in the context of her desire to avoid testifying, which I certainly understood, not only because there were some embarrassing facts about our relationship that were inappropriate, but also because a whole lot of innocent people were being traumatized and dragged through the mud by these Jones lawyers with their dragnet strategy. And so and since she didn't know Paula Jones and knew nothing about sexual harassment and certainly had no experience with that, I clearly understood why she didn't want to be a part of it.
And you didn't want her to testify, did you? You didn't want her to disclose these embarrassing facts of this inappropriate, intimate relationship that you have. Is that correct?
Well, I did not want her to have to testify and go through that, and of course I didn't want her to do that. Of course not.
Did you want those facts? Not only the fact that she would testify, but did you want the facts that she had about your embarrassing, inappropriate, intimate relationship to be disclosed?
Not there, but not in any context. However, I never had any high confidence that they wouldn't be.
Did anyone, as far as you knew, know about your embarrassing, inappropriate, intimate relationship that you have with Ms. Lewinsky?
At that time, I was unaware that she had told anyone else about it, but if I had known that, it would not have surprised me.
Had you told anyone?
Absolutely not.
Had you tried, in fact, not to let anyone else know about this relationship?
Well, of course.
What did you do?
Well, I never said anything about it, for one thing. And I did what people do when they do the wrong thing. I tried to do it where nobody else was looking at it.
How many times did you do that?
Well, if you go back to my statement, I remember there were a few times in '96. I can't say with any certainty. There was once in early '97. After she left the White House, I do not believe I ever had any inappropriate contact with her in the rest of '96. There was one occasion in '97 when, regrettably, that we were together for a few minutes, I think about 20 minutes, and there was inappropriate contact. And after that, to the best of my memory and belief, it did not occur again.
Did you tell her in the conversation about her being subpoenaed, she was upset about it, you acknowledge that? I'm sorry, you have to respond for the record. Yes or no, do you agree that she was upset about being subpoenaed?
Oh, yes, sir, she was upset. We didn't talk about subpoena, but she was upset. She said, I don't want to testify. I know nothing about this. I certainly know nothing about sexual harassment. Why do they want me to testify? And I explained to her why they were doing this and why all these women were on these lists, and people that they knew good and well had nothing to do with any sexual harassment. I explained to her that it was a political lawsuit. They wanted to get whatever they could under oath that was damaging to me, and then they wanted to leak it in violation of the judge's orders and turn up their nose and say, well, you can't prove we did it. Now, that was their strategy. And they were very frustrated because everything they leaked so far was old news. So they desperately were trying to validate this massive amount of money they'd spent by finding some new news. And she didn't want to be caught up in that, and I didn't blame her.
You were familiar, weren't you, Mr. President, that she had received a subpoena? You've already acknowledged
Yes,
that.
sir, I was.
And Mr. Jordan informed you of that, is that right?
No, sir, I believe, and I believe I testified to this in my deposition. I think the first person who told me that she had been subpoenaed was Bruce Lindsay. I think the first, and I was in this deposition, it's a little bit cloudy, but I was trying to remember who the first person who told me was, because the question was, as I remember, could we go to that in the deposition, since you asked me that?
Actually, I think you're, with all respect, I think you may be confusing when Mr. Lindsay, perhaps Mr. Lindsay did tell you she was subpoenaed, I don't know. But in your deposition, you were referring to Mr. Lindsay notifying you that she had been identified as a witness.
Where is that, sir? I don't want to get, I just want, what page is that?
Well, actually,
No, it had to be because I saw a witness list much earlier than that.
Much earlier than December 28th?
Oh, sure. And earlier than I believe Monica.
Page 69.
I believe Monica Lewinsky's name was on a witness list earlier than she was subpoenaed.
Yes.
So I believe when I was answering this question, at least I thought I was answering when I found out. Yes, see, there's on page 68, did anyone other than your attorneys ever tell you Monica Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena in this case? Then I said, I don't think so. Then I said, did you ever talk to Monica about the possibility that she might be asked to testify in this case? Then I gave an answer that was non-responsive that really tried to finish the answer above. I said, Bruce Lindsay. I think Bruce Lindsay told me that she was. I think maybe that's the first person who told me that she was. I want to be as accurate as I can. And that, I believe that Bruce is the first person who told me that Monica had gotten a subpoena.
Did you in fact have a conversation with Mr. Jordan on the evening of December 19, 1997, in which he talked to you about Monica being in Mr. Jordan's office, having a copy of the subpoena, and being upset about being subpoenaed?
I remember that Mr. Jordan was in the White House on December 19th and for an event of some kind, that he came up to the residence floor and told me that that Monica had gotten a subpoena and or that Monica was going to have to testify. And I think he told me he recommended a lawyer for her. I believe that's what happened. But it was a very brief conversation. He was there for some other reason.
And Mr. Jordan testified that he had also spoken to you at around 5 p.m. and the White House phone logs reflect this, that he called you at around the time he met with Ms. Lewinsky and informed you then that she'd been subpoenaed. Is that consistent with your memory? Also on the 19th.
I had a lot of phone conversations with Vernon about this. I didn't keep records of them. I now have some records. My memory is not clear. My testimony on that was not clear. I just knew that I'd talked to Vernon at some time, but I thought that Bruce was the first person who told me.
But Mr. Jordan had also told you. Is that right?
Yes, I now know I had a conversation with Mr. Jordan about it where he said something to me about that.
And that was probably on the 19th, December 19th.
Well, I know I saw him on the 19th, so I'm quite sure. And if he says he talked to me on the 19th, I believe he would have better records, and I certainly think he's a truthful person.
Getting back to your meeting with Ms. Lewinsky on December 28th, you are aware that she's been subpoenaed. You are aware, are you not, Mr. President, that the subpoena called for the production of, among other things, all the gifts that you had given Ms. Lewinsky. You were aware of that on December 28th, weren't you?
I'm not sure. And I understand this is an important question. I did have a conversation with Ms. Lewinsky at some time about gifts, the gifts I'd given her. I do not know whether it occurred on the 28th or whether it occurred earlier. I do not know whether it occurred in person or whether it occurred on the telephone. I have searched my memory for this because I know it's an important issue. Perhaps I can tell you what I remember about the conversation, and you can see why I'm having trouble placing the date.
Please.
The reason I'm not sure it happened on the 28th is that my recollection is that Ms. Lewinsky said something to me like, what if they asked me about the gifts you've given? That's the memory I have. That's why I questioned whether it happened on the 28th, because she had a subpoena with the request for production. And I told her that if they asked her for gifts, she'd have to give them whatever she had, that's what the law was. And let me also tell you, Mr. Bibman, if you go back and look at my testimony here, I actually asked the Jones lawyers for help on one occasion when they were asking me what gifts I had given her, so they could, I was never hung up about this gift issue. Maybe it's because I have a different experience, but you know, the president gets hundreds of gifts a year, maybe more. I have always given a lot of gifts to people, especially if they give me gifts. And this was no big deal to me. I mean, it's nice. I enjoy it. I gave dozens of personal gifts to people last Christmas. I give gifts to people all the time. Friends of mine gives me gifts all the time. Give me ties, give me books, give me other things. So it was just not a big deal. And I told Ms. Lewinsky that just passing. I said, you know, if they ask you for this, you'll have to give them whatever you have. And I think, Mr. Bittman, it must have happened before then, because either that or Ms. Lewinsky didn't want to tell me that she had the subpoena, because that was the language I remember her using.
Well, didn't she tell you, Mr. President, that the subpoena specifically called for a hat pin that you had produced, pardon me, that you had given her?
I don't remember that. I remember, sir, I've told you what I remember. That doesn't mean that my memory is accurate. A lot of things have happened in the last several months. A lot of things were happening then, but my memory is she asked me a general question about gifts. And my memory is she asked me in the hypothetical. So it's possible that I had a conversation with her before she got a subpoena. Or it's possible she didn't want to tell me that was part of the subpoena. I don't know. But she may have been worried about this gift business, but it didn't bother me. My experience was totally different. I told her, I said, look, the way these things work is when a person gets a subpoena, you have to give them whatever you have. That's what's the rule. That's what the law is. And when I was asked about this in my deposition, even though I was not trying to be helpful particularly to these people that I thought were not well motivated or being honest or even lawful in their conduct vis-a-vis me, that is the Jones legal team, I did ask them specifically to enumerate the gifts. I asked them to help me because I couldn't remember the specifics. So all I'm saying is I wasn't troubled by this gift issue.
And your testimony is that Ms. Lewinsky was concerned about her turning over any gifts that you had given her, and that your recommendation to her was, absolutely, Monica, you have to produce everything that I have given you. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is what I have said, and let me reiterate it. I don't want to agree to a characterization of it. I want to just say what it was. My testimony is that my memory is that on some date in December, and I'm sorry I don't remember when it was, she said, well, what if they ask me about the gifts you have given me? And I said, well, if you get a request to produce those, you have to give them whatever you have. And to me, I didn't then, I don't now see this as a problem. And if she thought it was a problem, I think it must have been from really a misapprehension of the circumstances. I certainly never encouraged her not to comply lawfully with the subpoena.
Mr. President, if your intent was, as you have earlier testified, that you didn't want anyone to know about this relationship you had with Ms. Lewinsky, why would you feel comfortable giving her gifts in the middle of discovery in the Paula Jones case?
Well, sir, for one thing, there was no existing improper relationship at that time. I had, for nearly a year, done my best to be a friend to Ms. Lewinsky, to be a counselor to her, to give her good advice, and to help her. She had, for her part, most of the time, accepted the changed circumstances. She talked to me a lot about her life, her job ambitions, and she continued to give me gifts. And I felt that it was the right thing to do to give her gifts back. I have always given a lot of people gifts. I have always been given gifts. I do not think there's anything improper about a man giving a woman a gift or a woman giving a man a gift that necessarily connotes an improper relationship. So it didn't bother me. I wasn't, you know, this was December 28th. I gave her some gifts. I wasn't worried about it. I thought it was an all right thing to do.
What about notes and letters, cards, letters, and notes to Ms. Lewinsky? After this relationship, this inappropriate intimate relationship between you and Ms. Lewinsky ended, she continued to send you numerous intimate notes, cards. Is that right?
Well, some of them were somewhat intimate. I'd say most of the notes and cards were affectionate, all right, but she had clearly accepted the fact that there could be no contact between us that was in any way inappropriate. Now, she sent cards sometimes that were just funny, even a little bit off color, but they were funny. She liked to send me cards, and I got a lot of those cards. Several anyway, I don't know a lot. I got a few.
She professed her love to you in these cards after the end of the relationship, didn't she?
Well,
she loved you.
Sir, the truth is that most of the time, even when she was expressing her feelings for me in affectionate terms, I believe that she had accepted, understood my decision to stop this inappropriate contact. She knew from the very beginning of our relationship that I was apprehensive about it. And I think that in a way she felt a little freer to be affectionate because she knew that nothing else was going to happen. I can't explain entirely what was in her mind, but most of these messages were not what you would call over the top. They weren't things that if you read them you would say, oh my goodness, these people are having some sort of sexual affair. But some of them were quite affectionate.
My question was, did she or did she not profess her love to you in these cards and letters that she sent to you after the relationship ended?
Most of them were signed love, love, Monica. I don't know that I would consider, I don't believe that in most of these cards and letters she professed her love, but she might well have. But you know, love can mean different things too, Mr. Bittman. There are a lot of women with whom I have never had any inappropriate contact who are friends of mine who will say from time to time, I love you. And I know that they don't mean anything wrong by that.
Specifically, Mr. President, do you remember a card she sent you after she saw the movie Titanic, in which she said that she reminisced or dreamed about the romantic feelings that occurred in the movie and how that reminded her of you two? Do you remember that?
No, sir, but she could have sent it. Just because I don't remember it doesn't mean it wasn't there.
You're not denying that?
Oh, no, I wouldn't deny that. I just don't remember it. You asked me if I remembered it. I don't. She might have done it.
Do you ever remember telling her, Mr. President, that she should not write some of the things that she does in these cards and letters that she sends to you because it reveals, if disclosed, this relationship that you had and that she shouldn't do it?
I remember telling her she should be careful what she wrote because a lot of it was clearly inappropriate and would be embarrassing if somebody else read it. I don't remember when I said that. I don't remember whether it was in 96 or when it was. I don't remember.
Embarrassing in that it was revealing of the intimate relationship that you and she had. Is that right?
I do not know when I said this, so I don't know whether we did have any sort of inappropriate relationship at the time I said that to her. I don't remember. But it's obvious that if she wrote things that she should not have written down and someone else read it, that it would be embarrassing.
She certainly sent you something like that after the relationship began, didn't she? And so therefore there was at the time she said it, something inappropriate going on?
Well, my recollection is that she, that maybe because of changed circumstances in her own life, in 1997, after there was no more inappropriate contact, that she sent me more things in the mail. And that there was sort of a disconnect sometimes between what she was saying and the plain facts of our relationship. And I don't know what caused that, but it may have been dissatisfaction with the rest of her life. I don't know. She had, from the time I first met her, talked to me about the rest of her personal life, and it may be that there was some reason for that. It may be that when I did the right thing and made it stick, that in a way she felt the need to cling more closely or try to get closer to me, even though she knew nothing improper was happening or was going to happen. I don't know the answer to that.
After you gave her the gifts on December 28th, did you speak with your secretary, Ms. Curry, and ask her to pick up a box of gifts that, or some compilation of gifts that Ms. Lewinsky would have?
No, sir, I didn't do that. I did not do that.
When you testified in the Paula Jones case, this was only 2.5 weeks after you had given her these 6 gifts. You were asked at page 75 of the deposition, lines 2 through 5, well, have you ever given any gifts to Monica Lewinsky? And you answer, I don't recall. And you were correct, and you pointed out that you actually asked them to prompt them. Do you know what they were?
I think what I meant there was I don't recall what they were, not that I don't recall whether I had given them. And then if you see, they did give me these specifics. And I gave them quite a good explanation here. I remembered very clearly what the facts were about the black dog. And I said that I could have given her a hat pin and a Walt Whitman book, but I did not remember giving her a gold brooch, which was true. I didn't remember it. I may have given it to her, but I didn't remember giving her one. They didn't ask me about the Christmas gifts, and I don't know why I didn't think to say anything about it, but I have to tell you again, I even invited them to have a list. It was obvious to me by this point in this deposition, that these people had access to a lot of information from somewhere, and I presume it came from Linda Tripp. And I had no interest in not answering their questions about these gifts. I do not believe that gifts are incriminating, nor do I think they are wrong. I think it was a good thing to do. I'm still not sorry I gave Monica Lewinsky gifts.
Why did you assume that information came from Linda Tripp?
I didn't then.
You did? I thought you just testified.
No. I said I now assume that because of all of the subsequent events. I didn't know. I just knew that somebody had access to some information, and they may have known more about this than I did.
Let me ask you about the meeting you had with Betty Curry at the White House on Sunday, January 18 this year, the day after your deposition. First of all, you didn't, Mrs. Curry, your secretary of 6-some years, you never allowed her, did you, to watch whatever intimate activity you did with Miss Lewinsky, did you?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
And as far as you know, she couldn't hear anything either, is that right?
And there were a couple of times when Monica was there when I asked Betty to be places where she could hear because Monica was upset, and this was after there was all the inappropriate contact had been terminated.
I'm talking about the times when you actually had the intimate contact?
She was, I believe that, well, first of all, on that one occasion in 1997, I do not know whether Betty was in the White House after the radio address in the Oval Office complex. I believe she probably was, but I'm not sure. But I'm certain that someone was there. Always someone was there. In 1996, I think most of the times that Ms. Lewinsky was there may not have been anybody around except maybe coming in and out, but not permanently. So that's correct. I didn't try to involve Betty in that in any way.
Well, not only did you not try to involve her, you specifically tried to exclude her and everyone else. Isn't that right?
Well, yes, I've never. I mean, it's almost humorous, sir. I'd have to be an exhibitionist not to have tried to exclude everyone else.
So if Ms. Curry testified that you approached her on the 18th, where you spoke with her and you said you were always there when she was there, she wasn't, was she? That is Mrs. Curry.
She was always there in the White House, and I was concerned. Let me back up and say.
What about the radio address, Mr. Bittman?
Let me back up and say, Mr. Bittman, I knew about the radio address. I was sick after it was over, and I was pleased that at that time it had been nearly a year since any inappropriate contact had occurred with Ms. Lewinsky. I promised myself it wasn't going to happen again. The facts are complicated about what did happen and how it happened, but nonetheless I'm responsible for it. On that night she didn't. I was more concerned about the times after that when Ms. Lewinsky was upset, and I wanted to establish at least that I had not, because these questions were, some of them were off the wall, some of them were way out of line, I thought. And what I wanted to establish was that Betty was there at all other times in the complex, and I wanted to know what Betty's memory was about what she heard, what she could hear. And what I did not know was, I did not know that, and I was trying to figure out, and I was trying to figure out in a hurry because I knew something was up.
So you wanted to check her memory for what she remembered, and that is
that's correct.
Whether she remembered nothing or whether she remembered an inappropriate, intimate relationship.
No, I didn't ask her about it in that way. I asked her about what I was trying to determine was whether my recollection was right, that she was always in the office complex when Monica was there, and whether she thought she could hear any conversations we had, or did she hear any. And then I asked her specifically about a couple of times once when I asked her to remain in the dining room, Betty, while I met with Monica in my study. And once when I took Monica into the small office Nancy Herman occupies right next to Betty's, and talked to her there for a few minutes. That's my recollection of that. I knew, Mr. Bittman, to a reasonable certainty that I was going to be asked more questions about this. I didn't really expect you to be in the Jones case at the time. I thought what would happen is that it would break in the press, and I was trying to get the facts down. I was trying to understand what the facts were.
If Ms. Curry testified that these were not really questions to her, that they were more like statements, is that not true?
Well, I can't testify as to what her perception was. I can tell you this. I was trying to get information in a hurry. I was downloading what I remembered. I think Ms. Curry would also testify that I explicitly told her once I realized that you were involved in the Jones case, you, the Office of Independent Counsel, and that she might have to be called as a witness, that she should just go in there and tell the truth, tell what she knew, and be perfectly truthful. So I was not trying to get Betty Curry to say something that was untruthful. I was trying to get as much information as quickly as I could.
What information were you trying to get from her when you said, I was never alone with her, right?
I don't remember exactly what I did say with her. That's what you say I said.
if Miss Curry testified to that she says you told her, I was never alone with her, right?
Well, I was never alone with her.
Say that, Mr. President?
Mr. Pittman, just a minute. I was never alone with her right might be a question. And what I might have meant by that is in the Oval Office complex.
Well, you knew the answer.
We've been going for more than an hour. Would you mind if we take a break? I need to go to the restroom.
2:38.
We see a natural break in the president's testimony here. Let's go quickly to our legal analysts, Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack. Greta and Roger, what are the prosecutors trying to establish, and how's the president responding?
What they're trying to do, Judy, is to set the trap, set the hook. They're asking open-ended questions and letting the president ramble on and on and on, hoping that he will say something inconsistent with Monica Lewinsky. They believe Monica Lewinsky. Anything inconsistent, they consider perjury.
See, the thing you have to remember here is that they've already spoken to Monica Lewinsky. They know the answers to most of these questions. They've already done most of their interviewing. They've already spoken to Betty Curry. So what they want to do is just let the president talk, and believe me, that's exactly what he's doing. This is not a very good witness.
Reading and reading is CNN's Jean Meserve. She has copies of what we have before us. Jean?
2 volumes, 3,183 pages long. They include a lot of things. Also, they include a lot of deletions. Here, one of the so-called redactions, parts that were blacked out for reasons of national security, privacy, or sexual explicitness. There's a lot of legal stuff in here. There are a lot of charts and maps that explain what's going on. We have maps of the White House. We have charts that record Lewinsky's 44 visits to the White House, including 12 in which she saw the president alone. There are charts of contacts between Lewinsky and the president, specifying whether there was a sexual encounter, specifying whether they exchanged gifts. Also noted her phone calls in which they engaged in so-called phone sex. Also in here, transcripts of his grand jury testimony, her grand jury testimony, and interviews which she conducted with the Office of the Independent Counsel. We're continuing to review these, and we'll bring you more specifics. Bernie, Judy?
Okay, thank you, Jean Meserve. This next tape runs 50 seconds. It is segment 3, and it begins...
50 minutes, I know you mean to say.
50 minutes. It begins with the president's attorney, David Kendall, noting the time as being 2:48.
We're ready. Okay. 2:38. Oh, sorry, 48. Excuse me. Cheating this court.
Mr. President, I want to, before I go into a new subject area, briefly go over something you were talking about with Mr. Bittman. The statement of your attorney, Mr. Bennett, at Paul Jones' deposition. Counsel is fully aware, it's page 54, line 5. Counsel is fully aware that Ms. Lewinsky has an affidavit which they are in possession of, saying that there is absolutely no sex of any kind, any manner, shape, or form with President Clinton. That statement is made by your attorney in front of Judge Susan McBride, correct?
That's correct.
That statement is a completely false statement. Whether or not Mr. Bennett knew of your relationship with Ms. Lewinsky, the statement that there was no sex of any kind, in any manner, shape, or form with President Clinton was an utterly false statement. Is that correct?
It depends upon what the meaning of the word is. Yes. If is means is and never has been, that is not that's one thing. If it means there is none, that was a completely true statement. But as I have testified, I'd like to testify again. It is somewhat unusual for a client to be asked about his lawyer's statements instead of the other way around. I was not paying a great deal of attention to this exchange. I was focusing on my own testimony. And if you go back and look at the sequence of this, You will see that the Jones lawyers decided that this was going to be the Lewinsky deposition, not the Jones deposition. And given the facts of their case, I can understand why they made that decision. But that is not how I prepared for it. That is not how I was thinking about it. And I am not sure, Mr. Weisenberg, as I sit here today, that I sat there and followed all these interchanges between the lawyers. I'm quite sure that I didn't follow all the interchanges between the lawyers all that carefully. And I don't really believe, therefore, that I can say Mr. Bennett's testimony or statement is testimony and is imputable to me. I don't know that I was even paying that much attention to it.
You told us you were very well prepared for the deposition.
No, I said I was very well prepared to talk about Paula Jones and to talk about Kathleen Willey because she had made a related charge. She was the only person that I think I was asked about who had anything to do with anything that would remotely approximate sexual harassment. The rest of this, it looked to me like was more a way to harass me.
You're the President of the United States, and your attorney tells the United States District Court judge that there's no sex of any kind in any way, shape, or form whatsoever, and you feel no obligation to do anything about that at that deposition, Mr. President.
I have told you, Mr. Weisenberg, I will tell you for a third time, I am not even sure that when Mr. Bennett made that statement that I was concentrating on the exact words he used. Now, if someone had asked me on that day, are you having any kind of sexual relations with Ms. Lewinsky? That is, ask me a question in the present tense. I would have said no, and it would have been completely true.
Was Mr. Bennett aware of this tense-based distinction you're making?
I'm going to object to any questions about communications with private counsel.
Well, the witness has already testified, I think, that Mr. Bennett didn't know about the inappropriate relationship with Ms. Lewinsky. And I guess...
Well, you will have to ask him. You know, he was not a sworn witness, and I was not paying that close attention to what he was saying. I've told you that repeatedly. I never even focused on that until I read it in this transcript in preparation for this testimony. When I was in there, I didn't think about my lawyers. I was frankly thinking about myself and my testimony and trying to answer the questions.
I just want to make sure I understand, Mr. President. Do you mean today that because you were not engaging in sexual activity with Ms. Lewinsky during the deposition that the statement of Mr. Bennett might be literally true?
No, sir. I mean that at the time of the deposition, that was well beyond any point of improper contact between me and Ms. Lewinsky. So that anyone generally speaking in the present tense saying there is not an improper relationship would be telling the truth if that person said there was not in the present tense. Present tense encompassing many months. That's what I meant by that. Not that I wasn't trying to give you a cute answer, that I was obviously not involved in anything improper during the deposition. I was trying to tell you that generally speaking in the present tense, if someone said that, that would be true. But I don't know what Mr. Bennett had in his mind. I don't know. I didn't pay any attention to this colloquy that went on. I was waiting for my instructions as a witness to go forward. I was worried about my own testimony.
I want to go back to some questions about Mr. Jordan. We're going to touch a little bit on the December 19th meeting and some others. Mr. Jordan is a longtime friend of yours. Is that correct, Mr. President?
Yes, sir. We've been friends probably 20 years, maybe more.
You said you consider him to be a truthful person, correct?
I do.
If Mr. Jordan has told us that he visited you in the residence on the night of the 19th, after a White House holiday dinner, to discuss Monica Lewinsky and her subpoena with you, do you have any reason to doubt?
No, I've never known him to say anything that wasn't true. And his memory of these events, I think, would be better than mine because I had a lot of other things going on.
We have waived records that will show that, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to, since you don't dispute that, I'm not going to show them right now. And in fact, that was the very day Monica Lewinsky was subpoenaed, wasn't it? The night that he came to see you.
I don't have independent memory of that, but you would probably know that. I mean, I'm sure there's a record of when she got her subpoena.
If Mr. Jordan has told us that he spoke with you over the phone within about an hour of Monica receiving her subpoena and later visited you that very night at the White House to discuss it, again, you'd have no reason to doubt him. Is that correct?
I believe I've already testified about that here today, that I had lots of conversations with Vernon. I'm sure that I had lots of conversations with him that included comments about this, and if he has a specific memory of when I had some conversation on a certain day, I would be inclined to trust his memory over mine, because under the present circumstances, my head's probably more cluttered than his, and my schedule's probably busier, and he probably got better records.
And when Mr. Jordan met with you at the residence that night, sir, he asked you if you had been involved in a sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky, didn't he?
I do not remember exactly what the nature of the conversation was. I do remember that I told him, excuse me, that I told him that there was no sexual relationship between me and Monica Lewinsky, which was true. And that all I remember for the rest is that he said he had referred her to a lawyer. And I believe it was Mr. Carter, and I don't believe I've ever met Mr. Carter. I don't think I know him.
Mr. President, if Mr. Jordan has told us that he had a very disturbing conversation with Ms. Lewinsky that day, then went over to visit you at the White House, and that before he asked you the question about sexual relationship, related that disturbing conversation to you. The conversation being that Ms. Lewinsky had a fixation on you and thought that perhaps the First Lady would leave you at the end of that you would leave the First Lady at the end of your term and come be with Ms. Lewinsky. Do you have any reason to doubt him that it was on that night that that conversation happened?
All I can tell you, sir, is I certainly don't remember him saying that. Now, he could have said that, because, as you know, a great many things happened in the ensuing 2 or 3 days. And I could have just forgotten it, but I don't remember him ever saying that.
At any time?
No, I don't remember him saying that. What I remember was that he said that Monica came to see him, that she was upset, that she was going to have to testify, that he had referred her to a lawyer.
In fact, she was very distraught about the subpoena, according to Mr. Jordan, wasn't she?
Well, he said she was upset about it. I remember that. I don't remember at any time when he said this other thing you just quoted me. I'm sorry, I just don't remember that.
That is something that one would be likely to remember, don't you think, Mr. President?
I think I would, and I'd be happy to share it with you if I did. I only had one encounter with Ms. Lewinsky I seem to remember, which was somewhat maybe reminiscent of that, but not that, if you will, obsessive, if that's the way you want to use that word.
Do you recall him at all telling you that he was concerned about her fascination with you, even if you don't remember the specific conversation about you leaving the First Lady?
I recall him saying he thought that she was upset with, somewhat fixated on me, that she acknowledged that she was not having a sexual relationship with me, and that she did not want to be drug into the Jones lawsuit. That's what I recall. And I recall his saying that he had recommended a lawyer to her, and she had gone to see the lawyer. That's what I recall. I don't remember the other thing you mentioned. I might well remember it if he had said it. Maybe he said it and I've forgotten it, but I can't tell you that I remember that.
Mr. President, you swore under oath in the Jones case that you didn't think anyone other than your lawyers had ever told you that Monica Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. Page 68, line 22 through page 69, line 3. Here's the testimony, sir. Question, we've gone over it a little bit before. Did anyone other than your attorneys ever tell you that Monica Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena in the case? Answer, I don't think so. Now, this deposition was taken just 3.5 weeks after, by your own testimony, Vernon Jordan made a trip at night to the White House to tell you, among other things, that Monica Lewinsky had been subpoenaed and was upset about it. Why did you give that testimony under oath in the Jones case, sir?
Well, Mr. Weisenberg, I think you have to, again, you have to put this in the context of the flow of questions. And I've already testified to this once today. I will testify to it again. My answer to the next question, I think, is a way of finishing my answer to the question and the answer you said there. I was trying to remember who the first person, other than Mr. Bennett, I don't think Mr. Bennett, who the first person told me that, who told me Paula Jones had, Monica Lewinsky had a subpoena. And I thought that Bruce Lindsay was the first person. And that's how I was trying to remember that. Keep in mind, sort of like today, these questions are being kind of put at me rapid fire, but unlike today, I hadn't had the opportunity to prepare at this level of detail. I was trying to keep a lot of things in my head that I had remembered with regard to the Paula Jones case and the Kathleen Willey matter, because I knew I would be asked about them. And I gave the best answers I could. Several of my answers are somewhat jumbled, but this is an honest attempt here. If you read both these answers, it's obvious they're both answers to that question you quoted, to remember the first person who was not Mr. Bennett who told me. And I don't believe Vernon was the first person who told me. I believe Bruce Lindsay was.
Let me read the question, because I want to talk about the first person issue. The question on line 25 of page 68 is, did anyone other than your attorneys ever tell you that Monica Lewinsky had been served with a subpoena in this case? Answer, I don't think so. You would agree with me, sir, that the question doesn't say anything about who was the first person. It just says, did anyone tell you? Isn't that correct?
That's right. And I said Bruce Lindsay because I was trying to struggle with where I'd heard this. And they were free to ask a follow-up question, and they didn't.
Mr. President, 3.5 weeks before, Mr. Jordan had made a special trip to the White House to tell you Ms. Lewinsky had been subpoenaed. She was distraught. She had a fixation over you. You couldn't remember that 3.5 weeks later?
Mr. Weisenberg, if they had access to all this information from their conversations with Linda Tripp, if that was the basis of it, they were free to ask me more questions. They may have been trying to trick me. Now, they knew more about the details of my relationship with Monica Lewinsky. I'm not sure everything they knew was true, because I don't know. I've not heard these tapes or anything. But they knew a lot more than I did. And instead of trying to trick me, what they should have done is to ask me specific questions. And I invited them on more than one occasion to ask follow-up questions. This is the third or fourth time that you seem to be complaining that I did not do all their work for them. That just sitting here answering these questions to the best of my memory with limited preparation was not enough, that I should have actually been doing all their work for them. Now, they'd been up all night with Linda Tripp, who had betrayed her friend Monica Lewinsky, stabbed her in the back, and given them all this information. They could have helped more. If they wanted to ask me follow-up questions, they could. They didn't. I'm sorry. I did the best I could.
Can you tell the grand jury what is tricky about the question, did anyone other than your attorneys ever tell you?
No, there's nothing. I'm just telling, I have explained, I will now explain for the third time, sir. I was being asked a number of questions here. I was struggling to remember them. There were lots of things that had gone on during this time period that had nothing to do with Monica Lewinsky. You know, I believed then, I believe now, that Monica Lewinsky could have sworn out an honest affidavit that under reasonable circumstances and without the benefit of what Linda Tripp did to her, would have given her a chance not to be a witness in this case. So I didn't have perfect memory of all these events that have now, in the last 7 months, since Miss Lewinsky was kept for several hours by 4 or 5 of your lawyers and 4 or 5 FBI agents, as if she were a serious felon, these things have become the most important matters in the world. At the moment they were occurring, many other things were going on. I honestly tried to remember. When, you know, if somebody asks you, has anybody ever talked to you about this? You normally think, well, where was the first time I heard that? That's all I was trying to do here. I was not trying to say not Vernon Jordan, but Bruce Lindsay. Everybody knows Vernon Jordan is a friend of mine. I probably would have talked to Vernon Jordan about the Monica Lewinsky problem if he had never been involved in it. So I was not trying to mislead them. I was trying to answer this question with the first person who told me that. Now, I realize that wasn't the specific question. They were free to ask follow-ups, just like you're asking follow-ups today. And I can't explain why I didn't answer every question in the way you seem to think I should have, and I certainly can't explain why they didn't ask what seemed to me to be logical follow-ups, especially since they spent all that time with Linda Tripp the night before.
You've told us that you understand your obligation then as it is now is to tell the whole truth, sir. You recall that?
I took the oath here.
If Vernon
You
Jordan,
even read me a definition of the oath.
If Vernon Jordan has told us that you have an extraordinary memory, one of the greatest memories he's ever seen in a politician, would that be something you would care to dispute?
No, I do have a good memory. At least I have had a good memory in my life.
Do you understand that if you answered, I don't think so, to the question, has anyone other than your attorneys told you that Monica Lewinsky has been served with a subpoena in this case, that if you answered, I don't think so, but you really knew Vernon Jordan had been telling you all about it, you understand that that would be a false statement, presumably perjurious?
Mr. Weisenberg, I have testified about this 3 times. Now I will do it the 4th time. I am not going to answer your trick questions. People don't always hear the same questions in the same way. They don't always answer them in the same way. I was so concerned about the question they asked me that the next question I was asked, I went back to the previous question, trying to give an honest answer about the first time I heard about the Lewinsky subpoena. Look, I could have had no reasonable expectation that anyone would ever know not know if this thing, that I would talk to Vernon Jordan about nearly everything. I was not interested in, if the implication of your question is that somehow I didn't want anybody to know I'd ever talked to Vernon Jordan about this, that's just not so. It's also, if I could say one thing about my memory, I have been blessed and advantaged in my life with a good memory. I have been shocked, and so have members of my family and friends of mine, at how many things that I have forgotten in the last 6 years. But I think because of the pressure and the pace and the volume of events in the president's life, compounded by the pressure of your 4-year inquiry and all the other things that have happened, I'm amazed. There are lots of times when I literally can't remember last week. If you ask me, did you talk to Vernon, when's the last time you talked to Vernon Jordan? What time of day was it? When did you see him? What did you say? My answer was the last, you know, if you answer me, when does the last time you saw a friend of yours in California? If you ask me a lot of questions like that, my memory is not what it was when I came here because my life is so crowded. And now that, as I said, you have made this the most important issue in America. mean, you have made it the most important issue in America from your point of view. At the time this was occurring, even though I was concerned about it and I hoped she didn't have to testify and I hoped this wouldn't come out, I felt, I will say again, that she could honestly fill out an affidavit that under reasonable circumstances would relieve her of the burden of testifying. I am not trying to exclude the fact that I talked to Vernon here. All I can tell you is I believe this answer reflects, I was trying to remember the first person who told me, who was not Mr. Bennett, and I believe it was Bruce Lindsay.
As you yourself just recalled, Mr. President, Vernon Jordan not only discussed the subpoena with you that night, but discussed Frank Carter, the lawyer he'd gotten from Ms. Lewinsky, and also Mr. Jordan discussed with you over the next few weeks after the 19th of December in addition to the job aspects of Ms. Lewinsky's job, he discussed with you her affidavit that she was preparing in the case. Is that correct, sir?
I believe that he did notify us, I think, when she signed her affidavit. I have a memory of that. Or it seems like he said that she had signed her affidavit.
If he's told us that he notified you around January 7th when she signed her affidavit, that you generally understood that it would deny a sexual relationship, do you have any reason to doubt that?
No.
So that's the affidavit, the lawyer, and the subpoena. And yet when you were asked, sir, at the Jones deposition about Vernon Jordan, and specifically about whether or not he had discussed the lawsuit with you, you didn't reveal that to the court. I want to refer you to page 72. Line 16 is where this starts. It's going to go down. It might go down somewhat. Line 16, question, has it ever been reported to you that he, and that's referring to Mr. Jordan. At line 12, you're asked, you know a man named Vernon Jordan? You answer, I know him well. Going down to 16, has it ever been reported to you that he met with Monica Lewinsky and talked about this case? This is your answer, or portion of it. I knew that he met with her. I think Betty suggested that he meet with her. Anyway, he met with her. I thought that he talked to her about something else. Why didn't you tell the court when you were under oath and sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that you had been talking with Vernon Jordan about the case, about the affidavit, the lawyer, the subpoena?
Well, that's not the question I was asked. I was not asked any question about, I was asked, has it ever been reported to you that he met with Monica Lewinsky and talked about this case? I believe, I may be wrong about this, my impression was that at the time, I was focused on the meetings. I believe the meetings he had were meetings about her moving to New York and getting a job. I knew at some point that she had told him that she needed some help because she'd gotten a subpoena. I'm not sure I know whether she did that in a meeting or a phone call. And I was not focused on that. I know Vernon helped her to get a lawyer, Mr. Carter, and I believe that he did it after she had called him, but I'm not sure. But I knew that the main source of their meetings was about her move to New York and her getting a job.
Are you saying, sir, that you forgot when you were asked this question that Vernon Jordan had come on December 19th, just 3.5 weeks before, and said that he'd met that day, the day that Monica got the subpoena?
It's a sort of a jumbled answer. It's quite possible that I got mixed up between whether she had met with him or talked to him on the telephone in those 3.5 weeks. Again, I say, sir, just from the tone of your voice and the way you're asking questions here, it's obvious that this is the most important thing in the world, and that everybody was focused on all the details at the time. But that's not the way it worked. I was doing my best to remember. Now, keep in mind, I don't know if this is true, but the news reports are that Linda Tripp talked to you, then went and talked to the Jones lawyers, and you know that she prepared them for this. Now, maybe you seem to be criticizing me because they didn't ask better questions, and as if you didn't prepare them well enough to sort of set me up or something. I don't know what's going on here. All I can tell you is I didn't remember all the details of all this. I didn't remember when Vernon talked to me about Monica Lewinsky, where she talked to him on the telephone or had a meeting. I didn't remember all those details. I was focused on the fact that Monica went to meet with Vernon after Betty helped him set it up and had subsequent meetings to talk about her move to New York. Now, keep in mind, at this time, until this date here, when it's obvious that something funny's going on here, and there's some sort of a gotcha game at work in this deposition, until this date, I didn't know that Miss Lewinsky's deposition wasn't going to be sufficient for her to avoid testifying. I didn't, you know, so all these details...
You mean her affidavit?
Excuse me, I'm sorry, her affidavit, thank you. So I don't necessarily remember all the details of all these questions you're asking me, because there was a lot of other things going on, and at the time they were going on, until all this came out, this was not the most important thing in my life. This was just another thing in my life.
But Vernon Jordan met with you, sir, and he reported that he had met with Monica Lewinsky, and the discussion was about the lawsuit, and you didn't inform under oath the court of that in your deposition.
I gave the best answer I could based on the best memory I had at the time they asked me the question. That's the only answer I can give you, sir. And I think I may have been confused in my memory because I've also talked to him on the phone about what he said about whether he talked to her or met with her. That's all I can tell you. But let me say again, I don't have the same view about this deposition, this affidavit that I think you do. I felt very strongly that Miss Lewinsky and everybody else that didn't know anything about Paula Jones and anything about sexual harassment, that she and others were themselves being harassed for political purposes in the hope of getting damaging information that the Jones lawyers could unlawfully leak. Now, I believed then, I believe today, that she could execute an affidavit which under reasonable circumstances with fair-minded, non-politically oriented people would result in her being relieved of the burden to be put through the kind of testimony that thanks to Linda Tripp's work with you and with the Jones lawyers, she would have been put through. I don't think that's dishonest. I don't think that's illegal. I think what they were trying to do to her and all these other people who knew nothing about sexual harassment was outrageous, just so they could hurt me politically. So I just don't have the same attitude about this you do.
Well, you're not telling our grand jurors that if you think the case was a political case or a setup, Mr. President, that would give you the right to commit perjury?
No, sir. No, sir. In the face of the Jones lawyers, the people that were questioning me, in the face of their illegal leaks, their constant, unrelenting illegal leaks, in a lawsuit that I knew and that by the time this deposition and this discovery started, they knew was a bogus suit on the law and a bogus suit on the facts. In the face of that, I knew that in the face of their illegal activity, I still had to behave lawfully. But I wanted to be legal without being particularly helpful. I thought that was what I was trying to do. And you're the first person who ever suggested to me that I should have been doing their lawyers' work for them, when they were perfectly free to ask follow-up questions. On one or two occasions, Mr. Bennett invited them to ask follow-up questions. It now appears to me they didn't because they were afraid I would give them a truthful answer, and that there had been some communication between you and Ms. Tripp and them, and they were trying to set me up and trick me. And now you seem to be complaining that they didn't do a good enough job. I did my best, sir. at this time. I did not know what I now know about this. A lot of other things were going on in my life. Did I want this to come out? No. Was I embarrassed about it? Yes. Did I ask her to lie about it? No. Did I believe there could be a truthful affidavit? Absolutely. Now, that's all I know to say about this. I will continue to answer your questions as best I can.
You're not going back on your earlier statement that you understood you were sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the folks at that deposition, are you, Mr. President?
No, sir, but I think we might as well put this out on the table. You tried to get me to give a broader interpretation to my oath than just my obligation to tell the truth. In other words, you tried to say, even though these people are treating you in an illegal manner and illegally leaking these depositions, you should be a good lawyer for them. And if they don't have enough sense to ask a question, and even if Mr. Bennett invited them to ask follow-up questions, if they didn't do it, you should have done all their work for them. Now, so I will admit this, sir. My goal in this deposition was to be truthful, but not particularly helpful. I did not wish to do the work of the Jones lawyers. I deplored what they were doing. I deplored the innocent people they were tormenting and traumatizing. I deplored their illegal leaking. I deplored the fact that they knew, once they knew our evidence, that this was a bogus lawsuit, and that because of the funding they had from my political enemies, they were putting ahead. I deplored it, but I was determined to walk through the minefield of this deposition without violating the law, and I believe I did.
You're not saying, are you, Mr. President, in terms of doing the work for the Jones folks, the Jones lawyers, that you could say, as part of your not helping them, I don't know to a particular question when you really knew, and that it was up to them, even if you really knew the answer, it was up to them to do the follow-up, that you kind of had a 1-3,
No,
I don't
sir.
know. If I could finish, I've been very patient, Mr. President, in letting you finish. You didn't think you had a free shot to say, I don't know or I don't recall, but when you really did know and you did recall, and it was just up to them, even if you weren't telling the truth, to do a follow-up and to catch you?
No, sir, I'm not saying that, and if I could give you one example. That's why I felt that I had to come back to that question where I said I don't know that and talk about Bruce Lindsay, because I was honestly trying to remember how I'd first heard this. I wasn't hung up about talking about this. All I'm saying is, let me say something sympathetic to you. I've been pretty tough, so let me say something sympathetic. All of you are intelligent people. You've worked hard on this. You've worked for a long time. You've gotten all the facts. You've seen a lot of evidence that I haven't seen. And it's an embarrassing and personally painful thing, the truth about my relationship with Miss Lewinsky. So the natural assumption is that while all this was going on, I must have been focused on nothing but this, therefore I must remember everything about it in the sequence and form in which it occurred. All I can tell you is I was concerned about it. I was glad she saw a lawyer. I was glad she was doing an affidavit. But there were a lot of other things going on, and I don't necessarily remember it all. And I don't know if I can convince you of that, but I tried to be honest with you about my mindset about this deposition, and I'm just trying to explain that I don't have the memory that you assume that I should about some of these things.
I want to talk to you for a bit, Mr. President, about the incident that happened at the northwest gate of the White House on December 6, 1997. Give me just a moment. That was let me ask you first, in early December 1997, the Paula Jones case was pending, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were represented by Mr. Bennett, of course.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, I did. He was.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, yes, he was representing me.
How often did you talk to him or meet with him, if you can just recall, at that time in the litigation?
Well, we met, I would say, wish Mr. Ruff were answering this question instead of me. His memory would be better. We met probably, for a long time we didn't meet all that often, maybe once a month. And then the closer we got to the deposition, we would meet more frequently. So maybe by this time we were meeting more. There was a period when we had been approached about...
The question only goes to the number of meetings, not the content.
I understand. We're not talking about the content. There was a period in which I think back in the summer before this, when we had met more frequently. But I would say normally once a month, sometimes something would be happening, we'd meet more. And then as we moved toward the deposition, we would begin to meet more.
A witness list came out on December 5th of 1997 with Monica Lewinsky's name on it. Mr. President, when did you find out that Monica's name was on that witness list?
I believe that I found out late in the afternoon on the 6th. That's what I believe. I've tried to remember with great precision, and because I thought you would ask me about this day, I tried to remember the logical question, which is whether I knew it on the 6th, and if so, at what time. I had a meeting in the late afternoon on the 6th, and I believe that's when I learned about it.
Now, on the morning of the 6th, Monica Lewinsky came to the Northwest Gate and found out that you were being visited by Eleanor Mondale at the time, and had an extremely angry reaction. You know that, sir, now, don't you?
I know that Monica Lewinsky came to the gate on the 6th and apparently directly called in and wanted to see me and couldn't, and was angry about it. I know that.
And she expressed that anger to Betty Curry over the telephone. Isn't that correct, sir?
That Betty told me that.
And she then later expressed her anger to you in one of her telephone conversations with Betty Curry. Is that correct?
You mean, did I talk to her on the phone?
Monica Lewinsky that day, before she came in to visit in the White House.
Mr. Weisenberg, I remember that she came in to visit that day. I remember that she was upset. I don't recall whether I talked to her on the phone before she came in to visit, but I may well have. I'm not denying that I did. I just don't recall that.
And Mrs. Curry and yourself were very irate that Ms. Lewinsky had overheard that you were in the Oval Office with a visitor on that day. Isn't that correct? That you and Mrs. Curry were very irate about that.
Well, I don't remember all that. What I remember is that she was very, Monica was very upset. She got upset from time to time. And I was, you know, I couldn't see her. I was doing, as I remember, I had some other work to do that morning, and she had just sort of showed up and wanted to be let in and wanted to come in at a certain time, and she wanted everything to be that way. And we couldn't see her. Now, I did arrange to see her later that day, and I was upset about her conduct. I'm not sure I knew or focused on at that moment exactly the question you asked. I remember I thought her conduct was inappropriate that day.
I want to go back and I want to take them one at a time. Number one, did you find out at some point during that day that Monica had overheard from somebody in the Secret Service that you were meeting with Ms. Mondale, and that Monica got very irate about that?
I knew that at some point. I don't know whether I found out that day. I knew that somehow she knew that that Eleanor Mondale was in to see us that day. I knew that. I don't know that I knew how she knew that on that day. I don't remember that.
pardon me, that leads into my second question, which is, weren't you irate at the Secret Service precisely because they had revealed this information to Ms. Lewinsky on that very day? So irate that you told several people, or at least one person, that somebody should be fired over this on that very day.
I don't remember whether it happened on that very day, but let me tell you that the uniformed Secret Service, if that is in fact what happened, and we'll stipulate that that is, that no one should be telling anybody, not anybody, not a member of my staff, who the president is meeting with. That's an inappropriate thing to do. So I would think that if that in fact is what I heard when I heard it, I would have thought that was a bad thing. I don't know that I said that. I don't remember what I said, and I don't remember to whom I said it.
It would be an inappropriate thing, sir, and that leads into my next question, is that why did Mrs. Curry, on your instructions later that day, tell many of the Secret Service officers involved that it never happened, to forget about it?
That what never happened?
The incident that you were so irate about earlier. The incident of somebody disclosing to Ms. Lewinsky that Ms. Mondale was in the Oval Office with you.
I don't know the answer to that. I think maybe, you know, I don't know. I don't
recall that you later gave orders to the effect that we're going to pretend this never happened, or something like that?
No, sir. I don't recall that. First of all, I don't recall that I gave orders to fire anybody, if that was the implication of your first statement.
It wasn't an implication. Actually, the question was that you initially wanted somebody fired. You were so mad that you wanted somebody fired.
I don't remember that, first of all. I remember thinking it was an inappropriate thing to do. And I remember, as I usually do when I'm mad, after a while I wasn't so mad about it, and I'm quite aware that Ms. Lewinsky has a way of getting information out of people when she's either charming or determined. And I could have just said, well, I'm not so mad about it anymore, but I don't remember the whole sequence of events you're talking to me about now, except I do remember that somehow Monica found out Ellen Mondale was there. I learned either that day or later that one of the uniform division personnel had told her. I thought then it was a mistake. I think now it was a mistake. I'm not sure it's a mistake someone should be terminated over. I think that, you know, you could just tell them not to do that anymore.
In fact, it would kind of be an overreaction to get irate or terminate somebody for revealing to a former White House staffer who visits where the president is. Don't you think, sir?
Well, it would depend upon the facts. I think on the whole, people in the uniformed Secret Service who are working on the gate have no business telling anybody anything about the president's schedule. Just as a general principle, I didn't mind anybody knowing that she was there, if that's what you're saying. I could care less about that, but I think that the schedule itself, these uniformed people, you know, somebody shouldn't just be able to come up on the street and because they know who the Secret Service agent is, he says who the president's with. I don't think that's proper.
I agree.
But on the other hand, I didn't, you know, I wanted to know what happened. I think we found out what happened, and then they were, I think, told not to let it happen again, and I think that's the way it should have been handled. I think it was handled in the appropriate way.
And you have no knowledge of the fact that Secret Service officers were told later in the day something to the effect of, this never happened, this event never happened. You have no knowledge of that.
So I'm not sure anybody ever told that to me. I mean, I thought you were asked, let me just say, my interpretation of this, of your previous question, was different than what you're asking now. What I remember was being upset that this matter would be discussed, that by anybody, that incidental it happened to be Monica Lewinsky. and that whatever I said, I don't recall, but then thinking that the appropriate thing to do was to say, look, this is not an appropriate thing for you to be talking about, the president's schedule, and it shouldn't happen again. Now, the question you seem to be asking me now, I just want to be sure I'm getting the right question, is whether I gave instructions, in effect, to pretend that Monica Lewinsky was never at the gate. And if that is the question you're asking me, I don't believe I ever did that, sir. I certainly have no memory of doing that.
Or anything to that effect?
I don't know what that means. What does that mean, anything to that effect?
Well, Mr. President, you've told us that you were not going to try to help the Joneses attorneys, and I think it's clear from your testimony that you were pretty literal at times. So that's why I'm saying I don't necessarily know the exact words. The question was, do you have any knowledge of the fact that later in the day, on Saturday the 6th of December 1997, Secret Service people were told something to this effect: this event never happened. Let's just pretend this event did not happen. Do you have knowledge of it or not?
No, sir. And I didn't instruct the Secret Service in that regard. I have no memory of saying anything to anybody in the Secret Service that would have triggered that kind of instruction.
Did you tell Captain Purdy while you were standing in the doorway between the Oval Office and Betty Curry's office, did you tell Captain Purdy of the Uniform Division, I hope I can count on your discretion in this matter, at the end of the day when y'all were talking about that earlier incident? Did you tell him that or anything like that, sir?
I don't remember anything I said to him in that regard. I have no recollection of that whatever.
We'll take a break now.
Thank you. 3:38.
That is the end of the third of 7 segments of the president's testimony before the grand jury. Let's go quickly, Bernie, to Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack, our legal analyst. I want to ask you both specifically. Often the president seems to be adding more information than what he's been asked by the prosecutors. Greta?
Well, Judy, yes, indeed, he's adding more information, but the question is, does he hurt him? See, one of the technical rules of depositions is lawyers tell their clients, only answer the question and don't give any extra help. He's answering the questions, adding a little more, but I don't think he's hurting himself, at least not yet.
Well, Judy, once again, we disagree. I happen to think that this is sort of a nightmare kind of witness, and I agree with Greta. The rule is only answer the question you're asked. The president just seems unable to do that, and I think there's a lot of reasons for that, but he seems to ramble on. I just have this, if I was his lawyer, I would just be feeling terribly uncomfortable.
Going to the White House now, and our man John King. John, are we gleaning anything new?
Well, Bernie, from the president's testimony, a couple of quick flashes of anger as he discusses the Paula Jones sexual lawsuit, what he believed was a political vendetta against him. And as we listen to the testimony here on CNN, we're also going through the independent counsel's report to Congress in the volumes here. Some of the evidence in the back of that, including a photograph of the infamous black dress, the Monica Lewinsky's blue dress, excuse me, that was given into the Congress there. You see the dress there hanging up. Also a picture of a bag from the Black Dog, a gift shop on Martha's Vineyard that the president bought, and a photo of Monica Lewinsky and her parents in the Oval Office, as well as in June 96, a photo of Monica Lewinsky and her family in the Oval Office, and then a letter from Monica Lewinsky 1 year later. She wants to meet with the president. She says it's been 2 months since they last spoke. Please do not do this to me. I feel disposable, used, and insignificant. Monica Lewinsky trying to meet with the president. Now more of the president's testimony.
All right, John King, thank you. And let's go back as this is segment 4 of 7 segments. Let's go back.
Yeah, you ready?
401, right?
Okay.
Mr. President, these next series of questions are from the grand jurors. And let me tell you that the grand jurors want you to be more specific about the inappropriate conduct. The first question was, one of the grand jurors has said that you referred to what you did with Ms. Lewinsky as inappropriate contact What do you mean by that?
I mean just what I said. But I'd like to ask the grand jury, because I think I have been quite specific, and I think I've been willing to answer some specific questions that I haven't been asked yet. But I do not want to discuss something that is intensely painful to me. This has been tough enough already on me and on my family. Although I take responsibility for it, I have no one to blame but myself. What I meant was, and what they can infer that I meant was, that I did things that were, when I was alone with her, that were inappropriate and wrong, but that they did not include any activity that was within the definition of sexual relations that I was given by Judge Wright in the deposition. I said that I did not do those things that were within that definition, and I testified truthfully to that. And that's all I can say about it. Now, you know, if there's any doubt on the part of the grand jurors about whether I believe some kind of activity falls within that definition or outside that definition, I'd be happy to try to answer that.
Well, I have a question regarding your definition then, and my question is oral sex performed on you within that definition as you understood it?
As I understood it, it was not, no.
The grand jurors would like to know upon what basis, what legal basis you're declining to answer more specific questions about this. I've mentioned to you that obviously you have privileges against self-incrimination. There's no general right not to answer questions. And so one of the questions from the grand jurors is what basis, what legal basis are you declining to answer these questions?
I'm not trying to evade my legal obligations or my willingness to help the grand jury achieve their legal obligations. As I understand it, you want to examine whether you believe I told the truth in my deposition, whether I asked Ms. Lewinsky not to tell the truth, and whether I did anything else with evidence or in any other way amounted to an obstruction of justice or a subornation of perjury. And I'm prepared to answer all questions that the grand jury needs to draw that conclusion. Now, respectfully, I believe the grand jurors can ask me if I believe, just like that grand juror did. You could ask me, do you believe that this conduct falls within that definition? If it does, then you're free to conclude that my testimony is that I didn't do that. And I believe that you can achieve that without requiring me to say and do things that I don't think are necessary and that I think, frankly, go too far in trying to criminalize my private life.
If a person touched another person, if you touched another person on the breast, would that be, in your view, and was it within your view when you took the deposition, within the definition of sexual relations?
If the person being deposed, in this case me, directly touched the breast of another person with the purpose to arouse or gratify, under that definition, that would be included.
Only directly, sir, or would it be directly or through clothing?
Well, I think the common sense definition would be directly. That's how I would infer what it means.
If the person being deposed kissed the breast of another person, would that be in the definition of sexual relations as you understood it when you were under oath in the Jones case?
Yes, that would constitute contact. I think that would. If it were direct contact, I believe it would. Maybe I should read it again just to make sure. This basically says if there was any direct contact with an intent to arouse or gratify, if that was the intent of the contact, then that would fall within the definition. That's correct.
So touching, in your view then and now, the person being deposed touching or kissing the breast of another person would fall within the definition.
That's correct, sir.
And you testified that you didn't have sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky in the Jones deposition under that definition,
That's
correct?
Sir.
If the person being deposed touched the genitalia of another person, would that be in with the intent to arouse the sexual desire, arouse or gratify, as defined in definition 1? Would that be, under your understanding then and now, sexual relations?
Yes, sir.
Yes, it would?
Yes, it would. If you had a direct contact with any of these places in the body, if you had direct contact with intent to arouse or gratify, that would fall within the definition.
So you didn't do any of those three things with Monica Lewinsky?
You are free to infer that my testimony is that I did not have sexual relations as I understood this term to be defined.
Including touching her breast, kissing her breast, or touching her genitalia?
That's correct.
Would you agree with me that the insertion of an object into the genitalia of another person with the desire to gratify sexually would fit within the definition used in the Jones case as sexual relations?
There's nothing here about that, is there? I don't know that I ever thought about that one way or the other.
The question is, under the definition as you understood it then, under the definition as you understand it now, pardon me just a minute. Pardon me, Mr. President. Deposition Exhibit 1, Question 1, under the, in the Jones case, definition of sexual relations.
Do you have that before you, Mr. President? Excuse me.
I do, sir. I've got it right here. I'm looking at it.
As you understood the definition then and as you understood it now, would it include sticking an object into the genitalia of another person in order to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person? Would it constitute, in other words, contact with the genitalia?
I don't know the answer to that. I suppose you could argue that since Section 2, Paragraph 2 was eliminated, and Paragraph 2 actually dealt with the object issue, that perhaps whoever wrote this didn't intend for Paragraph 1 to cover an object and basically meant direct contact. So if I were asked, I've not been asked this question before, but I guess that's the way I would read it.
If it that it would not be covered, that activity would not be covered.
That's right. If the activity you just mentioned would be covered in number 2, and number 2 was stricken, I think you can infer logically that Paragraph 1 was not intended to cover it. But as I said, I've not been asked this before. I'm just doing the best I can.
Well, if someone were to hold, or a judge were to hold, that you're incorrect and that definition 1 does include the hypo I've given to you, because we're talking in hypos so that you don't, under your request here, if someone were to tell you or rule that you're wrong, that the insertion of an object into somebody else's genitalia with the intent to arouse or gratify the sexual desire of any person is within definition 1.
Mr. Whiteberg, excuse me, I have not objected here toward any question you asked. I must tell you, I cannot understand that question. I think it's improper, and if the witness can understand it, he may answer it.
I'll I'll be happy to rephrase it. If you're wrong and it's within definition 1, did you engage in sexual relations under the definition with Monica Lewinsky?
But, Mr. Weisberg, I have said all along that I would say what I thought it meant, and you can infer that I didn't. This is an unusual question, but it's a slippery slope. I have tried to deal with some very delicate areas here, and in one case, and I've given you a very forthright answer about what I thought that was not within here. All I can tell you is whatever I thought was covered, and I thought about this carefully, and let me just point out, this was uncomfortable for me. I had to acknowledge, because of this definition, that under this definition I had actually had sexual relations once with Jennifer Flowers, a person who had spread all kinds of ridiculous, dishonest, exaggerated stories about me for money. And I knew when I did that it would be leaked. It was, and I was embarrassed. But I did it. So I tried to read this carefully. I can tell you what I thought it covered, and I can tell you that I do not believe I did anything that I thought was covered by this.
As I understand your testimony, Mr. President, touching somebody's breast with the intent to arouse, or gratify sexual desire of any person is covered. Kissing the breast is covered. Touching the genitalia is covered, correct?
In fairness, the witness said directly in each one of those cases.
Directly is covered, correct?
I believe it is, yes, sir.
Oral sex, in your view, is not covered, correct?
If performed on the deponent.
Is not covered, correct?
That's my reading of this, number 1.
And you're declining to answer the hypothetical about insertion of an object. I need to inform you, Mr. President, we'll go on, at least for now, but I need to inform you that the grand jury will consider your not answering the questions more directly in their determination of whether or not they're going to issue another subpoena. Let me switch the topic and talk to you about John Podesta and some of the other aides you met with and spoke to after this story became public on January 21st, 1998, the date of the Washington Post story. Do you recall meeting with him around January 23rd, 1998, Friday a.m. in your study, 2 days after the Washington Post story, and extremely explicitly telling him that you didn't engage in any kind of sex in any way, shape, or form with Monica Lewinsky, including oral sex?
I meet with John Podesta almost every day. I meet with a number of people. The only thing what happened in a couple of days after what you did was revealed is a blizzard to me. The only thing I recall is that I met with certain people, and a few of them I said I didn't have sex with Monica Lewinsky, or I didn't have an affair with her, or something like that. I had a very careful thing I said, and I tried not to say anything else. It might be that John Podesta was one of them, but I do not remember the specific meeting about which you asked or the specific comments to which you referred.
You don't remember?
7 months ago, I'd have no way to remember, no.
You don't remember denying any kind of sex in any way, shape, or form with him, including oral sex, correct?
I remember that I issued a number of denials to people that I thought needed to hear them, but I tried to be careful and to be accurate in them. I do not remember what I said to John Podesta.
Surely if you told him that would be a falsehood, correct?
Oh, I didn't say that, sir. I didn't say that at all. That is not covered by the definition, and I did not address it in my statement.
Well, let me ask you then. If you told him, perhaps he thought it was covered, I don't know, but if you told him, if you denied to him sex in any way, shape, or form, kind of similar to what Mr. Bennett did at the deposition, including oral sex, wouldn't that have been a falsehood?
Now, Mr. Weisberg, I told you in response to a grand jury's question, you asked me, did I believe that oral sex performed on the person being deposed was covered by that definition? And I said no. I don't believe it's covered by the definition. I said you are free to conclude that I did not do things that I believe were covered by the definition. And you have asked me a number of questions, and I have acknowledged things that I believe are covered by the definition. Since that was not covered by the definition, I want to fall back on my statement. Look, I'm not trying to be evasive here. I'm trying to protect my privacy, my family's privacy. And I'm trying to stick to what the deposition was about. If the deposition wasn't about this and didn't cover it, then I don't believe that I should be required to go beyond my statement.
Mr. President, it's not our intent to embarrass you, but since we have to look, among other things, at obstruction of justice, questions of obstruction of justice and perjury, the answer to some of these delicate and unfortunate questions are absolutely required. And that is the purpose that we have to ask them for.
That's not, Mr. Weisberg, with respect, you don't need to know the answer for that if the answer, no matter what the answer is, it wouldn't constitute perjury because it wasn't sexual relations as defined by the judge. The only reason you need to know that is for some other reason. It couldn't have anything to do with perjury.
Mr. President, one of the nice things about, one of the normal things about an investigation and a grand jury investigation is that the grand jurors and the prosecutors get to ask the questions unless they're improper and unless there's a legal basis. As I understand from your answers, there's no legal basis for which you to decline to answer these questions. And I'll ask you again to answer the question. I'm unaware of any legal basis for you not to. If you told the,
restate the question, please.
The question is, if you told John Podesta 2 days after the story broke, something to this effect, that you didn't have any kind of sex in any way, shape, or form, including oral sex with Ms. Lewinsky, were you telling him the truth?
And let me say again with respect, this is an indirect way to try to get me to testify to questions that have no bearing on whether I committed perjury. You apparently agree that it has no bearing on whether I committed perjury.
Mr. President, I'm sorry, with respect, I don't agree with that. I'm not going to argue with you about it. I just am going to ask you again, in fact, direct you to answer the question.
I'm not going to answer that question because I believe it's a question about conduct that whatever the answer to it is, does not bear on the perjury because oral sex performed on the deponent under this definition is not sexual relations. It is not covered by this definition.
Witness is not declining to tell you anything he said to John Podesta.
You denied the witness is not declining to tell me anything. Did you deny oral sex in any way, shape, or form to John Podesta?
I told you so before, and I will say again. In the aftermath of this story breaking, and what was told about it, the next 2 days, next 3 days, are just a blur to me. I don't remember to whom I talked, when I talked to them, or what I said.
So you're not declining to answer, you just don't remember?
I honestly don't remember, no. And I'm not saying that anybody who had a contrary memory is wrong. I do not remember.
Do you recall denying any sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky to the following people: Harry Thomason, Erskine Bowles, Harold Ickes, Mr. Podesta, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Jordan, Ms. Betty Curry? Do you recall denying any sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky to those individuals?
I recall telling a number of those people that I didn't have, either I didn't have an affair with Monica Lewinsky or didn't have sex with her. And I believe, sir, that well, you'll have to ask them what they thought. But I was using those terms in the normal way people use them. You'll have to ask them what they thought I was saying.
If they testified that you denied a sexual relations or relationship with Monica Lewinsky, or if they've told us that you denied that, do you have any reason to doubt in the days after the story broke? Do you have any reason to doubt?
No, let me say this. It's no secret to anybody that I hope that this relationship would never become public. It's a matter of fact that it had been many, many months since there had been anything improper about it in terms of improper contact.
Did you deny it or not, Mr. President?
Let me finish. So, I did not want to mislead my friends, but I wanted to find language where I could say that. I also, frankly, did not want to turn any of them into witnesses and sure enough, they all became witnesses.
Well, you knew they might be witnesses.
And so I said to them things that were true about this relationship that I used in the language I used. I said there's nothing going on between us. That was true. I said I have not had sex with her as I define it. That was true. And did I hope that I would never have to be here on this day giving this testimony? Of course. But I also didn't want to do anything to complicate this matter further. So I said things that were true. They may have been misleading, and if they were, I have to take responsibility for it, and I'm sorry.
They may have been misleading, sir, and you knew, though, after January 21st, when the Post article broke and said that Judge Starr was looking into this, you knew that they might be witnesses. You knew that they might be called into a grand jury, didn't you?
That's right. I think I was quite careful what I said after that. I may have said something to all these people to that effect, but I also, whenever anybody asked me any details, I said, look, I don't want you to be a witness, or I turn you into a witness, or give you information that could get you in trouble. I just wouldn't talk. I by and large, didn't talk to people about this.
If all of these people, let's leave out Mrs. Curry for a minute, Vernon Jordan, Sid Blumenthal, John Podesta, Harold Ickes, Erskine Bowles, Harry Thomason, after the story broke, after Judge Starr's involvement was known on January 21st, have said that you denied a sexual relationship with them. Are you denying that?
No.
And
I'm just telling you what I meant by it. I told you what I meant by it when they started this deposition.
You told us now that you were being careful, but then it might have been misleading. Is that correct?
It might have been, since we have seen this 4-year, $40 million investigation come down to parsing the definition of sex. I think it might have been. I don't think at the time that I thought that's what this was going to be about. In fact, if you remember the headlines at the time, even you mentioned that Post story, all the headlines were, and all the talking, people who talked about this, including a lot who have been quite sympathetic to your operation, said, well, this is not really a story about sex, this is a story about subordination of perjury and these talking points and all this other stuff. So what I was trying to do was to give them something that would be true, even if misleading in the context of this deposition, and keep them out of trouble, and let's deal with what I thought was the almost ludicrous suggestion that I had urged someone to lie or tried to suborn perjury in other ways.
I want to go over some questions again. I don't think you're going to answer them, sir, and so I don't need a lengthy response, just a yes or a no, and I understand the basis upon which you're not answering them, but I need to ask them for the record. If Monica Lewinsky says that while you were in the Oval Office area you touched her breast, would she be lying?
Let me say something about all this.
All I really need for you, Mr. President,
I know,
is to
but
say
you're
I won't answer under the previous grounds or to answer the question. You see, because we only have 4 hours and your answers are extremely lengthy.
I know that. I'll give you 4 hours and 30 seconds if you'll let me say something general about this. I will answer to your satisfaction that I won't, based on my statement, I will not answer. I would like 30 seconds at the end to make a statement, and you can have 30 seconds more on your time if you let me say this to the grand jury and to you. And I don't think it's disrespectful at all. I've had a lot of time to think about this. But go ahead and ask your questions.
The question is, if Monica Lewinsky says that while you were in the Oval Office area you touched her breast, would she be lying?
That is not my recollection. My recollection is that I did not have sexual relations with Ms. Lewinsky, and I'm staying on my former statement about that.
If she
my statement is that I did not have sexual relations as defined by that.
If she says that you kissed her breast, would she be lying?
I'm going to revert to my former statement.
Okay. If Monica Lewinsky says that while you were in the Oval Office area you touched her genitalia, would she be lying? That calls for a yes, no, or reverting to your former statement.
I will revert to my statement on that.
If Monica Lewinsky says that you used a cigar as a sexual aid with her in the Oval Office area, would she be lying? Yes, no, or won't answer?
I will revert to my former statement.
If Monica Lewinsky says that you had phone sex with her, would she be lying?
Well, that is, at least in general terms, I think is covered by my statement. I addressed that in my statement, and that I don't believe is...
Let me define phone sex for purposes of my question. Phone sex occurs when a party to a phone conversation masturbates while the other party is talking in a sexually explicit manner. And the question is, if Monica Lewinsky says that you had phone sex with her, would she be lying?
I think that is covered by my statement.
Did you, on or about January the 13th, 1998, Mr. President, ask Erskine Bowles to ask John Hilley if he would give a recommendation for Monica Lewinsky?
In 1998?
Yes. On or about January 13th, 1998, did you ask Erskine Bowles, your chief of staff, if he would ask John Hilley to give a recommendation for Monica Lewinsky?
At some point, sir, I believe I talked to Erskine Bowles about whether Monica Lewinsky could get a recommendation that was not negative from the Legislative Affairs Office. I believe I did.
I just didn't hear the very last part.
I think the answer is, I think yes, at some point I talked to Erskine Bowles about this. I do not know what the date was. At some point I did talk to him.
And if Erskine Bowles has told us that he told John Podesta to carry out your wishes, and John Podesta states that it was 3 or 4 days before your deposition, which would be the 13th or the 14th, are you in a position to deny that?
The 13th or 14th of?
January, as to date.
I don't know. I don't know when the date was.
Okay.
I'm not in a position to deny it. I won't deny it. I'm sure that they're both truthful men. I don't know when the date was.
You recall asking Erskine Bowles to...
I recall talking to Erskine Bowles about that, and my recollection is, sir, that Miss Lewinsky was moving to New York, wanted to get a job in the private sector, was confident she would get a good recommendation from the Defense Department, and was concerned that because she'd been moved from the Legislative Affairs Office, transferred to the Defense Department, that her ability to get a job might be undermined by a bad recommendation from the Legislative Affairs Office. So I asked Erskine if we could get her a recommendation that just was at least neutral, so that if she had a good recommendation from the Defense Department, it wouldn't prevent her from getting a job in the private sector.
If Mr. Bowles has told us that, in fact, you told him that she already had a job and had already listed Mr. Hilley as a reference and wanted him to be available as a recommendation, would you be any... Is that inconsistent with your memory?
A little bit, but I think my memory is that when you get a job like that, you have to give them a resume which says where you've worked and who your supervisor was. And I think that that's my recollection. My recollection is that slightly different from that.
And who was it that asked you to do that on Monica Lewinsky's behalf?
I think she did. You know, she tried for months and months to get a job back in the White House, not so much in the West Wing, but somewhere in the White House complex, including the old Executive Office building. And she talked to Marcia Scott, among others. She very much wanted to come back. And she interviewed for some jobs, but never got one. She was from time to time upset about it. And I think what she was afraid of is that she couldn't get from the minute she left the White House, she was worried about this, that if she didn't come back to the White House and work for a while and get a good job recommendation, that no matter how well she had done at the Pentagon, it might hurt her future employment prospects. Well, it became obvious that, you know, her mother had moved to New York. She wanted to go to New York. She wasn't going to get a job in the White House, so she wanted to get a job in the private sector. And she said, I hope that I won't get a letter out of the Legislative Affairs Office that will prevent my getting a job in the private sector. And that's what I talked to Erskine about. Now, that's my entire memory of this.
All right. I want to go back briefly to the December 28th conversation with Ms. Lewinsky. I believe you testified to the effect that she asked you, what if they asked me about gifts she gave me? My question to you is, after that statement by her, did you ever have a conversation with Betty Curry about gifts or picking something up from Monica Lewinsky?
I don't believe I did, sir, no.
You never told her anything to this effect, that Monica has something to give you? Did you say Betty Curry?
No, sir, I didn't. I don't have any memory of that whatever.
And so you have no knowledge that, or you had no knowledge at the time that Betty Curry went and picked up, your secretary went and picked up from Monica Lewinsky items that were called for by the Jones subpoena and hid them under her bed. You had no knowledge that anything remotely like that was going to happen.
I did not. I did not know she had those items, I believe, until that was made public.
And you agree with me that that would be a very wrong thing to do, to hide evidence in a civil case, or any case. Isn't that true?
Yes, I don't know that that Ms. Curry knew that that's what she had at all, but
I'm not saying she did. I'm just saying.
It is, if Monica Lewinsky did that after they had been subpoenaed and she knew what she was doing, she should not have done that. Indeed, I myself told her, if they ask you for gifts, you have to give them what you have. And I don't understand if, in fact, she was worried about this, why she was so worried about it. It was no big deal.
I want to talk about a December 17th phone conversation you had with Monica Lewinsky at approximately 2 a.m. Do you recall making that conversation and telling her initially about the death of Betty's brother, but then telling her that she was on the witness list and that it broke your heart that she was on the witness list?
No, sir, I don't, but it is quite possible that happened, because if you remember, earlier in this meeting, you asked me some questions about what I'd said to Monica about testimony and affidavits, and I was struggling to try to remember whether this happened in a meeting or a phone call. Now, I remember I called her to tell her Betty's brother had died. I remember that. And I know it was in the middle of December, and I believe it was before Monica had been subpoenaed. So I think it is quite possible that if I called her at that time and I'd not talked to her since the 6th, and you asked me this earlier, I believe when I saw her on the 6th, I don't think I knew she was on the witness list then. Then it's quite possible I would say something like that. I don't have any memory of it, but I certainly wouldn't dispute that I might have said that.
And in that conversation, or in any conversation in which you informed her she was on the witness list, did you tell her, you know, you can always say that you were coming to see Betty or bringing me letters? Did you tell her anything like that?
I don't remember. She was coming to see Betty. I can tell you this, I absolutely never asked her to lie.
Sir, every time you came to see Betty and you were in the Oval Office, she was coming to see you too, wasn't she? Or just about every time?
I think just about every time. I don't think every time. I think there was a time or two when she came to see Betty when she didn't see me.
So do you remember telling her anytime when you told her or after you told her that she was on the witness list, something to this effect? You know, you can always say you were coming to see Betty or you were bringing me letters.
I don't remember exactly what I told her that night. I don't remember that. I remember talking about the nature of our relationship, how she got in, but I also will tell you that I felt quite comfortable that she could have executed a truthful affidavit which would not have disclosed the embarrassing details of a relationship that we had had, which had been over for many, many months by the time this incident occurred.
Did you tell her any time in December something to that effect? You know, you can always say that you were coming to see Betty or you were bringing me letters. Did you say that or anything like it in December 97 or January 98 to Monica Lewinsky?
Well, that's a very broad question. I do not recall saying anything like that in connection with her testimony. I can tell you what I do remember saying, if you want to know, but I don't. We might have talked about what to say in a non-legal context at some time in the past, but I have no specific memory of that conversation. I do remember what I said to her about possible testimony.
You would agree with me if you did say something like that to her, to urge her to say that to the Jones people, that would be part of an effort to mislead the Jones people, no matter how evil they are and corrupt.
I didn't say they were evil. I said what they were doing here was wrong, and it was.
Wouldn't that be misleading?
Well, again, you're trying to get me to characterize something that I don't know if I said or not, without knowing whether the context is complete or not. So I would have to know what was the context, what were all the surrounding facts. I can tell you this: I never asked Miss Lewinsky to lie. The first time she raised with me the possibility that she might be a witness, or I told her, you suggested a possibility in this December 17th time frame, I told her she had to get a lawyer. And I never asked her to lie.
Did you ever say anything like that? You can always say that you were coming to see Betty or bringing me letters. Was that part of anything you said to her or a cover story before you had any idea she was going to be part of Paula Jones?
I might well have said that.
Okay.
Because I certainly didn't want this to come out if I could help it. And I was concerned about that. I was embarrassed about it. I knew it was wrong. And you know, of course I didn't want it to come out.
But you're saying that you didn't say anything. I want to make sure I understand. Did you say anything like that once you knew or thought she might be a witness in the Jones case? Did you repeat that statement or something like it to her?
Well, again, I don't recall. And I don't recall whether I might have done something like that. For example, somebody says, what if the reporters asked me, or this, that, or the other thing? I can tell you this. In the context of whether she could be a witness, I have a recollection that she asked me, well, what do I do if I get called as a witness? And I said, you have to get a lawyer. And that's all I said, and I never asked her to lie.
Did you tell her to tell the truth?
Well, I think the implication was she would tell the truth. I've already told you that I felt strongly that she could execute an affidavit that would be factually truthful, that might get her out of having to testify. Now, it obviously wouldn't if the Jones people knew this, because they knew that if they could get this and leak it, it would serve their larger purposes, even if the judge ruled that she couldn't be a witness in the case. The judge later ruled she wouldn't be a witness in the case. The judge later ruled the case had no merit. So I knew that, and did I hope she'd be able to get out testifying on an affidavit? Absolutely. Did I want her to execute a false affidavit? No, I did not.
If Monica Lewinsky has stated that her affidavit that she didn't have sexual relationship with you is in fact a lie, I take it you disagree with that?
No, I told you before what I thought the issue was there. I think the issue is, how do you define sexual relationship? And there was no definition imposed on her at the time she executed the affidavit. Therefore, she was free to give it any reasonable meaning.
And if she says she was lying,
And
under your common sense ordinary meeting that you talked about earlier, Mr. President, that most Americans would have, if she says sexual relationship, saying I didn't have one was a lie because I had oral sex with the president, I take it you would disagree with that.
Now, we're back to where we started, and I have to invoke my statement. But let me just say one thing. I've read a lot, and obviously I don't know whether any of it's accurate, about what she said and what purports to be on these tapes. And this thing, and I've searched my own memory, this reminds me to some extent of the hearings when Clarence Thomas and Anita Hill were both testifying under oath. Now, in some rational way, they could not have both been telling the truth, since they had directly different accounts of a shared set of facts. Fortunately, or maybe you think unfortunately, there was no special prosecutor to try to go after one or the other of them, to take sides and try to prove one was a liar, and so Judge Thomas was able to go on and serve on the Supreme Court. But what I learned from that, I can tell you that I was a citizen out there just listening, and when I heard both of them testify, what I believed after it was over, I believed that they both thought they were telling the truth. You're dealing with, in some ways, the most mysterious area of human life. I'm doing the best I can to give you honest answers.
Mr. President.
And that's all I can tell you. And you know, those people both testified under oath, so if there had been a special prosecutor, one of them could have gone after Anita Hill, another could have gone after Clarence Thomas. I thank God there was no such thing then, because I don't believe that it was a proper thing. And I think they both thought they were telling the truth. So maybe Ms. Lewinsky believes she's telling the truth, and I'm glad she got her mother and herself out of trouble. I'm glad you gave her that sweeping immunity. I'm glad for the whole thing. It breaks my heart that she was ever involved in this.
I want to go back to a question about Vernon Jordan. I want to go back to late December and early January. Late December of 97, early January of 98. During this time, Mr. President, you're being sued for sexual harassment by a woman who claims, among other things, that others got benefits that she didn't because she didn't have oral sex with you. While this is happening, your powerful friend, Vernon Jordan, is helping to get Monica Lewinsky a job and a lawyer. He's helping to get a job and a lawyer for someone who had some kind of sex with you and who has been subpoenaed in the very case, the Jones case. Don't you see a problem with this? Didn't you see a problem with this?
No. Would you like to know why?
Isn't that why isn't that why Vernon Jordan asked you on December 19th whether or not you had sexual relationships with Monica Lewinsky, and why he asked her? Because he knew it would be so highly improper to be helping her with a lawyer and a job if in fact she had had a relationship with you?
I don't know. I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all, particularly since even if you look at the facts here in their light most unfavorable to me, no one has suggested that there was any sexual harassment on my part. And I don't think it was wrong to be helping her. Look.
A subpoenaed witness in a case against you?
Absolutely. Look, for one thing, I had already proved in two ways that I was not trying to influence her testimony. I didn't order her to be hired at the White House. I could have done so. I wouldn't do it. She tried for months to get in. She was angry. Secondly, after I terminated the improper contact with her, she wanted to come in more than she did. She got angry when she didn't get in sometimes. I knew that might make her more likely to speak, and I still did it because I had to limit the contact. And thirdly, let me say, I formed an opinion really early in 1996. And again, well, let me finish the sentence. I formed an opinion early in 1996, once I got into this unfortunate and wrong conduct, that when I stopped it, which I knew I'd have to do, and which I should have done a long time before I did, that she would talk about it. Not because Monica Lewinsky's a bad person. She's basically a good girl. She's a good young woman with a good heart and a good mind. I think she is burdened by some unfortunate conditions of her upbringing. But she's basically a good person. But I knew that the minute there was no longer any contact, she would talk about this. She would have to. She couldn't help it. It was a part of her psyche. So I had put myself at risk, sir. I was not trying to buy her silence or get Vernon Jordan to buy her silence. I thought she was a good person. She had not been involved with me for a long time in any improper way, several months. And I wanted to help her get on with her life. It's just as simple as that.
Time for a break. Okay, 4:49.
Well, that's the end of that segment 4. On Capitol Hill, Candy Crowley, what's some of the initial thinking?
Bernie, I have the initial thinking, as do other reporters from the Republican and the Democratic side. I can tell you in response to one thing that we discussed earlier, Republicans believe the reason the president is giving such long answers is that he's stalling. According to Republicans, the president knows there is a time limit on the testimony, and the longer he takes to answer a question, the fewer questions he has to answer. The Democrats' reply basically is to underscore for reporters on what pages it shows that Monica Lewinsky lies. There are pages and pages of that are documented here by Democrats showing that Monica Lewinsky is not, in their estimation, a credible witness. Understand that on the House side, Bob Franken has more details.
Well, Candy, CNN has learned that the House Judiciary Committee has received the heretofore secret videotape of the president's deposition that he gave in the Paula Jones case on January 17th. It is now in the possession of the committee. Of course, the judge last week agreed that she would send it at the request of the committee chairman, Henry Hyde. Sources of the committee say there will be a vote at a time to be announced on whether to release that to the public, given the fact that the Republicans hold the majority. That could be expected to be released to the public. Judy and Bernie?
Thank you, Bob.
All right, we want to show you some pictures while this testimony has been being released, and we've been showing it to you. President Clinton has been in New York at the United Nations when he stepped up to the lectern to make his address this morning. As you can see, there was a standing ovation, sustained applause that went on for some minutes for the president. Nelson Mandela there, the president of South Africa, among others. This was the reaction at the UN, according to the news wires, evidently unfazed by this taped testimony. Bernie, we're going to go back now to the videotape. The president testifying before the grand jury.
2 hours and 55 minutes. Thank you. Mr. President, apparently we have 1 hour and 5 minutes left if we stick to the 4-hour time frame. That's 30 seconds. 30
So you gave him that 30 seconds soliloquy, so I owe you 30 seconds more.
Very generous. That actually segues very nicely into one of the grand jurors pointed out actually that you indicated at the beginning of the deposition that you would answer all the grand jurors, you wanted to answer all the grand jurors' questions, and they wanted to know whether you would be willing to stay beyond the 4-hour period to, in fact, answer all their questions.
Well, let's see how we do in the next hour, and then we'll decide.
Okay. Let me draw your attention to early January this year. After Christmas, before your deposition, do you remember talking to Betty Curry about Monica, who had just called her and said that Monica, needed to talk to you before she signed something?
I'm not sure that I do remember that, but go ahead.
In early January, she told, and then Betty Curry relayed this to you, that Monica called, it's important, she needs to talk to you before she signs something, and then you do indeed talk to Monica that day on the telephone.
I did talk to her that day?
Yes.
Mr. President, excuse me, if that's a question, if you have a memory of that, you can answer.
I'm trying to remember when the last time I talked to her was. I am aware, sir, that she signed this affidavit about this time, and sometime in the first week of January. I may have talked to her before she did it. I don't know. I talked to her a number of times between the time Betty's brother died, Christmas, then I saw her on December 28th. I may have talked to her, but I don't remember specific conversations.
And you would have talked about she had just given you a gift, actually, in early January, a book on presidents of the United States. And you discussed this with her, and she said that you said you liked it a lot.
I did like it a lot. I told you that my impression, my belief was that she gave me that book for Christmas. Maybe that's not right. I think she had that book delivered to me for Christmas. And then, as I remember, I went to Bosnia, and for some reason she wasn't there around Christmas time. But anyway, maybe I didn't get it till January. My recollection was that I had gotten it right before Christmas.
Let me see if I can jog your memory further. Monica talked to you in that phone conversation that told you that she had just met with her attorney, that Mr. Jordan arranged with her, and their attorney said that if she is deposed, that they're going to ask her how she got her job at the Pentagon. And Monica then asked you, what do you think I should say? How do I answer that question? How did I get the job at the Pentagon? Did you talk to Monica about that? About possibility?
I don't believe, no, I don't remember her asking me that, but if she had asked me that, I would have told her to tell the truth. And I didn't, you know, I don't know exactly how she got her job at the Pentagon. I know Evelyn Lieberman wanted to transfer out of the job she had, and somebody must have arranged that, but I didn't arrange it.
That's actually not my question. My question is whether you remember talking to Monica about her being concerned that I may have to answer some questions about how and why I was transferred from the Pentagon out of the White House. Fearing that this would...
No, I don't remember that at all.
Or answers that would reveal your relationship.
Oh, no, sir, I don't remember that. Maybe she did, but I only remember, well, I don't remember that. That's all I can tell you. I don't remember that.
Are you saying, Mr. President, that you did not then say to Ms. Lewinsky that you could always say that people in legislative affairs got you the job or helped you get it?
I have no recollection of that whatever.
Are you saying you didn't say it?
No, sir, I'm telling you, I want to say I don't recall, I don't have any memory of this as I sit here today. And I can tell you this, I never asked her to lie. I never did, and I don't have any recollection of the specific thing you're saying to me. Now, if I could back up, there were several times when Monica Lewinsky talked to me on the telephone in 1996, in person in 1997, about her being concerned about what anybody would say about her transfer from the White House to the Pentagon. But I remember no conversation in which she was concerned about it for the reasons you just mentioned. And all my memory is she was worried about it because she thought it would keep her from getting a good job down the road. And she talked to me about it constantly in 1997. She thought, well, I'll never have my record clear unless I work somewhere in the White House complex where I can get a good recommendation. But in the context you mentioned it, I do not recall the conversation.
Did you ever tell Ms. Lewinsky, promise to her that you would do your best to get her back into the White House after the 1996 presidential election?
What I told Ms. Lewinsky was that I would do what I could to see if she had a good record at the Pentagon. And she assured me she was doing a good job and working hard. That I would do my best to see that the fact that she had been sent away from the Legislative Affairs section did not keep her from getting a job in the White House. And that is, in fact, what I tried to do. I had a conversation with Ms. Scott about it, and I tried to do that. But I did not tell her I would order someone to hire her, and I never did. And I wouldn't do that. It wouldn't be right.
When you received the book, this gift from Monica, President of the United States, this book that you liked and you talked to Monica about, Did it come with a note? Do you remember the note that it came with, Mr. President?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you remember that in the note she wrote that she expressed how much she missed you and how much she cared for you, and you and she later talked about this in this telephone conversation, and you said, and she apologized for putting such emotional, romantic things in this note, and you said, yeah, you shouldn't have written some of those things. You shouldn't put those things down on paper. Did you ever say anything like that to Ms. Lewinsky?
Oh, I believe I did say something like that to Ms. Lewinsky. I don't remember doing something as late as you suggest. I'm not saying I didn't. I have no recollection of that. Keep in mind now, it had been quite a long time since I'd had any improper contact with her. And she was, in a funny way, almost more attached to me than she had been before. In '96, she had a long relationship, she said, with a man whom she liked a lot. And I didn't know what else was going on in her private life in '97, but she talked to me occasionally about people she was going out with. But normally, her language at this point was, if affectionate, was not improperly affectionate, I would say. So, but it could have happened. I wouldn't say it didn't. I just don't remember it at this late date.
Let me refer back to one of the subjects we talked about in one of the earlier breaks, right before one of the earlier breaks, and that is your meeting with Mrs. Curry on January 18th. This is the Sunday after your deposition in the Paula Jones case.
Yeah.
You said that you spoke to her in an attempt to refresh your own recollection about the events involving Ms. Lewinsky. Is that right?
Yes.
How did you making the statement, "I was never alone with her," right, refresh your recollection?
Well, first of all, let's remember the context here. I did not at that time know of your involvement in this case. I just knew that obviously someone had given them a lot of information, some of which struck me as accurate, some of which struck me as dead wrong. But it led them to ask me a whole series of questions about Monica Lewinsky. Then on Sunday morning, this Drudge report came out, which used Betty's name, and I thought that we were going to be dead used by press comments. And I was trying to refresh my memory about what the facts were. So when I said we were never alone, right, I think I also asked her a number of other questions because there were several times, as I'm sure she would acknowledge, when I either asked her to be around. I remember once in particular when I was talking with Miss Lewinsky when I asked Betty to be actually in the next room, in the dining room, and as I testified earlier, once in her own office. But I meant that she was always in the Oval Office complex, in that complex while Monica was there. And I believe that this was part of a series of questions I asked her to try to quickly refresh my memory. So I wasn't trying to get her to say something that wasn't so, and in fact, I think she would recall that I told her to just relax, go in the grand jury, and tell the truth when she'd been called as a witness.
So when you said to Mrs. Curry that I was never alone with her, right, you just meant that you and Ms. Lewinsky would be somewhere, perhaps in the Oval Office, many times in your back study, is that correct?
That's right. We were in the back study.
And then,
keep in mind, sir, I just want to make, I was talking about 1997. I was never, ever trying to get Betty Curry to claim that on the occasions when Monica Lewinsky was there, when she wasn't anywhere around, that she wasn't. I would never have done that to her, and I don't think she thought about that. I don't think she thought I was referring to that.
did you put a date restriction? Did you make it clear to Mrs. Curry that you were only asking her whether you were never alone with her after 1997?
Well, I don't recall whether I did or not, but I assumed, if I didn't, I assumed she knew what I was talking about because it was the point at which Miss Lewinsky was out of the White House and had to have someone wave her in order to get in the White House. And I do not believe to this day that I was, in 1997, that she was ever there and that I ever saw her unless Betty Curry was there. I don't believe she was.
Do you agree with me that the statement, "I was never alone with her," is incorrect? you were alone with Monica Lewinsky, weren't you?
Well, it depends on how you define alone. Yes, we were alone from time to time, even during 1997, even when there was absolutely no improper contact occurring. Yes, that is accurate. But there were also a lot of times when, even though no one could see us, the doors were open to the halls on both ends of the hall. People could hear. The Navy stewards could come in and out at will. If they were around, other things could be happening. So there were a lot of times when we were alone, but I never really thought we were. And sometimes but as far as I know, what I was trying to determine, if I might, is that Betty was always around, and I believe she was always around, where I could basically call her or get her if I needed her.
When you said to Mrs. Curry, you could see and hear everything, that wasn't true either, was it? As far as you knew? You've already seen
my memory of that,
not there.
My memory of that was that she had the ability to hear what was going on if she came into the Oval Office from her office. And a lot of times, you know, when I was in the Oval Office, she just had the door open to her office. Then the door was never completely closed to the hall. So I think there was, I'm not entirely sure what I meant by that, but I could have meant that she generally would be able to hear conversations, even if she couldn't see them. And I think that's what I meant. Now, I could have been referring not generally to every time she was there, but one particular time I remember when Miss Lewinsky was there, when I asked Betty, and I'm sorry to say for reasons I don't entirely remember, to actually stay in the dining room while I talked with Monica. I do remember one such instance.
Well, you've already testified that you did almost everything you could to keep this relationship secret. So would it be fair to say that even from Mrs. Curry, she didn't know about the nature, that is, your physically intimate relationship with Miss Lewinsky, did she?
As far as I know, she was unaware of what happened on the occasions when I saw her in 1996 when something improper happened. And she was unaware of the one time that I recall in 1997 when something happened. I think she was quite well aware that I was determined to impose the appropriate limits on the relationship when I was trying to do it. And, you know, anybody would hope that this wouldn't become public, although I frankly, from 1996 on, always felt that if I severed inappropriate contact with Miss Lewinsky, sooner or later it would get public. And I never thought it would be part of the Jones case. I never even thought about that. I certainly never thought it would be part of your responsibilities. But I did believe that she would talk about it.
My question was more simple than that. Mrs. Curry did not know of the physically intimate nature of your relationship, did she?
I don't believe she did, no.
So you would have done, you tried to keep that nature of the relationship from Mrs. Curry?
Absolutely.
So you would not have engaged in those physically intimate acts if you knew that Mrs. Curry could see or hear that. Is that correct?
That's correct, but keep in mind, sir, I was talking about 1997. That occurred and I believe that occurred only once in February of 1997. I stopped it. I never should have started, and I certainly shouldn't have started it back after I resolved not to in 1996. And I was referring to 1997. And as I say, I do not know. Her memory and mine may be somewhat different. I do not know whether I was asking her about a particular time when Monica was upset, and I asked her to stay back in the dining area, or whether I had reference to the fact that if she kept her door open to the Oval Office, because there was always, the door to the hallway was always somewhat open, that she would always be able to hear something if anything went on that was, you know, too loud or whatever. I do not know what I meant. I'm just trying to reconcile the two statements as best I can without being sure.
There was at least one event where Mrs. Curry was definitely not even in the Oval Office area. Isn't that right? And I think you began to testify about that before. That was at the radio address.
I'm not sure of that, but in that case, there was certainly someone else there. I don't know.
Would you be testing Mrs. Curry's memory about whether someone else was there?
Well, I can say this. If I'm in the Oval Office, my belief is that there was someone else there, somewhere in the Oval Office complex. I've looked at the film. This night has become legendary now. You know, I've looked at the film we have. I've looked at my schedules. I've seen the people with the radio address. I do believe that I was alone with her from 15 to 20 minutes. I do believe that things happened then which were inappropriate. I don't remember whether Betty was there or not, but I can't imagine that since all this happened more or less continuously in that time period, there must have been someone who was working around the radio address who stayed around somewhere. That would be my guess. I don't know. I'm sorry I don't have records about who it would be, but I doubt very seriously if we were all alone in that Oval Office complex then.
Mr. President, if there is a semen stain belonging to you on a dress of Miss Lewinsky's, how would you explain that?
Well, Mr. Bittman, I don't, first of all, when you asked me for a blood test, I gave you one promptly. You came over here and got it. And we met that night and talked. So that's a question you already know the answer to, not if, but you know whether. And the main thing I can tell you is that doesn't affect the opening statement I made. The opening statement I made is that I had inappropriate, intimate contact. I take full responsibility for it. It wasn't her fault, it was mine. I do not believe that I violated the definition of sexual relations I was given by directly touching those parts of her body with the intent to arouse or gratify. And that's all I have to say. I think for the rest, you know what the evidence is, and it doesn't affect that statement.
Is it possible or impossible that your semen is on a dress belonging to Miss Lewinsky?
I have nothing to add to my statement about it, sir. You know what the facts are. There's no point in a hypothetical.
Don't you know what the facts are also, Mr. President?
I have nothing to add to my statement, sir.
Getting back to the conversation you had with Mrs. Curry on January 18th, you told her, if she testified that you told her, Monica came on to me and I never touched her. You did, in fact, of course, touch Miss Lewinsky, isn't that right? In a physically intimate way?
Now, I've testified about that. And that's one of those questions that I believe is answered by the statement that I made.
What was your purpose in making these statements to Mrs. Curry if they weren't for the purpose to try to suggest to her what she should say if ever asked?
Now, Mr. Bittman, I told you, the only thing I remember is when all this stuff blew up, I was trying to figure out what the facts were. I was trying to remember. I was trying to remember every time I had seen Miss Lewinsky. Once this thing was in Drudge and there was this argument about what it was or was not going to be in Newsweek, that was a clear signal to me because Newsweek, frankly, had become almost a sponsoring media outlet for the Paula Jones case and had a journalist who had been trying so far fruitlessly to find me in some sort of wrongdoing. And so I knew this was all going to come out. I did not know at the time, I will say again, I did not know that any of you were involved. I did not know that the Office of Independent Counsel was involved. And I was trying to get the facts and trying to think of the best defense we could construct in the face of what I thought was going to be a media onslaught. Once you became involved, I told Betty Curry not to worry, that she had been through a terrible time. She'd lost her brother, she'd lost her sister, her mother was in the hospital. I said, Betty, just don't worry about me, just relax, go in there and tell the truth, you'll be fine. Now that's all there was in this context.
Did the conversations that you had with Mrs. Curry, this conversation, did it refresh your recollection as to the events involving Ms. Lewinsky?
Well, as I remember, I do believe, in fairness, that you know, she may have felt some ambivalence about how to react, because there were some times when she seemed to say yes when I'm not sure she meant yes. There was a time it seems like there was one or two things where she said, well, remember this or the other thing, which did reflect my recollection. So I would say a little yes and a little no.
Why was it then that 2 or 3 days later, given that the Washington Post article came out on January 21st, why would you have had another conversation with Betty Curry asking or making the exact same statements to her?
I don't know that I did. I remember having this one time. I don't know that I did.
If Mrs. Curry says you did, are you disputing that?
No, sir, I'm not a disputer.
Excuse me, it was your representation that she testified that conversation was when?
I'm not making a representation as to what Mrs. Curry said. I'm asking the President if Mrs. Curry testified 2 or 3 days later, that 2 or 3 days after the conversation with the President on January 18th, that he called her into the Oval Office and went over the exact same statements that the President made to her on the 18th. Is that accurate? Is that a truthful statement by Mrs. Curry if she made it?
I do not remember how many times I talked to Betty Curry or when. I can't possibly remember that. I do remember when I first heard about this story breaking, trying to ascertain what the facts were, trying to ascertain what Betty's perception was. I remember that I was highly agitated, understandably, I think. And then I remember when I knew she was going to have to testify to the grand jury, and I felt terrible because she had been through this loss of her sister, this horrible accident at Christmas that killed her brother. Her mother was in the hospital. I was trying to make her understand that I didn't want her to be untruthful to the grand jury, and if her memory was different from mine, it was fine. Just go in there and tell them what she thought. So that's all I remember.
Mr. President, my name is Jackie Bennett. If I understand your current line of testimony, you're saying that your only interest in speaking with Ms. Curry in the days after your deposition was to refresh her own recollection?
Yes.
It was not to impart instructions on how she was to recall things in the future?
No, and certainly not under oath. That every day, Sir, Mr. Bennett, in the White House and in every other political organization, when you're subject to a barrage of press questions of any kind, you always try to make the best case you can consistent with the facts, that is, while being truthful. So I was concerned for a day or two there about this as a press story only. I had no idea you were involved in it for a couple of days. I think Betty Curry's testimony will be that I gave her explicit instructions or encouragement to just go in the grand jury and tell the truth. That's what I told her to do, and I thought she would.
Mr. President, when did you learn about the Drudge Report reporting allegations of you having a sexual relationship with someone at the White House?
I believe it was the morning of the 18th, I think.
What time of day, sir?
I have no idea.
Early morning hours?
Yeah, I think somebody called me and told me about it. Maybe Bruce, maybe someone else. I'm not sure. But I learned early in the 18th of the Drudge Report.
Very early morning hours, sir?
Now, my deposition was on the 17th. Is that right?
On Saturday the 17th.
Yeah, I think it was When I got up Sunday morning, I think. Maybe it was late Saturday night. I don't remember.
Did you call Betty Curry, sir, after the Drudge report hit the wire?
I did.
Did you call her at home?
I did. Was that the night of the 17th?
Night of the 17th, early morning hours of the 18th?
Okay, yes. That's because, yes, I worked with Prime Minister Netanyahu that night until about midnight. Isn't that right?
Excuse me, I think the question is directed, Mr. Bennett, if you could help out by putting the day of the week, I think that would be helpful.
Saturday night, Sunday morning.
Yes. I called Betty Curry about as soon as I could after I finished with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and then the aftermath of that meeting, planning where we were going next in the Middle East peace process.
Can we take a 2-minute break, please?
Can I ask one other question first?
I think where this is confused on dates, that's all.
That's what I didn't think it was the night of the 17th. Can we have a break and I could get straightened out?
Sure. May I ask one other question? This is a question I forgot to ask.
I don't want to get mixed up on these dates now. Go ahead.
This is, they wanted to know whether, they want us to clarify that the President's knowledge, your knowledge, Mr. President, as to the approach to our office this morning, that is, we were told that you would give a general statement about the nature of your relationship with Ms. Lewinsky, which you have done, and yet that you did not want to go into any of the details about the relationship, and that if we pressed on going into the details, that you would object to going into the details, and the grand jurors, before they wanted to vote on some other matters, they wanted to know whether you were aware of that we were told that.
Well, Mr. President, I told you that this is not a fair question when you say you were told. Who told you?
Who told me what? The question?
You said the grand jury was told.
We have kept the grand jury informed, as we normally would, of the proceedings here.
Right. And I'm sorry, who are you representing told you or the grand jurors anything? Is that our conversation?
Yes, our conversation. Yes. That was, in substance, related to the grand jurors.
And what's your question to me, Mr. Bennett?
Whether you were aware of the facts that I just described.
Yes, sir. Let me say this. I knew that Mr. Kendall was going to talk with Judge Starr. What we wanted to do was to be as helpful as we could to you on the question of whether you felt I was being truthful. When I said I did not have sexual relations with Ms. Lewinsky, as defined in that definition 1 in my testimony. And I thought the best way to do that and still preserve some measure of privacy and dignity would be to invite all you and the grand jurors to ask, well, would you consider this, that, or the other thing covered by the definition? You asked me several questions there, and I did my best to answer whether I thought they were covered by the definition, and said if I thought they were covered, you could conclude from that my testimony is I did not do them. If things are not covered by the definition, and I don't believe they're covered, then I could not, then they shouldn't be within this discussion one way or the other. Now, I know this is somewhat unusual, but I would say to the grand jury, to put yourself in my position, this is not a typical grand jury testimony. I have to assume a report is going to Congress. There's a videotape being made of this, allegedly because only one member of the grand jury is absent. This is highly unusual. And in addition to that, I have sustained a breathtaking number of leaks of grand jury proceedings. And so I think I am right to answer all the questions about perjury, but not to say things which will be forever in the historic annals of the United States because of this unprecedented videotape and may be leaked at any time. I just think it's a mistake. And so I'm doing my best to cooperate with the grand jury and still protect myself, my family, and my office.
Thank you.
All right, that's the end of the 5th segment of the President's testimony before the grand jury. We have left 2 more segments, a total of about 35 minutes left, Bernie. Let's go right to our legal analysts, Greta Van Susteren and Roger Kossak. Greta, I want to know, is the President explaining, is he helping himself by explaining why it is he won't be more explicit in describing the nature of his relationship with Ms. Lewinsky?
It all depends on the audience, Judy. If the audience thinks it's satisfactory that we don't put through someone through the incredible humiliation of excruciating details, then indeed he is helping himself. But I think it's smart, tactically, to do just as he's doing.
Roger, same question.
Well, I suppose this is beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you think that this isn't a much of a problem, there's really nothing new here that hasn't been leaked. This is the President saying the same thing. I didn't have sexual relations, sticking to that definition that he said was not sexual relations. There's really nothing new.
Well, there's a lot new at the United Nations, where the President addressed the world body today, and this, the opening session of the General Assembly. Our White House correspondent Eileen O'Connor is traveling with the President, but what are some of the leaders you've talked to saying about the initial viewing of these tapes?
Well, the Brazilian foreign minister just told me, Bernie, that the standing ovation that the president received, very unusual, at the beginning of his speech, was a clear statement of support by the members of the United Nations. He's been very, very supportive of the UN, they say. And also the Lithuanian president came out to stake out here and said basically that forget this Monica Lewinsky, this is more important, what's happening here at the United Nations. Bernie?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, when we broke, as you heard and saw, the subject was the President's personal secretary, Betty Currie, and when we go to this segment, we're going to be hearing more about Mrs. Currie.
Just 2 segments left. This one, it runs about 21 minutes, we're told. Let's listen.
Yeah. Mr. President, before we broke, we were talking about the sequencing of your conversations with Betty Currie following your deposition on Saturday, January 17th. You recall that?
I do.
All right. And you recall contacting Betty Currie, calling her and instructing her on the evening of Saturday night after your deposition and telling her to come in the next day.
Yes, sir, I do.
Sunday was normally her day off, isn't that so?
Yes, it was.
And so you were making special arrangements for her to come back into the White House, isn't that so?
Well, yes, I asked her to come back in and talk to me.
And it was at that time that you spoke with her, and Mr. Bittman and Mr. Weisenberg have asked you questions about what you said in that conversation. Isn't that so?
Yes, they have. I don't know whether that's the time, but I did talk to her as soon as I realized that the deposition had become more about Monica Lewinsky than Paula Jones. I asked her, you know, if she knew anything about this. I said, you know, it's obvious that this is going to be a matter of press speculation. And I was trying to go through the litany of what had happened between us and ask some questions.
Well, in fairness, it would be more than a matter of simple press speculation, isn't that so? Mr. President, there was the question about whether you had testified fully, completely, and honestly on the preceding day in your deposition.
Well, actually, Mr. Bennett, I didn't think about that then. This has been a rather unprecedented development, and I wasn't even thinking about the independent counsel getting into this. So at that moment, I knew nothing about it, and I was more interested in what the facts were and whether Ms. Currie knew anything about it, knew anything about what Monica Lewinsky knew about it.
Mr. President, you've told us at least a little bit about your understanding of how the term sexual relations was used and what you understood it to mean in the context of your deposition. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And you've told us that was a lawsuit Paula Jones filed in which she alleged that you asked her to perform oral sex. Isn't that so?
That was her allegation.
That was her allegation. And notwithstanding that that was her allegation, you testified that you understood the term sexual relations in the context of the questions you were being asked to mean something else. at least insofar as you were the recipient rather than the performer?
Sir, Paula Jones' lawyers pulled out that definition, not me. And Judge Susan Weber Wright ruled on it, just as she later ruled their case had no merit in the first place, no legal merit, and dismissed it. I had nothing to do with the definition. I had nothing to do with the judge's rulings. I was simply there answering the questions they put to me under the terms of reference they imposed.
Well, the grand jury would like to know, Mr. President, why it is that you think that oral sex performed on you does not fall within the definition of sexual relations as used in your deposition.
Because that is, if the deponent is the person who has oral sex performed on him, then the contact is with, not with anything on that list, but with the lips of another person. It seems to me self-evident that that's what it is. And I thought it was curious. Let me remind you, sir, I read this carefully. And I thought about it. I thought about what contact meant. I thought about what intent to arouse or gratify meant. And I had to admit, under this definition, that I'd actually had sexual relations with Jennifer Flowers. Now, I would rather have taken a whipping than done that, after all the trouble I'd been through with Jennifer Flowers. And the money I knew that she had made for the story she told about this alleged 12-year affair, which we had done a great deal to disprove. So I didn't like any of this, but I had done my best to deal with it. And that's what I thought. And I think that's what most people would think reading that.
Would you have been prepared to, if asked by the Jones lawyers, would you have been prepared to answer a question directly asked about oral sex performed on you by Monica Lewinsky?
If the judge had required me to answer it, of course I would have answered it. And I would have answered it truthfully.
By the way, do you believe that the Jones litigants had the same understanding of sexual relations that you claim you have?
I don't know what their understanding was, sir. My belief is that they thought they'd get this whole thing in, and that they were going to, what they were trying to do is do just what they did with Jennifer Flowers. They wanted to find anything they could get from me or anyone else that was negative, and then they wanted to leak it to hurt me in the press, which they did, even though the judge ordered them not to. So I think their position, Mr. Bennett, you asked the question, their position was, we're going to cast the widest net we can and get as much embarrassing stuff as we can and then dump it out there and see if we can make him bleed. I think that's what they were trying to do.
Don't you think, sir, that they could have done more damage to you politically or in whatever context if they had understood the definition the same way you did and asked the question directly?
I don't know, sir. As I said, I didn't work with their lawyers in preparing this case. I knew the case was wrong. I knew what our evidence was. By the time of this deposition, they knew what their evidence was. Their whole strategy was, well, our lawsuit's not good, but maybe we can hurt him with the discovery. And, you know, they did some. But it didn't amount to much. And did I want, if I could, to avoid talking about Monica Lewinsky? Yes, I'd give anything in the world not to be here talking about it. I'd give anything in the world not to have to admit what I've had to admit today. But if you look at my answer in the Flowers deposition, at least you know I tried to carefully fit all my answers within the framework there, because otherwise there was no reason in the wide world for me to do anything other than make the statements I'd made about Jennifer Flowers since 1991, that I did not have a 12-year affair with her, and the following accusations she made are false. So that's all I can tell you. I can't prove anything.
But you did have a great deal of anxiety in the hours and days following the end of your deposition on the 17th. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I had a little anxiety the next day, of course, because of the Drudge report. And I had an anxiety after the deposition because it was more about Monica Lewinsky than it was about Paula Jones.
The specificity of the questions relating to Monica Lewinsky alarmed you, isn't that fair to say?
Yes, and it bothered me, too, that I couldn't remember the answers. It bothered me that I couldn't, as Mr. Weisenberg pointed out, it bothered me that I couldn't remember all the answers. I did the best I could, and so I wanted to know what the deal was, sure.
Mr. President, to your knowledge, have you turned over, in response to the grand jury subpoenas, all gifts that Monica Lewinsky gave you?
To my knowledge, I have, sir. As you know, on occasion, Mr. Kendall has asked for your help in identifying those gifts, and I think there were a couple that we came across in our search that were not on the list you gave us that I remembered in the course of our search had been given to me, to Monica Lewinsky, and we gave them to you. So, to the best of my knowledge, we have given you everything we have.
Can you explain why on the very day that Monica Lewinsky testified in the grand jury on August 6th of this year, you wore a necktie that she had given you?
No, sir, I don't believe I did. What necktie was it?
The necktie you wore on August 6th, sir?
Well, I don't know that it was a necktie Monica Lewinsky gave me. Can you describe it to me?
Well, I don't want to take time at this point, but we will provide you with photographic evidence of that, Mr. President.
If you give me, I don't believe that's accurate, Mr. Bennett.
So let me ask.
But if you give it to me, and I look at it and I remember that she gave it to me, I'll be happy to produce it. I do not believe that's right.
Well, if you remember that she gave it to you, why haven't you produced it to the grand jury?
I don't remember that she gave it to me. That's why I asked you what the tie was. I have no earthly idea. I believe that that I did not wear a tie she gave me on August the 6th.
Can you tell us why Bayani Nelvis wore a tie that Monica Lewinsky had given you on the day he appeared in the grand jury?
I don't know that he did.
Have you given Bayani Nelvis any ties, sir?
Oh, yes, a lot of ties.
And so if he wore the tie that you gave him, that Monica Lewinsky had given you, that would not have been by design. Is that what you're telling us?
Oh, absolutely not. May I explain, Mr. Bennett? It won't take long. Every year since I've been president, I've gotten quite a large number of ties, as you might imagine. I have a couple of friends, one in Chicago and one in Florida, who give me a lot of ties. A lot of other people who send me ties all the time or give them to me when I see them. So I always have the growing number of ties in my closet. What I normally do is someone gives me a tie as a gift. I wear it a time or two. I may use it, but at the end of every year, and sometimes 2 times a year, sometimes more, I go through my tie closet and I think of all the things that I won't wear a lot or that I might give away, and I give them mostly to the men who work there. I give them to people like Glenn and Melvis, who work in the kitchen back in the White House, or the gentlemen who are my stewards, or the butlers, or the people who run the elevators. And I give a lot of ties away a year. I bet excluding Christmas, I bet I give 30, 40, maybe more ties away a year. And then, of course, at Christmas a lot. So there would be nothing unusual if, in fact, Melvis had a tie that originally had come into my tie closet from Monica Lewinsky. It wouldn't be unusual. It wouldn't be by design. And there are several other people of whom that is also true.
Mr. President, I'd like to move to a different area right now. I'd like to ask you some questions about Kathleen Willey. You met Kathleen Willey during your 1992 campaign, isn't that so?
Yes, sir, I did.
As a matter of fact, you first saw her at a rope line at the Richmond, Virginia airport on October 13, 1992. Is that not correct?
I don't believe that is correct.
When did you first meet her, sir?
Well, let me ask you this. When was the debate in Richmond?
I believe it was October 13, 1992, sir.
Well, I believe that I had met her, before then, because Governor Wilder, I believe that was his last year's governor. I think that's right. 92, 93. I believe that I met her in connection with her involvement with Governor Wilder. And I have the impression, it's kind of a vague number, but I have the impression that I'd met her once before, at least once before I came to that Richmond debate. Now, I'm not sure of that.
Well, at least if you had met her before.
But I am quite sure she was at the Richmond debate, and I did not meet her there. I'm quite sure of that.
Mr. President, you've seen television footage of you standing on a rope line with Donald Byer, Lieutenant Governor Donald Byer, asking Mr. Byer for the name of Kathleen Willie. You've seen that footage, haven't you?
I don't know that I've seen it, but I am aware that it exists.
All right. And you can see him, you can read his lips, he's saying the name Kathleen Willie in response to a question from you. Isn't that so?
That's what I've heard.
And as a matter of fact, you sent Nancy Hernreich, who was present on that day, to go get her telephone number, didn't you, sir?
I don't believe so.
You don't believe so?
Well, let me say this. If that is true, then I'm quite certain that I had met her before. I would never call someone out of the blue that I saw on a rope line and send Nancy Hernreich to get her number to do it.
Even if you were just learning her name for the first time?
That's correct. I'm not so sure that I didn't ask Don Byer if he was on the rope line with me who she was, because I thought I had seen her before, or I knew I'd seen her before, and I didn't remember her name. Now, I do that all the time, for men and women.
I'm sorry. Do you recall that you sent Nancy Hernreich to get her telephone number?
No, I don't.
All right. Do you recall having received her telephone number, calling her that night?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you recall inviting her to meet with you at your hotel that night?
No, sir, I do not.
Do you recall where you stayed in Richmond, Virginia during the debate you told us about?
Well, I stayed at some hotel there, I believe.
Actually, did you stay at the Williamsburg Inn, not in Richmond?
Yeah, that's right. We prepared in Williamsburg. That's correct. I believe we prepared in Williamsburg and then went to Richmond for the debate, and then I think we spent the night in Richmond, and the next day I think we had a rally before we left town. I believe that's right.
Do you know of any reason Kathleen Willie's telephone number would appear on your toll records from your room in Williamsburg?
No,
you didn't call her.
No, I'm not denying that I called her, sir. You asked me a specific question. I won't deny that I called her. I don't know whether I did or not.
Matter of fact, you called her twice that day, didn't you, sir?
I don't recall. I may well have done it, and I don't know why I did it.
Well, does it refresh your recollection that you called her and invited her to come to your room that night, sir?
I don't believe I did that, sir.
If Kathleen Willie has said that, she's mistaken or lying. Is that correct, Mr. President?
I do not believe I did that. That's correct.
But what is your best recollection of that conversation, those conversations?
I don't remember talking to her, but it seems to me that at some point, this is why I believe I'd met her before, too. But at some point, I had some actual person-to-person conversation with her about my sore throat and what she thought would be good for it or something like that. I have some vague memory of that. That's it.
Is this the chicken soup conversation, Mr. President?
Well, I don't know if I would come. Maybe that's what she said I should have. I don't remember. But I have no recollection, sir, of asking her to come to my room. I'm sorry, I don't. I won't deny calling her. I don't know if I did call her. I don't know if she tried to call me first. I don't know anything about that. I met her and Doug Wilder. I remember that she and her husband were active for Governor Wilder, and that's about all I remember, except that I had a conversation with her around the Richmond debate. I do remember talking to her there.
Mr. President, let's move ahead to the episode on November 29, 1993, in which Mrs. Willie met you in your office at the Oval. The subject matter of the 60 Minutes broadcast a few months ago. You recall that episode?
I certainly do.
Mr. President, in fact, on that date, you did make sexual advances on Kathleen Willie. Is that not correct?
That's false.
You did grab her breast, as she said.
I did not.
You did place your hand on her groin area, as she said.
No, I didn't.
And you placed her hand on your genitals, did you not?
Mr. Bennett, I didn't do any of that. And the questions you're asking, I think, betray the bias of this operation that has troubled me for a long time. You know what evidence was released after the 60 Minutes broadcast that I think pretty well shattered Kathleen Willey's credibility. You know what people down in Richmond said about her. You know what she said about other people that wasn't true. I don't know if you've made all this available to the grand jury or not. She was not telling the truth. She asked for the appointment with me. She asked for it repeatedly.
Did she make a sexual advance on you, Mr. President?
On that day, no, she did not. She was troubled.
On some other day?
I wouldn't call it a sexual advance. She was always very friendly, but I never took it seriously.
Mr. President, you mentioned the documents that were released and information that came out from people in Richmond, etc. After the 60 Minutes piece was broadcast. As a matter of fact, you were required under the court's rulings to produce those documents in response to document requests by the Jones litigants. Is that correct?
No, I believe the Jones litigants, the request for production of documents to me, ran the documents that were in my personal files and in my personal possession, and did not cover documents that were White House files. So I don't believe we were required to produce them. As a matter of fact, when that story first ran, sir, before 60 Minutes was back in July or so of '97, I was aware that we had some letters. I didn't dream Kathleen Willey. I didn't remember that she'd written us as much as she had and called as much as she had and asked to see me as often as she had after this alleged incident. I didn't know the volume of contact that she had, which undermined the story she has told. But I knew there was some of it. And I made a decision that I did not want to release it voluntarily to her, after the Newsweek ran the story, because her friend Julie Steele was in the story saying she, Kathleen Willey, asked her to lie. And because, frankly, her husband had committed suicide, she apparently was out of money. And I thought, who knows how anybody would react under that? So I didn't. But now when 60 Minutes came with the story and everybody blew it up, I thought we would release it. But I do not believe we were required to release White House documents to the Jones lawyers.
Mr. President, have you made a decision on whether to stay beyond the 4 hours we agreed to accept questions from the grand jury?
We have made an agreement, Mr. Bennett, to give you 4 hours. We're going to do that. By my watch, there are about 12 minutes left.
I guess that's no. Is that correct, Mr. Kendall?
Yes, that's correct.
May I ask you a question? Could I have a 2-minute break?
Sure.
We'll get to it. Thanks. I'm sorry to bother you, but I know we're getting to the end, but I need to.
Now to Candy Crowley on the Hill. Lots of words in this testimony and lots of parsing of words and meaning of definitions, Candy.
I was listening closely to Greta and Roger talk about that there was nothing new in this, and I, by and large, absolutely agree with them. But I have to say, just from very unofficial, very unscientific reaction, people come by here and stop and listen to the president's testimony. And what gets the most reaction is when he says things like, well, that depends on what your definition of alone is, when asked whether he lied when he said he was never alone with Monica Lewinsky. When he is asked to whether he lied when he said he didn't have an ongoing he didn't have a relationship with Monica Lewinsky. There is discussion over the definition of the word is. That's the kind of reaction that we're getting just from sort of Main Street, if you will, if you can't have Main Street on Capitol Hill. And I think that's what the White House was worried about when they tried to warn people about this tape, that what we are looking at is a president who is very, very careful about the words he chooses. Bernie?
Okay.
Candy, and picking up on that point, let's turn to John King at the White House. John, we know the White House has been watching every syllable out of the president's mouth. Are they concerned about this point that Candy makes?
Certainly they are concerned, Judy. White House communications aide and political aides on a conference call as we speak, mapping out, among other things, what the official response should be to this unprecedented airing of the president's grand jury testimony. Privately, so far, officials saying that it's much ado about not much. They think the president handles himself rather well, breaks no new ground, no big headlines here. They are concerned a little bit about the brief flashes of anger we see, and they do worry that the normal everyday Americans might find the president evasive to some of the questions, specifically about his sexual contact with Monica Lewinsky. What they're banking on here is that people will find the questions more offensive than the answers.
Questions now by independent counsel Ken Starr of the president.
Mr. President, at various times in this investigation, officials have invoked executive privilege in response to questions that have been posed to them by the grand jury and in the grand jury. One of the grand jurors has posed the question, did you personally authorize the invocation of executive privilege?
If the answer is authorized, I think the answer to that would be yes. But I would like the grand jury to know something. In the cases where we raise the lawyer-client privilege or executive privilege, or where the Secret Service raised their privilege, and when I had nothing to do with that. I did not authorize it, approve it, or anything else. That was something they asked to be free to make their decision on by themselves. In none of those cases did I actually have any worry about what the people involved would say. The reason those privileges were advanced and litigated was that I believed that there was an honest difference between Judge Starr in the Office of Independent Counsel and Mr. Ruff, my counsel, and I about what the proper balance was in the constitutional framework. And I did not want to put the presidency at risk of being weakened as an institution without having those matters litigated. Now, we've lost some of those matters. Our people have testified, and the grand jury is free to conclude whether they believe that the testimony they gave was damaging to me, but I don't imagine it was, and I wasn't worried about it. It was an honest difference of constitutional principle between Judge Starr and the Office of Independent Counsel in the White House.
Mr. President, a couple of very brief questions given our time. The White House's outside counsel, Mr. Eggleston, withdrew the White House's appeal from Chief Judge Johnson's ruling that the invocation of executive privilege had to give way to the grand jury's right to the information. That ruling in connection with the testimony of Mr. Blumenthal and Mr. Lindsay. Were you informed of that fact, that the appeal had been withdrawn?
I was informed of it, and as a matter of fact, I was consulted about it, and I strongly supported it. I didn't want to appeal it. My main difference, Judge Starr, as you know, with you and with some of the court decisions, is on the extent to which members of the White House counsel staff, like Mr. Lindsay, should be able to counsel the president on matters that may seem like they're private, like the Jones case, but inevitably intrude on the daily work of the president. But I didn't really want to advance an executive privilege claim in this case beyond having it litigated so that we had not given up on principle this matter without having some judge rule on it. So I made it.
Excuse me, and you're satisfied that you now have the benefit of that ruling, is that correct?
Well, yes, I just didn't want to, I didn't want to, yes, and I think made the call, or at least I supported the call. I strongly felt we should not appeal your victory on the executive privilege issue.
Thank you.
Mr. President, among the many remaining questions of the grand jurors is one that they would like answered directly without relation to, without regard to inferences, which is the following. Did Monica Lewinsky perform oral sex on you? They would like a direct answer to that, yes or no.
Well, that's not the first time that question's been asked, but since I believe, and I think any person, reasonable person would believe that that is not covered in the definition of sexual relations I was given, I'm not going to answer except to refer to my statement. I had intimate contact with her that was inappropriate. I do not believe any of the contacts I had with her violated the definition I was given. Therefore, I believe I did not do anything but testify truthfully on these matters.
We have a couple of photos of the tie that you wore.
Okay, would you please give them to me?
Yes.
Now, this is this August 6th, is that correct?
1998, the day that Monica Lewinsky appeared at the grand jury. And my question to you on that is, were you sending some kind of a signal to her by wearing one of the ties? Let me finish if you don't mind.
Sure, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Were you sending some kind of a signal to her by wearing a tie she had given you on the day that she appeared in front of the grand jury?
No, sir. I don't believe she gave me this tie. And if I was sending a signal, I'm about to send a terrible signal, and maybe you ought to invite her to talk again. I don't want to make light about this. I don't believe she gave me this tie. I don't remember giving me this tie. And I had absolutely no thought of this in my mind when I wore it. If she did, I don't remember it, and this is the very first I've ever heard of it.
Did you realize when you, can I just have for the record, what are the exhibit numbers?
Yeah, there should be Jason 5 and 6.
All right. Mr. Bennett has some more questions.
Mr. President, we were talking about your responses to document requests in the Jones litigation, and I had just asked you about turning over the Kathleen Willey correspondence. You recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
And if I understand your testimony, you did not believe that the request for documents compelled you to search for those documents in the White House?
Mr. Bennett, I want to answer this question in a way that is completely satisfactory to you and the grand jury without violating the lawyer-client privilege, which is still intact. It was my understanding that in the request for production of documents, that those requests ran against and operated against my personal files. Now, I have some personal files in the White House. And I'm sorry, in this case, I'm not my own lawyer, and I don't know how the distinction is made between, excuse me, files which are the personal files of the president and files which are White House files. But I do have a very clear memory that we were duty-bound to search and turn over evidence, or excuse me, documents that were in my personal file, but not in the White House files. And I believe that the letters to which you refer, Miss Willey's letters and Miss Willey's phone messages, were in the White House file, and therefore I was instructed at least that we had fully complied with the Jones lawyers' request, and that these documents were outside the request.
Mr. President, you're not contending that White House documents stored in the fashion these were stored, are beyond your care, custody, or control, are you?
Mr. Bennett, that may be a legal term of art that I don't have the capacity to answer. I can only tell you what I remember. I remember being told in no uncertain terms that if these were personal files of the president, we had to produce documents. If they were essentially White House files, we were not bound to do so. And so we didn't.
So you're saying somebody told you that you didn't have to produce White House documents?
That's okay.
I question the witness that this question should not invade the sphere of the attorney-client privilege.
Yes.
Any conversations with the counsel or privilege?
Let me say, maybe, Mr. Kendall, we need a break here. I'm trying to avoid invading the lawyer-client privilege. I can just tell you that I did the best I could to comply with this. And eventually we did make, of course, all of this public. And it was damaging to Miss Willey and her credibility. It was terribly damaging to her. And the first time she came out with this story, I didn't do it. I only did it when they went back on 60 Minutes and they made this big deal of it, and it turned out she had tried to sell this story and make all this money. And I must say, when I saw how many letters and phone calls and messages there were that totally undercut her account, I myself was surprised.
But you knew there were letters.
I did, sir.
And
I
the
knew
White
that
House is under your control, isn't it, Mr. President?
Well, Mr. Bennett, again, I'm not trying to be, some days I think it's under my control and some days I'm not so sure. But if you're asking me as a matter of law, I don't want to discuss that because that's, I mean, I'll be glad to discuss it, but I'm not the person who should make that decision. That decision should be made by someone who can give me appropriate advice, and I don't want to violate the lawyer-client privilege here.
Well, Mr. President, how are the letters from Kathleen Willey that surfaced after the 60 Minutes episode aired any different from the correspondence and other matters, tangible items, tangible things, of Monica Lewinsky?
Well, the items you asked for from Monica Lewinsky that I produced to you, you know, that there was a tie, a coffee cup, a number of other things I had. Then I told you there were some things that had been in my possession that I no longer had. I don't know if I did that. There was one book, I remember, that I left on vacation last summer.
The same documents that the Jones litigants had asked you
for. But at any rate, they were different. The gifts were in my personal possession, clearly.
In your office at the Oval?
Well, in the books, now that the presidential books were with my other books that belonged to me personally. They were in the Oval.
Where do you draw the line, sir, between personal and White House? You're talking about some documents that are in the Oval Office, and we don't see where you're drawing the line.
Well, Mr. Bennett, I don't think these were, I think the Lewinsky gifts were all non-documents, and you can... Just a moment. I'd like to finish answering the question, please, because this is a legitimate question, I think. There's somebody in the White House, Mr. Bennett, who can answer your question, and you could call them up and they could answer it under oath for you. There is some way of disaggregating what papers are personal to the president and what papers are part of the White House official archives of papers. And I don't know how the distinction is made. I just don't know.
Did you direct that personnel, Nancy Hernreich or anyone else, make a search for correspondence from Kathleen Willey and Monica Lewinsky when those documents were called for in the Jones litigation, sir? Did you direct that somebody on the White House staff look for those documents?
I don't believe that I was in charge of doing the document search, sir. So the strict answer to that question is that I didn't.
So you sat back and relied on this legalistic distinction between your personal, which you're in control of, and the White House, which, by the way, you're also in control of. Is that not correct?
I want to check the argumentative form of the question will allow the witness to answer it. We're now over time, even 30 seconds, so this will be...
Mr. Bennett, I haven't said this all day long, but I would like to say it now. Most of my time and energy in the last 5.5 years have been devoted to my job. Now, during that 5.5 years, I have also had to contend with things no previous president has ever had to contend with. A lawsuit that was dismissed for lack of legal merit, but that cost me a fortune and was designed to embarrass me. This independent counsel inquiry, which has gone on a very long time and cost a great deal of money, and about which serious questions have been raised, and a number of other things. And during this whole time, I have tried, as best I could, to keep my mind on the job the American people gave me. I did not make the legal judgment about how the documents were decided upon that should be given to the Jones lawyers and one that shouldn't. And I might add that Miss Willey would have been very happy that these papers were not turned over because they damaged her credibility so much, had they not ultimately been turned over after she made, I think, the grievous error of going on 60 Minutes and saying all those things that were not true. But I did not make the decision. It was not my job. This thing was being managed by other people. I was trying to do my job.
Mr. President, the grand jury, I'm notified, still has unanswered questions of you, and we appeal to you again to make yourself available to answer those questions.
Mr. Bennett, our agreement was for 4 hours. We've not counted the break time against that. And
you know, Mr. Bennett, I wish I could do it. I wish the grand jurors had been allowed to come here today as we invited them to do. I wanted them down here. I wanted them to be able to see me directly. I wanted them to be able to ask these questions directly, but we made an agreement that was different, and I think I will go ahead and stick with the terms of it.
The invitation was made after there was political fallout over the deposition circumstances with the satellite transmission and the taping. Isn't that so?
I don't know about the taping, Mr. Bennett. I understood that the prospect of the grand jurors coming down here was raised fairly early. I don't know. But anyway, I wish they could have. I respect the grand jury.
Just for the record, the invitation to the grand jury was contingent upon us not videotaping, and we had to videotape because we have an absent grand jury. Thank you.
Is that the only reason, Mr. Weisenberg, you have videotaped?
Well, yeah. You want to answer that, Mr. Weisenberg?
Silly.
Thank you very much.
Well, ironically, with a question about why the videotaping, a question that we did not hear an answer to, Bernie, the president concludes 4 hours and 3 minutes of testimony before the grand jury, initially impaneled in the Whitewater matter, moved on to other things, and ended up looking into the president's relationship with Monica Lewinsky. This was testimony that took place on August the 17th of this year, last month. And it's just been an extraordinary thing to watch all of this, 7 different segments. Let's go now to our legal analyst, Greta Van Susteren and Roger Cossack. What have we learned from watching the president testify over this period of time?
Well, I'll tell you, Judy, what I've learned, and I'm actually stunned. I was expecting to hear something far worse, more damaging to the President of the United States. We heard no Whitewater questions, no Travelgate questions, no Filegate questions. What we seem to have heard is that this was an inquest into a sexual conduct that the President obviously tried to mislead and cover up. But the big story may be what we haven't yet heard, and that's the transcript from the testimony of Monica Lewinsky, which has been made available. And in that transcript, she said herself at the end of her testimony that I would just like to say that no one ever asked me to lie, and I was never promised a job for my silence. I expected something a lot more. And boy, I tell you, I think the president was lucky that this was shown on TV, even though his conduct with the sex was deplorable.
You know, Judy, I think Greta and I were perhaps watching a different videotape. I think we heard an awful lot by this president refuse to give 1 inch on the definition of sexual relations. His definition of being alone is, I think, somewhat, as I've said before, doesn't pass the giggle test. And yes, Monica Lewinsky did say that at the very, very end of her testimony, but she also says a tremendous amount of other things in there which indicate that she was told perhaps to deny the relationship and other things, and particularly contradicts the president's definition of what his idea of what sexual relations are. So I don't, you know, maybe there's nothing new, but there certainly wasn't anything that I thought that was greatly beneficial to the president.
But what everyone needs to understand is that in a deposition, a civil lawyer instructs a client, listen to the question carefully, don't help the other side. And while that may be unattractive politically, legally, that's how it's done.
That's more than what we're talking about here. His idea of what sexual relations are and his definition of what being alone is just doesn't meet the rest of the world's definition.
You two sound like you're arguing a case. I have a question for you. Parse this, please. The President of the United States, in response to a question, says, quote, I am doing my best to cooperate with the grand jury and still protect myself, my family, and my office, unquote. Given his admitted to behavior in or near that office, how can he protect the office?
Well, I think, Bernie, he himself has admitted on August 17 and subsequently that he finds even his own conduct to be deplorable. I think he's condemned himself. I mean, obviously, you know, this is not something that he can even defend. Look, his conduct was bad. It was deplorable. But does it ever rise to high crimes and misdemeanors? Frankly, I don't even think after listening to this deposition, my guess is that we're never even going to see hearings.
Well, I'm not so sure we won't see hearings, and I must tell you that I am somewhat in agreement with Greta about whether or not, at the very worst, this is high crimes and misdemeanors. But to answer your question specifically, Bernie,
yes.
He cannot. I mean, the only thing he can do is do exactly what he did, is to not go into the details under the theory that he's trying to protect the office, because, you know, the devil is in the details, and he just doesn't want to go into them for obvious reasons.
But the details are irrelevant. He said, look, I had an inappropriate sexual relationship with Monica Lewinsky.
He never used the word sexual, though, Greta. He said
details. Look, he was wrong.
Greta, Judy's
Greta,
got a point.
I never heard him acknowledge a sexual relationship.
He never did, Judy. He never did.
An inappropriate, intimate relationship. He never was willing to acknowledge that there was, quote, a sexual aspect.
But wait, let me back up, Judy. What he did was he went to the deposition, subsection 1, that was presented to him by the Paula Jones lawyers on January 17th. And his reason is that in order to have a sexual relationship, whether you buy this or not, is that it had to be sexual intercourse, something he claimed he didn't have. There was nothing whatsoever to prevent.
Wait a second. Even claim it has to be intercourse.
There was nothing to prevent Paula Jones' lawyers from having a follow-up question, asking him more details. That's the problem. Is that he's correct. He misled people in the deposition, but that he was legally accurate. You may not like it, and it may be politically unwise, but frankly, he was asked a question. He has no legal obligation to help the Paula Jones lawyers define the question.
It's more than help the Paula Jones. You know, on one hand, he says, listen, I'm the president. Don't humiliate me with these awful, salacious questions. And then on the other hand, he says, well, you see, you didn't ask me the right question. The point is, he is out. He is stuck up on that sexual relation definition. He's stuck on that definition of being alone. But let me just say this. When you get right down to it, do I think this is the kind of thing that the Constitution had in mind for high crimes and misdemeanors? No. But that doesn't take away that these answers are silly.
And I think what we're going to see is that many Americans may think after watching this 4 hours plus is that what we have on our hands may be the sex police and not high crimes and misdemeanors.
One of the things that Ken Starr is listed as one of his grievances against the president is he said he lied to the grand jury. Is he going to be able to prove, based on this testimony we just saw, that the president lied to this grand jury?
Let me give you the answer. No.
Well, it depends on what he really wants to do, whether or not this is now.
The minute you put a depends in it, though, then you got to know.
It gets down to whether or not he really wants to get into a legal battle between bringing Monica Lewinsky in to testify as to describe exactly what she claims what went on in their sexual relationship, as opposed to what he said. And then there's a question of whatever the standard, the burden of proof is before the House Judiciary Committee. Look, she says obviously during their sexual relationship there was more than just oral sex. There was touching and feeling and things like that. He says, no, that didn't happen. Who do you believe?
But here's the curious thing, is that we're all complaining about the way the president parsed his words, parsed the definition. Well, guess what? That's exactly what we're doing to the deposition.
Except we're not under oath.
Well, but Greta...
No, I mean, but the point is that we're doing exactly to this deposition, and we will be over the next couple of days,
Greta,
as we complain the president does.
In response to Judy's question, you said no. It could not be proved that the president lied. Do you really say that in view of the House Judiciary Committee, perhaps about to hold hearings, and in view of the fact that Republicans who release this information have the controlling votes? How can you say no?
How can I say no to perjury in grand jury? Well, first of all, I don't think you can indict a sitting president. That's the first thing. Secondly, is that as I went through it carefully, listening to everything, I did not see a way. I don't even know if the president was telling the truth or not telling the truth. And that's a decision I'm simply unable to make. But I will tell you one thing. I didn't see any example of perjury. It means something that someone can prove was perjury.
I wasn't talking about indicting a sitting president. They can vote articles of impeachment in the House Judiciary Committee.
No question about it. They can go ahead and do that if they want. But if they're going to be the least bit loyal to the Constitution, the least bit loyal to history and precedent, Bernie, they won't in a million years do that. Because when you look back at history, it's talking about crimes against the nation, an assault on the Constitution. It's not this particular conduct. Frankly, I expected this deposition to be a million times worse than it was.
You know, and I know, and our viewers know, this White House is watching the polls very, very closely. The Republicans are watching these polls very closely. Bill Schneider's indicated he's having some slippage now. If that slippage continues, that will have a very dramatic effect on what those men and women do on that committee, regardless of what they're saying about bipartisanship.
The men and women on that committee have taken oaths as well. And one thing they've got to do, Bernie, is take a look at the Constitution, take a look at history to determine what are high crimes and misdemeanors. It's not whether we think the conduct of the president was deplorable.
But what I'm saying is politically, these people on the Judiciary Committee will not be acting in a vacuum.
Well, if you're claiming, Bernie, that in fact this isn't law and this is politics, I think you're right. The Republicans have control. I think that if he slips in the polls, I think they'll go after him. If he doesn't slip in the polls, they won't go after him because that's politics. If you're asking Greta and myself about what happens in a court of law, I'm in agreement with her. I think then it gets down to who do you believe, Monica Lewinsky or the president, as to what went on during their sexual relationship and whatever the definition of the loan is.
And I cannot believe, Bernie, my wildest dreams, that we really would spend the money and time to hold hearings on whether or not Monica Lewinsky is correct in the details she recited involving their sexual conduct. I cannot believe that we have deteriorated to the point where we're really concerned about what exactly the president did behind closed doors. In my wildest dreams, I think Congress has more important things to do, and I think they will realize it having watched this.
But in fact, Greta and Roger, that is what Congress is going to be looking at. Let's bring in our senior analyst, Jeff Greenfield in New York.
What happened to perjury and subordination of perjury and
Well, I think subordination of perjury ended up not being one of the grievances from Ken Starr. But just to bring Jeff into this, and maybe you want to address all this, Jeff, at one point the president said, it's kind of like Clarence Thomas and Nita Hill. He said, when I listened to them, I believed each one of them was telling the truth. He was trying to say, in effect, I'm telling the truth and Monica Lewinsky's telling the truth.
Yes, indeed, and it's not unusual for this president, who has often been described in political terms as trying to have everybody love him, and I don't mean that in a personal way, that is to never kind of take one side against the other. But I think the thing that we need to come back to, in view of the fact that we've been hearing from our two legal experts, is to remember what Alexander Hamilton wrote in Federalist 65, that this is essentially, he said, he was the guy who was assigned to describe impeachment when they were fighting to ratify the Constitution, and he says this is fundamentally, most fundamentally, a political experience. And he didn't mean that in the way we might mean it, in a pejorative. What he meant was, as he said, that impeachment is an inquest into the conduct of public men. And for all of the argument that I know we're going to be hearing in the weeks ahead about did this meet the legal definition of perjury, even under a more high-minded view of impeachment, it is not necessary, as we've seen in the impeachment of federal judges, it is not necessary for the House Judiciary Committee or for the House or for the Senate to deal with the legal definitions of crimes in order to find impeachable offenses. Now, my own feeling is that the most tricky part of this whole testimony was not the salacious stuff or you know, whether he got angry, but when he was talking about why he said to Betty Curry what she says he said. That's where the issue of possibly obstructing justice, and that's where the president's credibility seemed to me to be most tested. That when you said to Betty Curry, he was asked, we were never alone, right? What did you mean by that? And we got into this, it depends what you mean by alone. I was trying to refresh my recollection. But beyond those things, of whether they make out a legal case, we have to keep remembering that this is going to be decided in a political arena. And what we've seen so far is two ominous things for the president, actually three. One, the increasing zealotry of the House Republicans. Two, the increasing distancing of House Democrats and Senate Democrats. And three, the slight uptick, slight but measurable uptick in the percentage of people who are saying that impeachment or resignation may be the right thing to do. And those numbers cannot be looked at the White House with anything other but real concern.
So, Jeff, are you saying it really didn't matter what the president said in this testimony, that the forces are already in motion here?
No, I certainly think it mattered, because I think for a lot of people there's a kind of link between the formal definition of what perjury or obstruction of justice is and impeachment. But what I am saying is that in my view, and you know, I've been wrong before about lots of stuff, is that what is in motion is a process which I think, whatever people find from this testimony, is absolutely going to lead to a formal impeachment inquiry by the House Judiciary Committee. And I think beyond that, you're seeing a political environment in which the president's loyal supporters, the kind of people he would need to fight, that the number of them is decreasing and the degree to which they're willing to support him is decreasing. And that while we are going to spend the next couple of days looking at every bit of this testimony, ultimately, the arena where this is going to be decided may make this particular videotape less significant than we all thought it was.
Well, there are people watching today's developments. They have some very definite thoughts about that. We're going to go outside Washington as we continue in our special coverage.
And we will be right back.
Equities, large cap. Ooh, 10 best bets.
Peter Lynch?
Can I help you out?
Whew, talk about information overload.
It's too much.
But you must know all this.
You don't need all this.
It's my mission to be informed.
Fidelity can help you work out what you should know.
For your free investing guide, call 1-800-FIDELITY or visit fidelity.com.
You're going to buy something?
Just browsing.
Trains now go 300 miles an hour. Mail, 3,000 miles a second. Athletes continually break records. So how come pain relief isn't faster? Introducing Advil Liquid Gels, the first and only pain reliever in a faster-acting liquid-filled capsule that's gentle on your stomach. On tough pain, Advil Liquid Gels are stronger and faster than extra-strength Tylenol. Headaches to muscle aches. New Advil Liquid Gels. Advanced medicine for pain. Just got faster.
Critics and audiences agree. One True Thing is a masterpiece.
I've never been touched so much by a movie. Just the roller coaster of emotions. I'm still crying.
Gene Shalit raves. Meryl Streep triumphs again.
I'm home for a while. Not to play nursemaid to me.
It's a celebration of the power of the human heart.
It's about things that matter. It's about family. I'm gonna go call my mom. I want her to see it with me.
One True Thing.
You have to see this movie.
Rated R. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
Yahoo?
For a total of 4 hours and 14 minutes, Bernie, the president testified before the grand jury last month. Our Washington bureau chief, Frank Sesno, has been one of those paying very close attention and at the same time looking over these 2,000 some odd pages of other material. Frank?
Watching the testimony along with several colleagues, looking at the documents in these two volumes, over 2,800 pages. When we come back, we'll give you more on what's in the documentation, what was on the videotape, and where it may take William Jefferson Clinton.
Outside Washington, outside the Beltway, and across the Potomac River, think about what's been happening.
And we will be back. Our live coverage of this extraordinary day will continue.
Sunday on Cold War. They were unlikely allies. But their war with the Nazis could not prevent a growing distrust that would eventually threaten all of mankind. Cold War begins Sunday, 8 Eastern on CNN.
Tonight on CNN, a special report on President Clinton's videotaped testimony and newly released evidence, followed by a special 2-hour Larry King Live. It all begins tonight at 8 Eastern on CNN. Today on CNN's Talkback Live, America reacts to President Clinton's videotaped testimony. It's your chance to talk back. Today, 3 Eastern on CNN.
What makes the Window and Door Factory different than the competition? They sell the highest rated windows at the best price. The Window and Door Factory manufactures their windows in their factory and then sells them direct to you. This lets them install their windows in your home for far less than what most dealers charge for a much lower rated window. So when window shopping, remember,
at the Window and Door Factory, you'll always, always, always get the best price.
For a limited time, take 20% off our exclusive replacement windows. The Window and Door Factory. Call us right now for a no-obligation estimate.
I watch Channel 8 News for the weather. I've always liked Dick Goddard. I hope he stays forever.
I think Dick Goddard is a very reliable source for the weather.
Andre in the morning, all time. Got to find out what the weather's going to be like.
Andre's right on the money. I like them all. Dick and Mark and Andre.
I just feel better about watching Channel 8. That's my station.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Here it comes.
Don't
Don't let nasal allergies make you a prisoner of the indoors. Nasacort AQ nasal spray lets you take control of your nasal allergies. Nasacort AQ is a once-a-day prescription medication that goes to work right where the problem is to relieve stuffiness and runny nose. Call 1-800-760-1020 for a free allergy relief fact kit, including product information about Nasacort and a $5 rebate offer. Take control. Take Nasacort. Nasacort is non-drowsy and non-habit-forming. It has a low incidence of side effects, including headache, sore throat, nosebleed, and increased cough. Results were similar in tests with non-medicated inhalers. For best results, Nasacort must be used daily. Maximum relief may take several days. Nasacort is also available as a nasal inhaler. For more information, see your healthcare professional. Call now for product information and a $5 rebate offer.
This is CNN.
Transcripts, pages and pages of testimony constituting 4 hours and 14 minutes by this very special witness. Our Washington Bureau Chief Frank Cesno has been poring over the documents. Frank?
Well, Bernie and Judy, the president didn't explode, he didn't give an inch, and he continued to dispute an awful lot of terms of language, rather common words that most would rather take for granted in their meaning. Words such as sex, alone, and is. It depends what your definition of is, he said at one point. Nonetheless, the president staked out his ground early on in this testimony and barely gave an inch when he talked directly to the grand jury about his relationship with Monica Lewinsky.
When I was alone with Miss Lewinsky on certain occasions in early 1996 and once in early 1997, I engaged in conduct that was wrong. These encounters did not consist of sexual intercourse. They did not constitute sexual relations as I understood that term to be defined at my January 17, 1998 deposition. But they did involve inappropriate, intimate contact. These inappropriate encounters ended at my insistence in early 1997. I also had occasional telephone conversations with Ms. Lewinsky that included inappropriate sexual banter.
Now, several times the president was pressed on the precise nature of his sexual relationship. For example, twice grand jurors passed questions through the interrogators at the White House asking flatly, did Monica Lewinsky perform oral sex on the president? Both those times the president referred back to that previous statement. He was asked about other sexual activity the two of them had had. And again, the president continually referred back to his statement, sometimes in rather difficult or rather tortured ways. Nonetheless, the president stayed right where he was. He was asked repeatedly why he was not more forthcoming or led toward discussions about possible perjury with respect to the Paula Jones deposition. The president said that his goal in that deposition was to be, quoting here, truthful but not particularly helpful. And he went on to say that he was doing that because he deplored the innocent people who were being caught up in it. He deplored the illegal leaking that was coming from the other side. He deplored the fact that they knew, the Paula Jones people, that once they had the evidence, the whole thing was a bogus lawsuit. So the president very much stood his ground. Interestingly, at the toward the end of this whole thing, he made reference to the Anita Hill, Clarence Thomas hearings. And he said he was reminded about that whole thing. Well, we went back and we looked at what exactly then candidate Bill Clinton said at the time of Clarence Thomas's confirmation to the Supreme Court. And this is very interesting, if just a little bit off the subject. He said, at the time, I believed them both a little bit. My feeling after listening to the whole thing was that the truth was something that will never come out, that in their own way they both felt they were telling the truth. That was Bill Clinton in 1991. Now, we've been looking at the documents as well as the testimony. My colleague Charles Bierbauer is here. You've had the great task, Charles, of going through more than 2,800 pages of material.
And still going through it, Frank, actually more than 3,000 pages of material. You know, the tapes are about President and Monica Lewinsky, but there's certainly more to this investigation than the he said, she said confrontation, which we now have in tape and in transcript. And that becomes evident when you start looking at these 3,000 pages of additional documentation released by the Judiciary Committee. Nor is the president the only person facing action, impeachment in his case. May I remind you of the name of Linda Tripp, notorious for taping conversations with Ms. Lewinsky, telephone conversations. Ms. Tripp may have violated Maryland state laws by taping without consent. She's not in the clear either as far as the independent counsel is concerned. She had dozens of tapes. She actually kept them in a bowl on a table in her home, apparently recorded all her calls. She's clearly not a technician. The independent counsel's office reports 9 of the tapes show signs of duplication or editing, and in that particular case, the question arises, if she didn't fiddle with the tapes, who did? Well, the independent counsel says it's not aware who made the likely to be duplicated tapes, but says this, and this is important to Ms. Tripp's situation. If Ms. Tripp duplicated any tapes herself or knew of their duplication, then she has lied under oath before the grand jury and in a deposition. The OIC continues to investigate this matter. And indeed, when Mr. Starr sent his report to Capitol Hill, there was also a notation in there that he said he was wrapping up his investigation, that there were other lines of inquiry that would be announced at a later date. We still don't get much of that in here. There are things we'd like to know more about. For example, the testimony of Kathleen Willey. Was there any tampering in regard to her testimony to get her to change her story about being accosted, as she alleges, by the president outside the Oval Office? There's great volumes of this volume which pertain to the Jones versus Clinton case, which have been sealed under court order. They're essentially just blank pages in here. We don't know what is in there. There is a lengthy discussion of executive privilege for the White House officials for whom the president sought to block, or the president and his men sought to block testimonies. There's lengthy discussion of the Secret Service. These are cases yet to be decided before the Supreme Court as to whether such privileges exist. And let me just cite 2 lines or so from one letter which I think is very significant with regard to the Secret Service. It's from Jackie Bennett Jr., a voice we heard on those tapes, one of the deputies to Ken Starr, who questioned President Clinton. The letter addressed to Eric Holder, who is the Deputy Attorney General, and accusing the Secret Service of stonewalling. This is back in April of this year. And he says that it appears that the testimony in particular of one Robert Almasi, a Secret Service officer, which took place April 16th, described as regrettable, grossly unprofessional. Mr. Bennett writes in this letter that this piece of testimony was the single most disruptive appearance by any witness in any phase of our investigation. And then he goes on to say in this letter to the Attorney General's office that what happened in this testimony was an effort by sworn officials of the executive branch to hinder this investigation. It was after that piece of testimony that the independent counsel's office says it felt compelled to seek the testimony of Secret Service personnel before the grand jury. This was kind of a watershed in the proceedings to get Secret Service testimony, a matter which, as I say, we still don't have completed before the Supreme Court. It could come up again in this next session. There are other things that are not here that I wish we knew more about. We don't hear much of what Mr. Lindsay, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Ickes, Ms. Hernreich, all the various White House officials who were called before the grand jury. Their testimony is not yet available to us. So, Bernie and Judy, there is much more to be learned even after going through 3,000 pages of documents today.
Charles, just to clarify something, of course, we've been spending most of our time listening to the president, watching the president while you've been going through these documents. Just to be clear, the transcripts of what Linda Tripp audio taped, is that in these 2 documents that we were given?
The transcripts are not here, but there are actually notes taken by Linda Tripp in a little spiral notebook, which is kind of interesting because you can see that the pages, you can't perhaps see them here, but they've been ripped out of a spiral notebook, which are sort of contemporaneous notations of her conversations with Monica Lewinsky. One, for example, or several, where she refers to phone sex. One here says weird phone sex, and you see that that transcription in other places. It dovetails very nicely, that is to say, with the testimony of Monica Lewinsky before the grand jury, which is in here. Almost identical choice of words. Now, we do know that there is a question of talking points between Ms. Tripp and Ms. Lewinsky that suggested they may want to get their stories intact. We don't have enough of that information here. The talking points question is brought up. That's the concern, is that there is still more to come.
Well, in details, Charles, on the subject of phone sex, they might have used that phrase, they, either Monica Lewinsky or Linda Tripp, according to the testimony, but the president, in his testimony before the federal grand jury, the videotape we just saw and heard, President Clinton referred to it as, quote, inappropriate sexual banter.
He calls it banter. It's much more graphic. It's much more descriptive here. It is phone sex. There are referrals to masturbation. It does get much more blunt than Mr. Clinton put it, yes.
In fact, that was the one time the president acknowledged any sort of sexual relationship between himself and Monica Lewinsky when he said it did include, quote, inappropriate sexual banter. He never used the word sexual in describing their physical contacts.
Yeah, but Judy, banter is a very lightly taken word. That's a diminishing kind of quality. We banter all the time. We make jokes and things. He was really taking this down, not just a notch, but several notches to suggest it was banter and not explicit. When you talk about phone sex, as the definitions are given out here and as they're laid forth by the Independent Counsel's Office, it is not banter.
And his point is that while he wants to be truthful, he's not there as a witness, a very special witness, obviously, to help the prosecutor.
All right, now I think, thank you, Charles, and we're going to be coming back to you, but right now we want to move over to the White House, where John King has been taking the temperature of some of the people you talk with there, John.
Judy, many White House officials, of course, seeing this for the first time, much like people all around the United States, watching here in their offices, some traveling with the president in New York, watching it there. The White House moving immediately to try to influence the debate now underway here in Washington and around the country, not only about the president's videotape testimony, which we've seen these past 4 hours, but also about those 2,800 pages of supporting documents. The White House issuing a statement even before the president's testimony was done there, blaming Republicans for, quote, the gratuitous decision to make certain that the most salacious details were included in those documents released to the public. Also goes on to say that the president acknowledged an inappropriate relationship in his testimony, criticizes, quote, efforts by Mr. Starr and his prosecutors to browbeat and badger the president into getting into the details. In concluding, the White House says this: now that the president's testimony has been made available for all to see and hear, the real question for the American people and for the Congress of the United States is whether the president's conduct, however it may be judged, should result in the president's impeachment. That the president's conduct does not rise to the level of an impeachable offense should now be clear to everyone. Of course, the folks who matter most in making that decision, whether or not to move ahead with a formal impeachment inquiry, are members of the House of Representatives. For more on the reaction on Capitol Hill, we turn now to CNN's Candy Crowley.
John, both the Republicans and the Democrats have been quite helpful in providing us with what I would call sort of the Reader's Digest form of the 2,800 pages worth of documents, as well as with the president's grand jury testimony. What they've done here is to kind of highlight things that they think helps their cause. Democrats, for instance, underscore the unreliability of Linda Tripp. She, of course, is the former friend of Monica Lewinsky. They also talk about how the Office of the Independent Counsel was obsessed with the details of the relationship. For the Republicans, it was more about the president's grand jury testimony, focusing exclusively on that, calling it several tactics the president used to prevaricate. The stalling game, they said he just went on and on and on in order to make sure there weren't as many questions, and the semantics game, as well as the verb tense game, pointing out that at one point the president quibbled over the meaning of the word is, as well as the meaning of the word alone. Now, I understand that Bob Franken has a way to take the reaction of Republicans and Democrats off paper and put it into person. Bob?
Well, of course, Candy, most of the members of Congress are out of town right now because there's a break, but one of them who has the fortune, or misfortune, to be local is Albert Wynn, Democrat of Maryland. You're a Democrat, of course. You watch this. How do you feel that this has helped to hurt your president?
Well, it doesn't add any new material to what we already know. It didn't hurt him from the standpoint that people had said he was going to be very angry, he was going to be terribly evasive. I don't think he was nearly as evasive as people thought. My sense is this helped the Republicans because now they can make TV ads of these tapes, and that's really what they wanted to do. The deposition is a legal sparring match, and so that's what you saw. And yes, the president used some legal lease and some legal evasions, if you will. But I think the American people have already drawn their conclusions. They know the essence, which is the president has made a mistake. He had an inappropriate relationship. The American people are also pretty sick and tired of all this sexually explicit material.
Well, there's more to come, because there are about 3,100 pages of documents which include very sexually explicit descriptions by Monica Lewinsky. But more to the point, they contradict directly what the president said here. What do you think that's going to mean?
Well, as I said, a lot of the people that the Republicans want to influence have already drawn their conclusions and have tuned this out. They're not going to sit around in the middle of the day listening to depositions or going through this type of material. They're either going to say, yes, we're prepared to forgive and move on, or no, this is just outrageous and we're not going to stand for it. My sense is, and the polls seem to indicate, a lot of people are ready to move on.
Well, bottom line, do you think that the Congress will move on, the House will move on, and that there will be a formal impeachment inquiry?
My expectation is that there will be a vote and that there will be a movement in this direction. That seems to be the Republicans' desire. They're in the majority, so I'm sure they'll be able to carry this forward. The question still remains, are these impeachable offenses, are they just offensive offenses? I think they're very offensive to the American people, but I don't think a lot of people believe they're impeachable offenses.
The Democratic point of view from Albert Wynn, D. Maryland. One thing I'll point out, the grand jury, the deposition rather, that the president gave on tape on January 17th in the Paula Jones case, that tape, which is the foundation of so much of this investigation, is now in the hands of the House Judiciary Committee. Judy, Bernie.
Thank you, Bob. What did he say and how did he say it? When we come back, excerpts of the testimony before the federal grand jury from the White House of President Clinton.
Critics and audiences agree. One True Thing is a masterpiece.
I've never been touched so much by a movie. Just the roller coaster of emotions. I'm still crying.
Gene Shalit raves. Meryl Streep triumphs again.
I'm home for a while. Not to play nursemaid to me.
It's a celebration of the power of the human heart.
It's about things that matter. It's about family. I'm gonna go call my mom. I want her to see it with me.
One True Thing.
You have to see this movie.
Rated R. Now playing in theaters everywhere.
A lot of people think the best way to deal with allergies is to take a prescription, a common misconception. Because when it comes to all your allergy symptoms, Tylenol Allergy Sinus gives you more relief than even the leading allergy prescription. You see, the leading allergy prescription only relieves these symptoms. But Tylenol Allergy Sinus relieves all these. Tylenol Allergy Sinus. It's all the relief you need. When a patient undergoes an asthma attack, they are literally gasping for breath.
When I have an asthma attack, it's really, really scary.
Asthma is caused by an inflammation of the lung. The new medicines that the pharmaceutical industry have created for asthma allow the patients greater flexibility in their lifestyle. Hopefully, one day, no one will suffer from asthma anymore.
This young man is about to save a life. Would you know what to do? If you arrive first, have someone go for help.
Don't move, don't move, don't move. Hey guys, call for help.
Then, to reduce the risk of fire, turn off the car's engine. Don't take chances if a car is burning. And never move a victim unless it's absolutely necessary. Learn more in this free book from Shell. Count on Shell.
one of the central figures in the grand jury and in the independent counsel's investigation of President Clinton's relationship with Monica Lewinsky is the president's longtime friend, Washington attorney Vernon Jordan. We're going to show you an excerpt now where the independent counsel and his staff were pressing the question on what he asked Vernon Jordan to do. Let's listen here.
I want to go back to a question about Vernon Jordan. I want to go back to late December and early January, late December of 97, early January of 98. During this time, Mr. President, you're being sued for sexual harassment by a woman who claims, among other things, that others got benefits that she didn't because she didn't have oral sex with you. While this is happening, your powerful friend, Vernon Jordan, is helping to get Monica Lewinsky a job and a lawyer. He's helping to get a job and a lawyer for someone who had some kind of sex with you and who has been subpoenaed in the very case, the Jones case. Don't you see a problem with this? Didn't you see a problem with this?
No. Would you like to know why?
Isn't that why isn't that why Vernon Jordan asked you on December 19th whether or not you had sexual relationships with Monica Lewinsky, and why he asked her? Because he knew it would be so highly improper to be helping her with a lawyer and a job if in fact she had had a relationship with you?
I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all, particularly since even if you look at the facts here in their light most unfavorable to me, no one has suggested that there was any sexual harassment on my part. And I don't think it was wrong to be helping her. Look.
A subpoenaed witness in a case against you?
Absolutely. Look, for one thing, I had already proved in 2 ways that I was not trying to influence her testimony. I didn't order her to be hired at the White House. I could have done so. I wouldn't do it. She tried for months to get in. She was angry. Secondly, after I terminated the improper contact with her, she wanted to come in more than she did. She got angry when she didn't get in sometimes. I knew that might make her more likely to speak. And I still did it because I had to limit the contact.
At the White House, John King, our correspondent, other correspondents, Wolf Blitzer, Eileen O'Connor, they're all out covering the president at the UN. John, listening to the president just then, and listening to the president on those 7 segments of the 4 hours and 14 minutes of tape, and reflecting on some of the things you reported, and indeed a couple of the stories you broke, are the people at the White House now disregarding what was reported then, what they found to be so annoying, so provocative? Are they still as staunchly defending this president this day as they did during those days when you initially reported some stories?
Oh, out in public, Bernie, the people here at the White House, of course, defending the president in the sense of saying that his conduct is not impeachable. Nobody here defending the president's conduct. With Monica Lewinsky, a lot of people here reluctant to go on television. One senior aide, Paul Begala, was among those out early saying he believed this president. This never happened. These were political enemies out to get the president. He now among the senior aides refusing to go on television because he believes his own credibility has been called into doubt by this president. But we heard in the testimony not only about Vernon Jordan, but in others, Erskine Bowles, the chief of staff, John Podesta, the deputy chief of staff, the president essentially acknowledging that at a minimum he misled them. The president would not concede that he lied to them, but did concede that he told them things about Monica Lewinsky that were not true. They then went and repeated them to the grand jury. These aides, we're told by friends and associates, feel a deep sense of betrayal, yet many of them right now on the front lines fighting for this president, arguing that his conduct does not constitute an impeachable offense.
So, John, just moving beyond that point, are they now accepting as inevitable or virtually inevitable that there will be impeachment hearings in the Congress?
Most officials now believe the Republicans will vote to launch a formal inquiry. Whether it goes beyond that, they just don't know. They say if it simply comes down to the question of perjury, should you believe the president that he did not have contact with Monica Lewinsky within the scope of the Paula Jones deposition, or do you believe Monica Lewinsky when she says that they did? given the president's statements about his relationship with Monica Lewinsky, his public denials, everyone assumes that people will believe Monica Lewinsky, at least at the outset, so they do think there will be a hearing. One little ironic footnote here, a lot of Democrats want to try to push this to a quick conclusion, trying to broker some kind of a plea deal, a censure, perhaps a fine. One of the things people say privately is the president sure could use his friend Vernon Jordan at a moment like this, a man who could go to Capitol Hill and lobby Democrats and Republicans alike. Vernon Jordan, of course, can have no role in such a thing because he is a central figure in the criminal investigation.
All right, John King, and of course we'll be coming back to you. Bernie, our colleague Frank Sesno's been listening to all this. Frank?
Well, first let's talk a little bit, let's deconstruct this Vernon Jordan business. The reason that Ken Starr got into this whole thing to begin with was because of Vernon Jordan. Vernon Jordan was the connection supposedly trying to get work for Webb Hubbell, who had been the Clintons' friend and number 3 man over at the Justice Department. Of course, when he got into trouble and when finally he was out of work and had done his prison time and that kind of business, or before then, Vernon Jordan intervened. So Vernon Jordan becomes a critical character in this chronology as well. Now, according to the initial Ken Starr report, what really happened started in November or so, early November. According to Monica Lewinsky's testimony, on November 3rd or 4th, Betty Curry told her to call Vernon Jordan. Now, there's some confusion, the testimony disputes over who started this whole conversation, but Monica Lewinsky clearly believed the president was behind this. And so did Betty Curry. On November 5th, Jordan spoke with the president by phone for 5 minutes. He later met with Monica Lewinsky in his office for about 20 minutes. Monica Lewinsky showed him her wish list, as she referred to it, for the jobs that she wanted. Following that, Vernon Jordan spoke with the president, and the president said she came highly recommended. And concerning her job search, I'm quoting from the Star report here, Mr. Jordan said, quote, "We're in business." Now, nothing much happened, according to Ken Starr, until after it appeared that Monica Lewinsky was headed for the Paula Jones case. The evidence indicates, according to Ken Starr, that Mr. Jordan took no steps to help Ms. Lewinsky until early December, after she appeared on the witness list in the Jones case. That's why the Star folks, that's why the interrogators were going after the president so hard, trying to determine the chronology and the role that Vernon Jordan played in the Monica Lewinsky job search. Judy, Bernie?
Thanks. That's very clear, Frank. Well, when we come back in our special coverage of investigating the president, we're going to hear from a specialist in the study of the presidency and presidential communications.
Hallelujah.
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 Communities around the world are cleaning up their water with the help of durable pumps engineered by ITT Industries. Hallelujah. ITT Industries, engineered for life.
Tropical fever is spreading wild. Here's what to do. Call your Uniglobe travel agent for the hottest deals to the Caribbean, Hawaii, and Orlando. Get incredible discounts of up to $100 off your trip, even a free dinner and luau. Call now and get an extra $50 off when you book with Visa, the preferred card of Uniglobe. Enter our drawing to win a free 6-day trip to Hawaii for 2. Or chill out with our cool skiing specials. The best medicine is a vacation. Call Uniglobe today at 1-800-999-8000.
Wouldn't it be great if we went through life without any problems? Well, that's just not the way things are. Life can get tough for each and every one of us, but we can face whatever comes along with peace and confidence because there is reason for hope. We're your neighbors, the people of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, and we'd like you to know that with Christ, there's plenty of hope to go around.
Investing is about to change forever. Introducing the new E-Trade, the #1 rated place to invest online. Now open free to the public with 10 times more research, more tools, more power, free real-time quotes. Still from just $14.95 a trade. Call 1-800-E-TRADE-1 to find out why. Someday, we'll all invest this way.
What makes this day so remarkable is that the president's testimony, Bernie, is not just on a piece of paper in a transcript. It is on our television screens all over this country, all over the world. Joining us now, someone who's an expert at looking at what's on television and figuring out how the public responds and reacts. She's Kathleen Hall Jamieson, Dean of the School of the Annenberg School for Communication at the University of Pennsylvania. Kathleen Jamieson, the fact that this was on television rather than just in a transcript, is the president helped or hurt by that?
I think the president is helped because throughout the transcript in videotape, he is conscious and clearly conscious that this is a videotape that is going to be made available to the public. You hear that when he says that he wants the grand jury to ask it to put itself in his position. He is at that point asking us to put ourselves in his position as well. He says there's a videotape being made. This is highly unusual. There's an implication there and at the end of the encounters between the prosecutors and Clinton that he believes the videotape has an ulterior motive, that it's going to be made public. Throughout, he avoids answering in explicit detail any questions that could result in a soundbite in which he would be using sexual language describing himself. Throughout, he is not angry, he is highly controlled. This is more the Clinton we are accustomed to seeing as president than was the angry Clinton who delivered the speech after this encounter. He was more clearly conscious here that he was appealing to both the grand jury and the American people than he appeared to be later that day when he gave the speech, which is the concession to the American people that he had in fact engaged in an inappropriate relationship. There's something else that's very important here, which is how little of the presidency we see as we see this 4 hours and 14 minutes. Throughout this time, Clinton only makes one reference to his job. That is, he was meeting with Netanyahu before one of the sequences that is being interrogated. And at the end, he returns, however, to being the president when he talks about spending most of his time in office serving the needs of the American people. That is juxtaposed because this is television, which is with what is happening on the other channel, which is the president giving a speech of state. It raises the question, are you still comfortable after watching this 4 hours and 14 minutes that this person ought to be the one delivering that speech of state?
Kathleen Hall Jamieson, we're fresh out of time, and we want to thank you because your satellite is going to go down, and we don't want you to just disappear from the air. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Good to see you. We'll be right back with more of our extensive coverage of investigating the president.
On CNN's Moneyline News Hour with Lou Dobbs, former governor of New York, Mario Cuomo, joins Lou to discuss the president's videotape testimony and what it means to America and the Democratic Party. 6:30 Eastern on CNN. Tuesday on a special prime-time late edition. Release of the president's taped testimony and possible impeachment proceedings. CNN's Wolf Blitzer brings you the very latest in the Clinton investigation. Tuesday, 10 Eastern on CNN. Today on CNN's Talk Back Live, America reacts to President Clinton's videotape testimony. It's your chance to talk back. Today, 3 Eastern on CNN.
What makes the Window and Door Factory different than the competition? They sell the highest rated windows at the best price. The Window and Door Factory manufactures their windows in their factory and then sells them direct to you. This lets them install their windows in your home for far less than what most dealers charge for a much lower rated window. So when window shopping, remember,
at the Window and Door Factory, you'll always, always, always get the best price.
For a limited time, take 20% off our exclusive replacement windows. The Window and Door Factory. Call us right now for a no-obligation estimate.
The strike is over, and the selection at Bob Morris Pontiac GMC is growing. To help regain lost sales, GM has announced 0.9% interest. Not 9%, but 0.9% interest. Yes, less than 1%. 0.9% interest applies to almost every Pontiac and GMC truck. This offer is for a limited time, so hurry before all the Pontiacs and GMC trucks are gone. 0.9% interest, that's less than 1% interest at Bob Morris Pontiac in North Ridgeville.
And don't forget to ask for my cookies.
Live tonight.
Wherever wherever you are in the world, only one city has as much concentrated power and influence as New York City. That's where the United Nations is meeting, and our chief international correspondent, Christiane Amanpour, is there. And Christiane, with a backdrop of the story that you're covering, the opening of the General Assembly, and the leader of the free world testifying worldwide on television, what's the reaction?
Well, the contrast between what was happening today with President Clinton couldn't have been more stark. As the videotape testimony was playing not just in the United States, but around the world, the president was getting prepared to address the single largest gathering of the world leaders. As he walked to the podium to deliver a speech on terrorism, he was given a standing ovation by all the world leaders there. Sustained applause, and when you see leaders such as Nelson Mandela on his feet clapping and applauding the President of the United States, this is a potent image. Afterwards, diplomats and other world leaders told us that this applause was no coincidence. This was a definite show of support. They say that no matter what is going on in this testimony, what really matters is that the United States is still the only superpower, that the United States leadership is still vital around the world. Just to run through a few of the very crucial problems that exist right now. The tensions between Pakistan and India, the tensions between Iran and Afghanistan, the military buildup, the economic meltdown around the world, the Russian meltdown, Kosovo. All these things need American leadership, they say, and this is why they were supporting the President of the United States as he was there on that world stage. Now let me just give you an idea of what is being said around the world in reaction to this videotape testimony and the constant public testimony that is being delivered with this Clinton affair. German politicians of all political parties are condemning what they call the public humiliation of the United States president. They are urging German television stations not to broadcast the tapes that have been broadcast on international television today. German Chancellor Helmut Kohl has said that the whole spectacle, quote, makes him want to throw up. In France, they are saying that Ken Starr is, quote, an unsavory figure obsessed with sex. And they are also around the world asking very serious global questions, not concentrating necessarily on the nitty-gritty of the daily revelations, but asking big questions about what this means. They're saying that this is not just the humiliation of the American president, but this is the humiliation and the weakening of America itself. In France, media and politicians are calling this an inquisition. They call it sexual McCarthyism. There is a lot of condemnation also of the way the press is playing this. They're calling this an electronic lynching. In short, the overwhelming opinion overseas is one of being appalled. Everybody there saying that the world needs to get on with leadership, and still the sole leader of the world, the sole superpower in the world is the United States. Now, you know, several world leaders have stood by President Clinton. The London Times today praising the British Prime Minister, Tony Blair, for coming not only to the United States, he's just addressed the General Assembly, but to keeping an appointment with President Clinton right here in New York, when they are scheduled to have a debate at New York University this evening on the whole issue of democracy. And again, democracy, the very idea of democracy, say papers and politicians and the people overseas, is being called into question. They say that what is happening here is a weakening of the democratic process and really a threat to the system as we know it. So a very stark contrast to what is being said and what is being felt here from what is being said and what is being felt overseas, Bernie.
Okay.
All right, from that, Christiane Amanpour reporting from the United Nations and what's been going on there. It almost seems, Bernie, as if it's a world away from what we've been dealing with here in Washington. We've been talking for the last several hours about what the American people are thinking as they listen to the president and watch the president. For a little taste of that, let's go to Coral Gables, Florida. CNN's Susan Candiati has been talking.
Well, we'll come back
I'm
to
getting ahead of myself.
Susan.
We're going to do Susan in a moment. That's my mistake.
We'll go down to that lovely University of Miami campus in Coral Gables and hear from those folks.
But that was my mistake. First, we want to hear one of the comments the president made about his being deposed in the Jones case and how while he wanted to be truthful, he said, he did not want to be helpful to the Jones attorneys. Let's listen to that excerpt first.
But I wanted to be legal without being particularly helpful. I thought that was what I was trying to do. And you're the first person who ever suggested to me that I should have been doing their lawyers' work for them, when they were perfectly free to ask follow-up questions. On one or two occasions, Mr. Bennett invited them to ask follow-up questions. It now appears to me they didn't because they were afraid I would give them a truthful answer, and that there had been some communication between you and Ms. Tripp and them, and they were trying to set me up and trick me. And now you seem to be complaining that they didn't do a good enough job. I did my best, sir, at this time. I did not know what I now know about this. A lot of other things were going on in my life. Did I want this to come out? No. Was I embarrassed about it? Yes. Did I ask her to lie about it? No. Did I believe there could be a truthful affidavit? Absolutely. Now, that's all I know to say about this. I will continue to answer your questions as best I can.
You're not going back on your earlier statement that you understood you were sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to the folks at that deposition, are you, Mr. President?
No, sir, but I think we might as well put this out on the table. You tried to get me to give a broader interpretation to my oath than just my obligation to tell the truth. In other words, you tried to say, even though these people are treating you in an illegal manner and illegally leaking these depositions, you should be a good lawyer for them. And if they don't have enough sense to ask a question, and even if Mr. Bennett invited them to ask follow-up questions, if they didn't do it, you should have done all their work for them. Now, so I will admit this, sir. My goal in this deposition was to be truthful, but not particularly helpful. I did not wish to do the work of the Jones lawyers. I deplored what they were doing. I deplored the innocent people they were tormenting and traumatizing. I deplored their illegal leaking. I deplored the fact that they knew, once they knew our evidence, that this was a bogus lawsuit, and that because of the funding they had from my political enemies, they were putting ahead. I deplored it, but I was determined to walk through the minefield of this deposition without violating the law, and I believe I did.
That's probably one of the angriest moments that we saw in that entire 4 hours plus of the president's testimony before the grand jury. As I said just a moment ago, CNN Susan Candiotti down with some she's in Coral Gables, Florida, at University of Miami, is it, Susan?
That's right, Judy and Bernie.
There,
the crowd has thinned out considerably since, of course, the videotape ended, and I'll leave it to you as to how to assess this comment. But as the videotape rolled earlier this day, a couple of the students said to us, well, this is better than Jerry Springer. Let's see what some of them have to say about this now. Mike, you saw much, if not all, of the videotape this day. Did it change what you felt about the president or reinforce your feelings?
It reinforced it. I think he should be impeached and removed from office.
Why do you say so?
Because he's lied to us. He's probably told other people to lie. I think since he lied to us, we have to believe. We can't believe anything he said before.
I'm going to jump over to one of these young ladies over here. You did not get to see the videotape. Let's preface that. Do you intend to watch any or all of it as the day goes on? Why not?
I'm kind of busy, and I don't think that that's any of my business. You know, it's his personal life, and I think that it should stay his personal life.
I take it you do not think the president should be impeached?
No, I shouldn't.
You voted for him, or you did not vote for him?
I did not vote for him, but I think that what he's done with the country is impressive, and I'm happy with his service.
And I'm going to jump over to this lady over here on the end as to what you think of this. Did you see a portion of this day?
Yes, I have seen a portion of this, and I also read the internet. I disagree with Mike. I do not think the president should be impeached, regardless to what he's being accused of. He has run our nation pretty well.
What do you think of how he answered the questions? Many have criticized him for being what some called an artful dodger, evasive.
Well, he was pretty evasive about some of the questions. But then some of the questions, as we say, quote unquote, were raw. And then to protect his family, he didn't feel he needed to answer them in depth as such.
Let me back over here to Mike, because I know Mike wholly disagrees on this. Why do you disagree with your colleague over here?
Because I think he's in the grand jury testimony, and if it's any other person, not the president, he would be held contempt of court for not telling the whole truth. Because, like, he kept on, like, beating around the answer. He kept on saying, infer back to my statement at the beginning. And I think he should have just told us the straight-out truth. And he didn't do that, in my opinion.
Anyone agree, disagree?
Well, I think he should have told the straight-out truth, but I disagree still, and the fact is that he is our president. He's done a great thing with the nation, and, you know, it is his personal life. Yes, he is a role figure for a lot of people. He is a public figure, but he still has his personal things that he has to accomplish, you know, and we can't always, I think sometimes the media kind of blows it out into the sections, and we view too much, and I think it's important for us to know a lot, but it's also important that he has his own personal life as well.
There you have it, Judy and Bernie. Some people willing to forgive and forget, others not. Around the corner, we have people playing video games. Outside here, swimming pool activity and indoors political debate. A typical day on campus? Susan Candiotti, CNN, reporting live at the University of Miami in Coral Gables, Florida.
Well, when we come back, we are going to... We just had a...
We are going. Bernie and I have been here a long time. We're both losing it. I think what we're going to do is look at some of the other stories that have been making news this day. If you can believe, there's actually been something else going on in the world.
There are other things happening in the world. And when we come back, we'll report on some of those things as we continue with our special report investigating the president.
Magnificent culture. No wonder people say our in-flight service is legendary.
Hello, John. This is Mr. Griffin. Mr. Griffin, this is John. The reason...
Let's face it, you're not always clear on a cellular phone.
My daughter and I, your daughter and I...
But now there's Sprint PCS, the only nationwide all-digital network, for a new level of clarity.
I want to marry your daughter.
That's very nice. What number are you calling?
555-0681.
Now, Sprint PCS is just a dime anytime, including long distance.
That's me, Bill. Here we are at the Super 8.
For reservations, call 1-800-800-8000.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch. Copy that, Houston.
A lot of furnaces only know one speed.
2, 1.
But American Standard makes gas furnaces with more efficient two-stage heating for a quieter, gentler flow of warm air. American Standard, built to a higher standard. For a limited time, you can get 6 months same as cash financing. Call your participating American Standard dealer today for more details.
Its beauty will draw you in. Its new engine will pump the bowels of your heart. And the line that separates man from machine will disappear completely. Introducing a new kind of LS400. You've never felt so connected to a car.
Hello from CNN Center Atlanta. I'm Natalie Allen with a quick check of some of the other news we're following today. One of the greatest American heroes of women's sports has died. Florence Griffith Joyner, the sprinter known as FloJo, died today of an apparent seizure. She was 38 years old. The Orange County, California Sheriff's Department says Joyner died in her sleep and an autopsy will be conducted. Griffith Joyner won 3 gold medals at the 1988 Olympics in Seoul for the 100-meter, 200-meter, and 100-meter relay. FloJo's image, you'll remember, propelled her to the spotlight almost as much as her athletic ability. She designed her own one-legged running apparel and sported long, elaborately painted fingernails. Florence Griffith Joyner was married to running coach and gold medalist Al Joyner. Jackie Joyner-Kersee, the 6-time Olympic medalist, was her sister-in-law. With winds of 110 miles per hour, Hurricane George is moving over St. Croix in the Caribbean, and forecasters predict it should strike the island of Puerto Rico sometime this afternoon. As it passed through Antigua and Guadeloupe, George ripped into buildings, cut power, and stirred up the seas. And in other news, Japan's Minister of Defense was one of several people injured today when a security barrier at the Pentagon inexplicably deployed. The minister's limousine was struck by the barrier. The defense minister hurt his ankle and rescheduled a meeting with Defense Secretary Cohen because of the injury. That's a quick check of the news. Now we return you to Washington and Judy Woodruff.
All right, thank you. We are now going to go to CNN's Brooks Jackson, who's been taking a hard look at more of what the president had to say in today's videotape grand jury testimony. Brooks.
Well, Judy, not everything of the president's testimony was in Ken Starr's report. Much of his testimony actually could be seen as helpful to his case. It gives insight into his state of mind, into his human point of view. He said, for example, that when he testified in the Paula Jones lawsuit, testimony that Ken Starr says included perjury, that he was convinced the Paula Jones lawyers knew they were losing their sexual harassment case and were only trying to dig up dirt to apply what he called a political wrecking ball to his administration.
The Jones lawyer's strategy in this case had nothing to do with uncovering or proving sexual harassment. By the time this discovery started, they knew they had a bad case on the law, and they knew what our evidence was. They knew they had a lousy case on the facts. And so their strategy, since they were being funded by my political opponents, was to have this dragnet of discovery. They wanted to cover everybody, and they convinced the judge, because she gave them strict orders not to leak, that they should be treated like other plaintiffs in other civil cases, and how could they ever know whether there had been any sexual harassment unless they first knew whether there had been any sex.
Now, during his testimony, the president never lost his cool despite some moments of obvious irritation. He steadfastly denied perjury in the Jones case, and he glossed over what prosecutors tried to portray as some discrepancies between his testimony and that of others, including Vernon Jordan. He said he had always had a good memory, but said it had not been so good since becoming president.
I have been shocked, and so have members of my family and friends of mine, at how many things that I have forgotten in the last 6 years. But I think because of the pressure and the pace and the volume of events in the president's life, compounded by the pressure of your 4-year inquiry and all the other things that have happened, I'm amazed. There are lots of times when I literally can't remember last week.
The president insisted that Monica Lewinsky's return of gifts, which Starr says was part of a cover-up, was no big deal to him because he gets so many gifts. In fact, he said he assumed that his relationship with Lewinsky was eventually going to be exposed, at least in the media, by Lewinsky herself.
I formed an opinion early in 1996. Once I got into this unfortunate and wrong conduct, that when I stopped it, which I knew I'd have to do, and which I should have done a long time before I did, that she would talk about it. Not because Monica Lewinsky's a bad person. She's basically a good girl. She's a good young woman with a good heart and a good mind. I think she is burdened by some unfortunate conditions of her upbringing. But she's basically a good person. But I knew that the minute there was no longer any contact, she would talk about this. She would have to. She couldn't help it. It was a part of her psyche. So I had put myself at risk, sir. I was not trying to buy her silence or get Vernon Jordan to buy her silence. I thought she was a good person. She had not been involved with me for a long time in any improper way, several months. And I wanted to help her get on with her life. It's just as simple as that.
Nevertheless, Starr in his report is accusing the president of lying not only in the Jones lawsuit, but in his videotaped grand jury testimony as well. Starr says the president lied 3 times when he denied that he did not believe oral sex was covered by the definition of sexual relations in the Jones case, when he denied contact with her private parts, contrary to Lewinsky's testimony, and thirdly, when he said their inappropriate contacts began in 1996, not in 1995, when Lewinsky was a mere intern, age 22, as she says. Judy?
All right, Brooks Jackson. Then, Brooks, we're going to scoot quickly over to the grounds of the United States Capitol, where Republican Congressman James Rogan, member of the House Judiciary Committee, is talking with reporters. Let's join that in progress.
Directly
and answer the questions. If we allow a policy to continue where somebody can go into court, raise their hand to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and then allow them to tell the truth not in whole, but in the parts that they wish to answer, decline to answer relevant questions, and set the standard of truth not according to the law, but according to their dictates of the moment, that will bode ill for the future. It certainly sets a horrible precedent. I don't want to see that occur. I'm disturbed by what I've seen today, but this is just one piece of a lot of evidence that we've been reviewing at length. There is still a long way to go. The committee has an obligation to the country and to the president to still give him the benefit of the doubt until we have all the evidence in. And until that time, we're going to reserve ultimate judgment. But I think that the leadership of Congress on the Democratic side has hit the nail on the head when they've called upon the president to start speaking directly to the American people, answer the relevant questions, and let the committee begin the process of determining what is the truth. That is our bipartisan obligation, and we intend to continue in that regard, irrespective of any roadblocks or hurdles that are thrown in our way.
Should he be impeached? It's not telling the entire truth, the same as committing perjury, and is it impeachable?
I think we have to look at all of this testimony in context to make that ultimate judgment, but it is important for people to understand the oath, and I think it was very instructive that the independent counsel's office went through a discussion of the oath at the beginning of the grand jury testimony. I think the president understands the meaning of an oath. I think he understands the obligation to tell the truth and the whole truth. And we'll have to make a judgment about whether he has done that. I do believe that if the president lied under oath before the grand jury, that is an impeachable offense. The president takes an oath of office to faithfully execute the office of president. He has a duty under our Constitution to take care that the laws be faithfully executed. If he commits perjury before a grand jury, he has violated his oath, he has breached his duty under the Constitution, and I believe that that justifies impeachment. I think that's clear.
Republican members of the House Judiciary Committee, we just saw Charles Kennedy, before him James Rogan, commenting on the sum and substance of the president's testimony before the grand jury testimony that, of course, was just released and made public today. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more live coverage of this day's events.
After life,
You died, Chris.
there is more. But what Chris Nielsen wants most
I need Annie. You can't reach her.
is what he left behind.
I'm her soulmate. I can find her.
Robin Williams, Cuba Gooding Jr., Annabella Sciorra.
He's never been anywhere like this before. I'm not leaving him.
What dreams may come.
It's about giving up.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday, October 2nd. Its beauty will draw you in. Its new engine will pump the bowels of your heart. And the line that separates man from machine will disappear completely. Introducing a new kind of LS400. You've never felt so connected to a car. No matter who we are, where we live, life today can be tough. We all struggle. But there is a way to have peace and confidence in facing whatever comes along. There is reason for hope. We're your neighbors, the people of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, and we'd like you to know that with Christ, there's plenty of hope to go around.
Launch control, this is Houston. We are go for launch. Copy that, Houston.
A lot of furnaces only know one speed.
2, 1.
But American Standard makes gas furnaces with more efficient two-stage heating for a quieter, gentler flow of warm air. American Standard, built to a higher standard. For a limited time, you can get 6 months same as cash financing. Call your participating American Standard dealer today for more details.
Interesting details in the thousands of pages of documents released, and Gene Meserve has more.
Bernie, I've been skimming through Monica Lewinsky's grand jury testimony, also summaries of interviews she did with the Office of the Independent Counsel, some insights into this case, impressions of Lewinsky and impressions of the president. First, in a statement which goes to the core issues in this matter, in testimony before the grand jury on August 20th, Lewinsky said, and I quote, "I would just like to say that no one ever asked me to lie, and I was never promised a job for my silence, and that I am sorry. I'm really sorry for everything that's happened." The transcript notes that she begins to cry, and she adds, "And I hate Linda Tripp." These documents reveal that Lewinsky has been under medication, taking antidepressants Zoloft, Surzone, and also Prozac. Lewinsky's credibility has been much debated in this matter, and there are a couple of items here which bear on that, some of them kind of minor. One of them from a summary of an interview she did with the Office of the Independent Counsel. While she was a student at Lewis and Clark College, Lewinsky gave her father a false transcript to indicate better grades than she had actually received, and also descending to the truly trivial. The summary notes that she has failed to return some rented videos and some library books. Speaking of Lewinsky's father, there's an episode recounted here in which Lewinsky brought her family in to watch the president give a radio address. Afterwards, they were introduced, some photos were taken, and again, quoting from a summary written by the Office of Independent Counsel, Lewinsky's father later remarked that the president looked at him as if the president was sizing him up as a prospective father-in-law. Barbara Lewinsky said that she had noticed that the president kept looking at Lewinsky. Lewinsky had plenty to say about the president. A lot of it was conflicting, quoting again from the summaries written by the Office of the Independent Counsel. The president explained that during his life he had been two people and kept up two fronts. The president said that starting in 3rd or 4th grade, he was a good boy with his mother and stepfather, but also began telling stories and leading a secret life. And again, a summary of an interview with Lewinsky. Lewinsky describes the president as a sweet little boy, affectionate, kind, warm, selfish, self-centered, self-righteous, an incredible person who does what is in the best interest of the country. The summary goes on to say the president has a Saturday night personality where he gives in to his sexual desires, and a Sunday personality where he is remorseful and goes to church. The president is a very sensual man, but has never discussed with Lewinsky whether he has a sex problem. There is, of course, a lot of sexual detail in here. Some of it goes to the definition of sex. Lewinsky never had an open discussion with the president about whether oral sex is sex. However, after having a relationship with him, Lewinsky deduced that the president, in his mind,